Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Lin Xian ruffled his hair, feeling a rare sense of relief. It's been a while since I felt this way, without zombies or eerie entities swarming us. Then, he turned to Chen Sixuan. What do you think about the route? She pondered for a moment. I remember you mentioned before that we should avoid large cities. That means we might have to take detours off the main orbital route around areas like Longjiang, Zhihai, and Xingqiang. Those places are unavoidable if we stick to the main track. If we avoid Parma grasslands, then the choice after Hangshan Pass comes down to the northern or southern route. The northern path goes through the western Gobi and Takan Desert, near Abyss Zone number 5. The southern path passes through Qingshui, Lancheng, and Yunlin, closer to Abyss Zone number 7. If we want to reach Xingqiang, we'd need to get back on the main track before Zhihai. Lin Xian nodded. Whether we cross the ocean or take the northern continental shelf over Kai and Goose Strait, we'll need to upgrade the train's drive system and stock up on supplies and ammunition beforehand. Xingqiang is the best option for that. Also, compared to before, we have a bit more time now. Let's pass Hangshan Pass first, then decide based on what happens in Parma grasslands. Until then, we can adjust course. According to Phoenix's intel, their nearest outposts are Inzilin and Zhihai. The rest of their teams don't disclose their coordinates. We need to contact Phoenix as soon as possible and hand over the research data on Dark Mark to them. Chen Sixuan nodded. We found a wireless radio from the Vajra convoy. It was the device they used to lure us into Rain Town. Now that we have it, why don't we broadcast this information directly? If Phoenix picks up on it, they might come to us. No. Lin Xian shook his head firmly. You're thinking too simply. The survivor frequencies are too chaotic right now. Everyone is barely staying alive. If you suddenly announce, don't run, just kill the eerie entities, and it'll be safer. Do you think people will believe you? Even Phoenix wouldn't accept it outright. They'd need detailed research data from Director Ding and would likely conduct tests first. Besides, not everyone has Hell's Black Chrysanthemum. They couldn't distribute it to everyone. Only after Phoenix verified the findings through experiments would they release it publicly. This even involved their operational approach. If confirmed, many survivors might realize that escape was a dead end, leading to greater panic and despair. That, in turn, would fuel the old Federation government's underground city plan. Phoenix and the old Federation fundamentally differed in survival philosophy and resistance strategies. Due to polar night, most survivors believed in escaping the darkness. But Dark Mark introduced the risk of cumulative danger with escape, forcing survivors to reconsider their choices. So, what should we do? Do what we must. The rest is for the higher-ups to decide. Lin Xian took a deep breath. His responsibility was to deliver the critical information. The rest was beyond his control. Alright, Chen, take a team to inventory our supplies and prepare dinner. After all this running, we finally won a battle. We deserve a victory feast. Chen Sixuan agreed, her expression brightening. Right. Several girls in the convoy are great cooks, and the dining car is equipped with ovens and woks now. Let's make a feast. That night, the deep forest was quiet, the darkness serene. Dozens of kilometers outside Rain Town, the 400-meter-long infinite train rested in the dense woods, its heavy doors sealed tight. Soft yellow light from the train windows pierced the surrounding darkness, bringing a sense of security to its passengers. Since Zhang City, this was the first time Lin Xian had shared a meal with so many people, and the first time he had a proper cooked meal in ages. Chen Sixuan and the skilled female team members had worked for over an hour, firing up the oven, wok, soup pot, and grill to prepare an enticing feast: tomato beef soup, fragrant roasted jerky, stir-fried noodles, sweet soup made with honey and canned fruit, and a highlight, a massive stew of braised pork, beef, salted fish, and dried vegetables. Chen Sixuan even brought out some red wine to celebrate their survival. Wow! Having a dining car makes all the difference. We even have stir-fried noodles. Kiki and Shasha ran into the dining car, their eyes gleaming at the long table full of food. Shasha licked her lips, staring in awe. I can't take it anymore. I'm drooling just looking at this. Gurgle, behind them, Daluo's stomach let out an audible growl as he eyed the food. Bro. I heard that. Could you keep it down? Shasha complained. Hee hee. Daluo chuckled sheepishly. We fought hard today. Of course, I'm hungry. In the apocalypse, a hearty meal was perhaps the only comfort in a night full of despair. Not bad. Lu Xingchen walked in, surveying the setup with approval. Clean dining car, aromatic food, this pleases me greatly. Chen Sixuan rolled her eyes. Then why are you still standing there? Sit down already. You want me to beg you? Haha. Coming. Kiki quickly grabbed a seat. Once everyone was gathered, Lin Xian stood up, gaze sharp. Tonight, we celebrate surviving another battle. From now on, this train is our home. But we all know about Dark Mark now, and we won't just keep running, we'll fight back for our survival. Our next mission is to relay this information to the world through Phoenix. You may ask, why take this risk? Lin Xian raised his glass, eyes fierce. For the soldiers of Starfleet Iron Guard Brigade 52 and Yubai Spaceport Security Regiment, who sacrificed their lives for us. Chapter 208, Life on the Train. As night fell, the infinite train sealed all its blackout panels, leaving only slivers of warm light escaping through the cracks. Inside the living carriage, there was an overwhelming sense of post-crisis security. The former sleeper compartments had been remodeled into individual private rooms, not spacious, but compared to their previous lives spent inside cramped vehicles, it was a world of difference. Now that safety was assured, everyone had begun organizing and personalizing their mobile apocalyptic safe haven, stuffing all their belongings into the limited space. Shu Ken had her own private room. She didn't have many personal belongings, but having a space to move freely lifted the oppressive feeling of living in a car. After finishing dinner, she took a quick shower, washing away the lingering stench of blood. Feeling refreshed, she stepped out of her room and saw that everyone in the living carriage was still busy setting up their spaces. Their faces were full of energy and optimism, bringing a slight ease to her expression. Since joining the infinite train, it felt like they had finally found a sturdy vessel in the midst of a raging sea, a haven worth protecting with everything they had. Checking the time, Shu Ken set an alarm for herself, picked up her gun, and took a seat in the hallway, keeping watch as she rested. Up ahead in carriage number 5, Big Luo, exhausted from a long day, had followed orders and gone to bed early after a hearty meal. His Roar K-23 electric Gatling gun, fully loaded, rested on the gun rack beside his steel-framed bed, within arm's reach. Below it, his steel-slaying greatsword was neatly placed. Next door was Lu Xingchen's private quarters, completely separated from Big Luo's simple sleeping area. His room was brightly lit and well-kept. Besides his bed and personal wardrobe, a wooden tea table occupied the empty space by the window, accompanied by 2 woven straw cushions he had somehow scavenged from Rain Town. His tea brewer bubbled with steam, filling the air with the scent of red tea, a small stash that Shasha had found for him. As he sipped his hot tea, he sketched out ideas on paper, brainstorming ways to further develop his fire ability. The white sheet was covered in crude stick figures engulfed in flames, all drawn in dramatic, grandiose poses. Skyflame Rift, using lightning from the sky to ignite flames, instantly incinerating enemies. Not bad, not bad. Just need to figure out that lightning part. Heaven's Inferno, ignite the fire energy within the body, creating a sea of flames that burns everything, sounds powerful as hell. In carriage number 4, a large glass eco chamber stood in the center, still empty for now. Lin Xian planned to use it for medium-sized greenery or small shrubs. On either side of the chamber, 2 rows of hydroponic growing racks were installed, each enclosed by glass panels. There were 10 layers in total, fixed directly to the ceiling, capable of cultivating a variety of leafy vegetables. The water circulation system was already in place, and Ding Junyi had begun working with a few younger team members to develop a planting schedule. However, their progress had been delayed for the past 2 days due to their stop in Rain Town. Further ahead in carriage number 3, Ding Junyi meticulously backed up her research data as part of her daily routine. Afterward, she took a shower, drank a glass of water, and returned to her converted rest area, which Lin Xian had remodeled from a decontamination room. Stripping off her clothes, she slipped under the clean covers. She then pulled up some academic research materials on her mobile terminal, put on her earphones, set an alarm, and quietly immersed herself in her studies. Her neatly folded clothes and undergarments sat beside the bed, adding to the meticulous orderliness of her living space. In carriage number 2, Shasha and Kiki, both freshly showered, were curled up inside Kiki's special entertainment zone, playing console games on an entertainment system that Lin Xian had brought back from Zhang City. Right next to them was their shared sleeping area, a custom-built bunk bed with a semi-enclosed design, complete with built-in lighting. The enclosed structure provided a strong sense of security, preventing them from falling off during the train's movement. The entertainment area was covered in a thick, plush carpet. Kiki, now lounging comfortably, wore a pink low-cut camisole and denim shorts, her long, fair legs casually crossed on the floor. Both she and Shasha had lollipops in their mouths, treats Chen Sixuan had dug up from the storage room. Hit it, hit it. Left side, you idiot. Kiki. Save me. Open that chest. There's something good inside. Hurry, hurry. It's about to evolve into stage 2. I know. It's almost dead. I'm out of ammo. Give me some. You want a grenade? Yes. Let me blow it to hell. In carriage number 1, Lin Xian's workbench was occupied by a TRP 4th General Industrial Active Exoskeleton Power Suit. The entire power armor weighed nearly 30 kilograms, equipped with a mini high-energy electric drive unit and 13 hydraulic actuators. He was currently experimenting with integrating a mechanical prosthetic arm into the suit. Although having 3 arms looked a bit odd, it would be extremely practical in combat. The power suit's support system wasn't highly intelligent, equivalent to a mini-computer. Lin Xian could tell that Din King had taken great care of the armor, meticulously maintaining it. To preserve its drive system's lifespan, she usually kept it powered down, even going as far as saving battery life. Forget power armor, even firearms, with their simple mechanical structures, were incredibly precious in the apocalypse. Without an industrial base, every bullet fired was one less they could replace. A broken gun was nearly impossible to repair. Unlike Lin Xian, who could casually craft Gatling guns and bullets whenever he wanted. Upgrade in progress, a 33K heavy anti-materiel sniper rifle blueprint, 1 day, 13, 49, 55 remaining, still over a day left. Lin Xian glanced at the research center, feeling impatient to put the power armor in for an upgrade. If he could boost this blueprint, it would be equivalent to upgrading himself. It had already surpassed the 1,130 close-in weapon systems and electromagnetic cannon in his list of priorities. Compared to the PX-05 engineering robot, this power armor was slightly more complex, mainly due to the tungsten titanium alloy required, which was a Tier 3 material. Converting Tier 1 and Tier 2 materials into it would be incredibly resource-intensive, but at least it was feasible. Ever since he confirmed the existence of the Dark Mark, his next strategic goal was to arm the entire team. If everyone had a power suit, their mobility and survival rates would skyrocket when facing eerie entities. However, fully enclosed battle armor and combat exosuits were a whole different story. Their material demands were sky-high, even Phoenix and Dawn City would consider them luxury war gear, far from easy to produce. If Lin Xian wanted to start designing high-tier equipment, he needed to level up both mechanical manufacturing and mechanical devouring as soon as possible. This thing handles pretty well. He hefted the black rifle in his hands. Upon scanning it, he discovered it had been repurposed from a mech unit's internal muscle engine, fitted with a magnetically controlled system and reinforced impact plating. No ordinary person could get their hands on such black market tech. This had to be the work of a highly advanced mechanical organization. Finally, after scanning and securing the blueprint, Lin Xian sighed in relief. It was already past midnight. He had been on high alert ever since they left Zhang City, barely sleeping. Now, for the first time, he finally understood the patterns of the dark, and that was even more exhilarating than hoarding supplies. Chapter 209, check. Be gentle. Lin Xian enjoyed a relaxing shower, letting the hot water wash over him. The bathroom was stocked with everyday essentials like body wash and shampoo that Chen Sixuan had collected, making him feel as if half of his exhaustion had been washed away. His whole body felt refreshed. Since the coverage of the polar night hadn't fully reached the area yet, the Yunjiang Plains only experienced a slight drop in temperature, with no snow or blizzards in sight. Each living carriage on the Infinite Train was equipped with restrooms and showers, all connected to the onboard water circulation system. Lin Xian had modified them to improve efficiency, but carriage number 1 had the largest bathroom, as it was originally designed with a bathtub. Because of its spaciousness and the availability of toiletries, Kiki and the other girls typically use this bathroom. However, Lin Xian had set a rule, no soaking in the bathtub, to conserve water. Just as Lin Xian stepped out of the bathroom, he spotted Chen Sixuan entering carriage number 1, holding the logbook she had repurposed for tracking supplies. Aside from that level 3 eerie blood crystal, we also found 12 level 1s and 3 level 2s from the Vajra convoy. Additionally, we secured 4 rocket launchers, 11 rockets, 2 12.7mm vehicle-mounted autocannons, and over 3,000 rounds of ammunition. However, there wasn't much food or medicine. We left some behind for the survivors beneath the cinema, as you suggested. We also gave them a radio and a few weapons. Lin Xian nodded. That's already a solid haul. But as for these blood crystals, other than trading with the Phoenix, we still don't know if they have any other uses. Yeah. Chen Sixuan closed the logbook. I believe they must be useful, it all depends on what the Phoenix's research uncovers. Honestly, we owe a lot to Director Ding this time. If we had blindly rushed forward, things could have ended much worse for us. Humanity's understanding of the darkness was still only the tip of the iceberg. Brute force and courage alone weren't enough to survive in this new world. The path ahead for survivors remained uncertain. Alright, you've been busy all day too. Go take a shower and get some rest. Lin Xian looked at Chen Sixuan. Sweat glistened on her forehead, after spending the entire day as a sniper on the rooftop, fighting in the afternoon, preparing dinner, and managing supplies. Her delicate features showed clear traces of exhaustion. Upon hearing his words, her eyes flickered, avoiding his gaze. Now that they were in a safe and relaxed environment, she knew exactly where this night might be heading. But why did she instinctively think of the word finally? Her heartbeat quickened, as if a feather had brushed against her heart, leaving a tingling sensation behind. Ever since dinner, her mind had been drifting toward thoughts of the night, but she had deliberately kept herself busy in carriage number 6 with Miaolu and the others, avoiding these thoughts altogether. She had waited until all the other carriages had gone dark and quiet before coming back. Now, hearing Lin Xian's words, she suddenly felt like she had played too coy. Lin Xian noticed the faint blush creeping up her face. He had no idea what calculations she was running in her head, so he simply asked, Chen Laoshi, what's wrong? Ah. Nothing. Nothing at all. Chen Sixuan's reaction was flustered, and she quickly pointed at her logbook in a serious manner. I just remembered, there's still something left to check. You go ahead and shower first, I'll go after you. The moment she finished speaking, she regretted it. Because Lin Xian had literally just stepped out of the shower. Anyone could see through her excuse at a glance. It's already this late, and you're still checking supplies? Lin Xian caught the flicker of panic in her expression, immediately snatching the logbook from her hands and tossing it onto the table. Then, without hesitation, he grabbed her and pulled her into the bathroom, locking the door behind them. Ah. What are you? You just showered, didn't you? MMPH. Before she could finish her sentence, her soft lips were sealed by a sudden, scorching kiss. Lin Xian's arms wrapped tightly around her, and the overwhelming heat of his presence sent shivers coursing through her body. Her mind went blank. She melted into his embrace, surrendering without resistance. Clothes, coated in dust and blood, fell to the floor one by one. The hot shower was turned on, steam quickly filling the bathroom, thick with a scent of pulsing desire. As the hot water cascaded down, Chen Sixuan involuntarily clenched her thighs together, a torrential heat surging through her veins. For a fleeting moment, she lost control, instinctively throwing herself against Lin Xian's chest. Though her frame appeared delicate, her curves were soft and full, her skin as smooth as polished jade. Lin Xian inhaled her scent, a warm and intoxicating fragrance, his whole body shuddering with pleasure as he pressed his lips against hers, savoring every inch. A sweet moan escaped her lips as she felt his breath sear against her skin, sending shivers all over her body. The relentless heat of his touch burrowed into her, and a mix of shame and longing left her helplessly trapped in this intoxicating moment. As the shower water continued to flow, Chen Sixuan could no longer hold back. She bit down on her lip, suppressing the moans threatening to escape her throat, while her trembling body desperately fought against the overwhelming tide of emotions. And then, she felt it. Something hot and rigid pressed against her. She instinctively twisted in embarrassment, only causing more friction between them. Chen Laoshi. She shuddered at the sound of his voice, her response soft and breathless. A fire ignited deep in Lin Xian's chest, and he couldn't bear to let go of her supple waist. With one hand cradling the back of her neck, he deepened the kiss, while the other lifted her leg. And then, like a war machine roaring to life, he pressed forward, plunging into the scorching storm of steam and passion. At that moment, Chen Sixuan completely surrendered, her body trembling, her face flushed, her dazed eyes filled with longing. Their souls collided in the dark, breaking through the walls that separated them. Within the solitude of the apocalypse, they found comfort in each other's warmth. Beyond the dark mountains, the infinite train slowly dimmed its lights, sinking into its first peaceful night after crossing the Danzō plateau. A small aircraft hovered over a scorched and leveled forest, its lights flickering against the remains of a burned colossal entity. 3 figures in black robes stood silently beside the charred corpse. Their faces were fully concealed by masks, making their expressions unreadable. On the chest of each robe, a red sigil resembling a goat's head was embroidered, with a series of numbers printed below it. Subject A013, confirmed deceased. One of them held a scanner, its display flickering with data. Chemical explosive traces detected, tracked from the chemical plant to this freight station. The target possesses heavy weaponry and high-level abilities. The leader of the trio spoke in a cold, detached tone. Extract a sample of its living tissue. Understood. A black-robed figure retrieved a high-tech extraction device, pressing it against an untouched black tendril of the colossal parasite. With a soft mechanical hiss, the device sealed the sample in an airtight container. Based on the movement patterns, this was a deliberate assault on an eerie entity. Rain Town only has a few scattered corpses remaining, at least 100 survivors have been relocated. A proactive kill of an A-class eerie entity, report it immediately. Yes. What about the survivors? The leader's voice turned even colder. Deploy a cleanup squad. Mark them as test subjects for long-term observation. Chapter 210, Energy Conversion. The night was silent. The entire Infinite Train had already shut off its lights, though a few people still took turns keeping watch inside the carriages for safety. Inside carriage number 3, Ding Junyi lay on her bed, enjoying the peace and quiet. She had a habit of sleeping without clothes, as it gave her a liberating sense of relaxation. Outside the resting chamber, the Hell's Black Chrysanthemum quietly emitted an almost imperceptible ghostly glow from within its sealed cultivation pod. After absorbing the black mist from the large parasite, a stream of dark smoke began to cycle through its flower core, slowly transforming into a cold, invisible substance that dispersed throughout the carriage. Like an intangible mist, some of it was unknowingly inhaled by Ding Junyi, while the rest drifted into the surrounding carriages, enveloping Kiki, Shasha, Biglewo, Lu Xingchen, and even those further back, Shukin, Lu Chang, Miaolu, and the other team members. When the ghostly mist attempted to seep beyond the train, the heteromorphic cube in carriage number 1 pulled it back. Ding Junyi's eyes snapped open. She felt an inexplicable sense of comfort coursing through her body. Looking around, she saw nothing unusual. Still, she got up, grabbed her white coat, and carefully opened the door to check her surroundings. Seeing no one, she stepped out. Underneath the coat, she wore nothing. She had no desire to be seen, but something felt off. When she looked ahead, she immediately noticed the faint, eerie glow radiating from Hell's Black Chrysanthemum. What's going on? This was the first time Ding Junyi had encountered such an anomaly. Meanwhile, in carriage number 1, Lin Xian had just fallen asleep when a mechanical notification panel appeared before his eyes. A status message flashed: non-mechanical energy has been converted. Plus 1,000 mechanical source points acquired, network anomaly detected. Refreshing. Please retry. Lin Xian bolted upright from his bed. What? Thinking he had misread it, he quickly opened his mechanical heart interface. Sure enough, his mechanical source points had increased by 1,000. Current mechanical heart level, level 3, 2,720 out of 5,000, holy shit. His mind raced. His first thought was, did I just accidentally devour the entire Infinite Train in my sleep? But everything was normal. The Infinite Train was intact. His mechanical heart was functioning properly. Even Professor Chen was peacefully asleep beside him. Something wasn't right. Lin Xian hurriedly threw on his clothes and checked his heteromorphic cube, which was secured in carriage number 1. He immediately activated a mechanical scan. Beep. Performing reflective scan using non-mechanical forces, scan complete. No fear-based anomalies detected. Dark side invasion blocked, converting residual non-mechanical energy. Plus 2 mechanical source points acquired. Wait. This thing is generating mechanical source points? Lin Xian was stunned. His heteromorphic cube had originally been created when his mechanical heart forcibly converted eerie radio waves, but he never expected it could produce mechanical source points without devouring mechanical parts. But what exactly was this non-mechanical energy? As he mulled over the question, he suddenly noticed faint streaks of light energy flowing through the train, gradually converging inside the heteromorphic cube. His eyes narrowed. He began tracking the glowing mist source, following it as it drifted toward the rear carriages. Passing through carriage number 2, he noticed Kiki and Shasha still deep in sleep. SHHT, Lin Xian carefully opened the gate to carriage number 3 and was surprised to find the lights still on. Inside, Director Ding Junyi was examining something with a serious expression. He glanced around. Under the bright lights, the glowing mist had completely vanished. Director Ding? You're still up? Ding Junyi looked up at him. I just noticed something strange about the Hell's Black Chrysanthemum, so I need to study it. Strange? Lin Xian activated his mechanical heart and, with a click, switched off the lights in carriage number 3. Instantly, the ghostly glow reappeared, and was now even brighter. Lin Xian followed its source, right back to Hell's Black Chrysanthemum. Ding Junyi's eyes flashed. So, you see it too? Lin Xian had been about to ask her the same thing, but her reaction surprised him. This meant the mist was visible to everyone, not just his mechanical heart's interface. What is this? Lin Xian frowned. Could it be some kind of mark? Ding Junyi adjusted her glasses. Unclear. My readings detect a positive surge in soul wave values. Normally, this only occurs in ability users. My preliminary hypothesis is that it's a type of dark energy. But I don't know why it's dispersing like this. Lin Xian's expression tightened. Could this be the reason I just gained 1,000 mechanical source points? But his mechanical heart was supposed to gain energy from devouring machinery, not from dark energy. And yet, Hell's Black Chrysanthemum had clearly absorbed Diri energy from monsters like the Mimic Parasite, then somehow transformed it into non-mechanical energy, which was now converting into mechanical source points through the heteromorphic cube. His mind was racing. Ding Junyi studied his face. Did you figure something out? Lin Xian shook his head. Not sure? If this isn't some kind of marker, then it might mean this thing is actively releasing dark energy onto the train. We just don't know yet if it's beneficial or dangerous. The glowing mist had already spread throughout the train. Lin Xian wasn't worried about himself, after all, he had just gained mechanical source points from it. But he was concerned about its effects on other people. Too much dark energy could lead to corruption in normal humans. That was a serious issue. To figure that out, we'll need live observation. Ding Junyi stood up and looked at Lin Xian. I've been monitoring everyone's vitals. We should see results in a few days. A few days? Lin Xian asked. Yes. Ding Junyi nodded. Unless there's an immediate case of rapid corruption, the effects on the body won't be noticeable in a short period. A few days is already a fast time frame. Lin Xian exhaled and glanced at the Hell's Black Chrysanthemum, his expression conflicted. Let's hope it's good news. Getting free mechanical source points was definitely exciting. His first guess was that the flower had absorbed Diri energy, then released a transformative mist that boosted his mechanical heart. If that were true, everyone on the train might be benefiting from it. If so, then Hell's Black Chrysanthemum was an absolute blessing. Not only could it serve as an early warning system for dark marks, but it could also absorb Diri energy and convert it into mechanical source points, giving Lin Xian an entirely new upgrade pathway. A 1,000-point gain was equivalent to devouring 4 to 5 train locomotives. Though it didn't grant mechanical components or experience, it still sped up his mechanical heart's evolution. Every time his mechanical heart leveled up, he gained powerful new skills. Advancing faster was always a good thing. Wait. Lin Xian suddenly realized something. He turned to Ding Junyi, his eyes sharpening. Director Ding, are you? Ding Junyi didn't even look up from her research data. Yeah. Not wearing anything. She answered matter-of-factly, completely unconcerned about the breeze beneath her lab coat. Chapter 211, Grass Carriage Number 3. Lin Xian had been preoccupied with thoughts about the eerie cube and its transformation of the mechanical source point when his attention was suddenly pulled elsewhere, specifically, to Ding Junyi, who was standing before him in a white lab coat. With nothing underneath. Ding Junyi hadn't expected Lin Xian to appear at this moment either. She lowered her head and explained, "Don't misunderstand. This is just how I sleep. I rushed here after noticing changes in the blood scourge flora, so I didn't have time to get dressed." Lin Xian opened his mouth, about to say something, but stopped. He didn't really mind. After all, Ding Junyi had an amazing figure, and he couldn't help but take in the view. But the moment he became aware of that thought, it became increasingly difficult to look away. Beneath the loose lab coat, glimpses of soft, pale skin peeked through, accentuating her graceful curves. The sheer visual impact was overwhelming. After a few seconds, Lin Xian felt his mouth go dry, his body reacting involuntarily. Shit. He quickly forced his gaze away and shifted his focus to the blood scourge flora, walking toward it to distract himself by studying the strange plant. Ding Junyi glanced at him sideways. She observed his deliberate avoidance, then casually leaned back onto the lab table, smoothly sitting on its edge. Then, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, she spread her legs slightly and adjusted her glasses, looking at Lin Xian with an unreadable expression. Lin Xian froze. Wait, I wasn't. Ding Junyi didn't respond, simply watching him. Everything was left unspoken. Lin Xian was about to say something else, but then a thought suddenly struck him. Not what? What am I even trying to explain? Do I even need to explain? Shit. Hesitation leads to defeat. Just go for it. Heat surged through Lin Xian's body. Without another word, he stepped forward, closing the distance between them. He moved between her legs, wrapped his arms around her waist, and, do what you want. Ding Junyi pulled him in, her gaze burning. I can take a break from work for this. Lin Xian chuckled softly. He had to admit, Ding Junyi was quite the woman. Dedicated. Focused. Even though her emotional intelligence seemed non-existent, with her speech always cold and robotic, Lin Xian could tell that she was incredibly straightforward. Her words and actions were completely aligned, making her intriguingly genuine. All right, then Shit. Lin Xian's voice suddenly changed. Ding Junyi nodded slightly, raising an eyebrow. Go ahead. Using more dirty talk will help me get into the right state faster. No, that's not it. Lin Xian took a step back, his eyes widening in shock. There's grass growing out of your head? Ding Junyi's expression shifted immediately. She frowned and reached up, feeling around the top of her head. Sure enough, right at the center of her scalp, she found something soft and sprouting. A tiny green seedling, freshly grown. What the? Ding Junyi turned to Lin Xian, equally confused. Lin Xian instinctively reached out and held her still. Wait. Let me take a look. He pulled her closer, inspecting her head. There it was, a delicate green sprout, undeniably growing from her scalp. And even more bizarre, it was growing fast. Within moments, it had reached 3 to 4 centimeters in height, and at its tip, a tiny bud began to form. The moment that flower bud slowly bloomed, revealing a soft pink blossom, Lin Xian froze. Ding Junyi also looked up at him, her face unreadable. Is this an eerie entity? Or am I infected? Do I need to be quarantined or physically removed? If you need to kill me, let me put my clothes on first. Her voice remained calm and cold, yet Lin Xian could tell that 1,000 thoughts were racing through her mind. If something abnormal is happening to me, it's likely due to the blood scourge flora's influence. For safety, you should evacuate everyone from the train immediately. Wait. Lin Xian placed a steadying hand on her shoulder. The tiny pink flower had stopped growing. Now, it just sat there, gently swaying as Ding Junyi moved her head. A sprout. On her head. Lin Xian had no words for what he was seeing. With a furrowed brow, he reached out and pinched the tiny plant, attempting to pull it out. Ow! Ding Junyi flinched, her neck shrinking back slightly as she let out a soft gasp. It hurts? She nodded. The tiny pink flower also nodded along with her. Lin Xian. His brain stalled for a second. Tonight's events were getting weirder and weirder. Lin Xian stared at the strange little flower, lost in thought for several moments. If you can feel pain, then you should also be able to sense its presence, right? His words seemed to spark something in Ding Junyi. She closed her eyes, focusing. After a moment, I think I can. Can you make it retract? What do you mean? Lin Xian took a deep breath. I think this might be an ability. Ding Junyi's eyes narrowed slightly. An ability? I've never heard of anything like this. There are a lot of things we haven't heard of. Lin Xian's tone turned sharp. Enough talking, just try it. His commanding voice made Ding Junyi shudder slightly. She looked at him with subtle intensity, then nodded. All right. I'll listen to you. She took a deep breath, closing her eyes once more. 1 minute. 2 minutes. The two of them stood face to face in silence. Lin Xian stared intently at the flower, his mind racing with possibilities. And then, the tiny pink petals began to fold inward. The blooming flower rapidly shrank back into a bud. Then, in an instant, it regressed into a simple green sprout, blending seamlessly with her hair, so much so that it was nearly invisible. How is it? Ding Junyi looked at Lin Xian. He nodded. It's gone. Looks like it really is an ability, you can control it. Ding Junyi fell silent, looking down at her hands. It came out of nowhere. How did I suddenly develop an ability? Both of them instinctively turned toward the blood scourge flora. Inside its cultivation chamber, the black petals shimmered with a faint, imperceptible glow. Lin Xian had previously used the eerie cube to scan the train. There had been no signs of contamination. Which meant, this power wasn't a threat to those on board. My ability also evolved just now. Lin Xian had no way to fully explain the mechanical source point, but combining his own experience with Ding Junyi's sudden transformation, he was almost certain, the blood scourge flora, after absorbing the dark essence from a major eerie entity, was somehow granting evolutionary power to those on the train. Chapter 212, Warm Day at 6 a.m., Lin Xian and Ding Junyi were still awake, having spent the night monitoring the energy dispersion phenomenon of Hell's Black Chrysanthemum. The convoy members on duty had already woken up. Shukin, Daluo, and the others were preparing for departure, and it seemed like everyone had slept well, spirits were high. Ding Junyi had already dressed. She remained in car number 3, watching over the changes in Hell's Black Chrysanthemum, while Lin Xian stayed in car number 1, observing the eerie cube. Among all the team members, his ability to convert energy through the eerie cube provided the clearest insight into these changes. Non-mechanical energy converted. Plus 200 mechanical source points, beep. Reflective scan in progress using non-mechanical energy, scan complete. No fear-related threats detected inside the train. Dark energy infiltration blocked. After obtaining another 200 mechanical source points, The eerie cube finally stopped converting energy. Lin Xian immediately walked through the train, following the dim glow, and only when he reached car number 3 did he notice the light had completely faded. At the same time, Ding Junyi looked up at him. It's stopped. Lin Xian nodded. Yeah. You guys didn't sleep at all? At that moment, Kiki floated into car number 3, a toothbrush still in her mouth. She was lazily flying through the air when she noticed the two still working and couldn't help but ask, "What's up? Did that flower start acting up again?" Lin Xian and Ding Junyi both turned to look at her. "Hey, kid, how do you feel?" Lin Xian asked seriously. "Huh?" Kiki looked confused. "Feel? Feel what?" "Your ability. Do you notice any changes?" Lin Xian clarified. "My ability?" Kiki frowned, rolling her eyes up in thought before stretching her neck. "Not really. I just slept super well. Feel totally refreshed." Lin Xian and Ding Junyi exchanged glances. Ding Junyi adjusted her glasses and said quietly, "I'll do a full health check on the crew. If this happens again, we might start seeing changes after a few more occurrences." What are you guys talking about?" Kiki asked, puzzled. Lin Xian exhaled. "Nothing. The sun's coming up soon, get ready. We're heading for Hengshan Pass." He didn't want to announce anything prematurely. If Hell's Black Chrysanthemum truly had the ability to enhance everyone's abilities, its value would be immeasurable. Looking back, the Federation's extreme focus on Blood Scourge Flora number 1 probably wasn't without reason. That thought piqued Lin Xian's curiosity about the other Blood Scourge Flora. These plants were rumored to grow in polar night zones, perhaps he'd have a chance to search for them in the future. TCH, Kiki clicked her tongue. "Got it, boss." Meanwhile, in another carriage, Chen Sixuan had already woken up and was finishing the supply inventory from last night. Lin Xian took a deep breath and turned to her. "How's the count?" "About what you expected." She sat down and flipped open the logbook. "We're running low on food, and medical supplies are also starting to dwindle. A few team members got minor injuries yesterday, and since that town had parasites, I took out some antibiotics and anti-inflammatory meds. Rough estimate, if we maintain 2 meals a day, we have enough food for about 15 days, at best, 20 days if we really ration it. We've got more people now. Can't be helped." Lin Xian nodded. "We picked up a decent amount from the Fireline convoy, but there wasn't much in Rain Town. Food shortages are a problem for every convoy. With the team growing, basic survival was no longer as simple as when he was traveling with just 4 or 5 people. It's fine. Hengshan Pass is a major transport hub. There should be plenty of survivor convoys there. We've got weapons and eerie blood crystals, we can trade for supplies in advance." Right now, they had a strong fighting force, and as the saying went, food is power. To deal with future crises, he couldn't just aim for basic survival. Fighters like Danzō needed proper meals to stay at their best. Another issue is medical care. We need to get a medical carriage or at least an automated medical pod. Even a doctor would be better than nothing. We can't just rely on antibiotics and bandages forever. Yeah, we need to prioritize that. Chen Sixuan agreed. She had discussed the matter with Shukin. No one on board had professional medical or nursing expertise. Their current treatment method was basically disinfect, bandage, hope for the best. Despite everything, the night had been peaceful. Not only did they sleep well, but everyone also woke up feeling exceptionally energized, as if their bodies were brimming with strength. By sunrise, car number 2, the information center, had become their meeting spot for planning and communication. Before setting off, Lin Xian gathered all key team members, monitoring both Federation radio broadcasts and survivor frequency updates while discussing their next steps. Federation Radio, Yunjian Plains Sector, the S-Class Eerie entity from Parma Grasslands has been officially designated as Biological Entity Number 17. Current movement, Southwest. Survivor broadcasts, we provide a safe shelter. If you're still alive, contact us anytime. We are the Steel Guardian Alliance. We accept all survivors, men, women, ability users, and ordinary people. Together, we will endure and gather supplies. We guarantee 2 crackers and 100 grams of dried rat meat per day, plus 1 can of food per week. We are based at Hengshan Pass, Longshan District Police Headquarters, and will be departing for the Phoenix Dawn Center in 6 days. We await you. The Akatsuki organization is recruiting ability users, only ability users. Once you join, you are our brother for life. Standard uniform provided. 1 can of food per day. If you're one of us, come to Shibai Lake, East Shore, marked by red maple trees. The Fortune Caravan is open for trade. We offer eerie blood crystals, soul wave detectors, water purifiers, weapons, ammunition, food, medicine, Vehicle equipment, generators, gasoline, whatever you need, we have it. Accepting all valuable trade items. Location. Whoa. Even ability users only get 1 can of food per day now? Is food supply really this tight? Kiki asked in surprise. Actually. Shuken's expression grew complex. That's pretty normal. If you're getting crackers and dried rat meat daily, that's already a decent protein intake. Lin Xian frowned. What about your old convoy? Were you guys also eating dried rat meat every day? Shuken nodded. Dried rat meat is actually one of the best meat sources. We also had lizard jerky, dried insects, and other creatures that weren't infected by the darkness. Whenever we found those, we stored them up. Canned food was extremely precious, we only distributed it once a week, usually to the injured. Food and water are constant struggles. Survivors have fought to the death over a single crate of canned food before. Shuken looked at Lin Xian meaningfully. That's why. Last night's feast felt like we were on a paradise train. Chapter 213, Wandering on the Blue Planet. As soon as she spoke, Chen Sixuan, Kiki, Big Luo, Shasha, and the others all looked at Lin Xian in shock. Even Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback. Life on the infinite train had made them somewhat disconnected from the struggles of the outside world. Ever since they left Zhong City, they had gathered a massive supply of resources from the Oasis convoy, so much that he and Chen Sixuan had spent over half an hour carrying everything. Later, at the outpost, they seized Hang Hai's hard-earned stash. They had been maintaining 2 full meals a day, and Lin Xian had already considered that to be a frugal lifestyle. It never occurred to him that the other survivors were literally chewing on tree bark and eating dried rats. He turned to Shuken. Back when he repaired her water purifier, she had exchanged a whole crate of canned food for it. To her, that was an incredible fortune, yet he hadn't even given it a second thought. I thought eating 2 meals a day was already pretty restrained. Lin Xian chuckled bitterly and looked at Chen Sixuan. Turns out, life on the infinite train is practically luxury. With the A1 class subcritical reverse osmosis water purifier and a water circulation system, plus the Erie Cube on board, they had an unlimited supply of clean water. They could even take showers anytime. The train provided large beds, heating, fortified armor protection, and canned food with snacks at every meal. Compared to the outside world, this was paradise. Lin Xian had even been considering growing some fresh vegetables to balance out their overly meat-heavy diet. Damn, if word got out, everyone would be scrambling to board this train. Shasha's eyes widened. I sure as hell don't want to eat dried rats, but if it came down to starving, well, I guess we wouldn't have a choice. Lin Xian nodded, feeling both a strong sense of crisis and a massive opportunity at the same time. Don't worry, Shuken. Lin would never let you eat dried rats. Actually, I have a plan. Lin Xian turned to Kiki. You've been telling me for a while now that we should start producing weapons and machinery to trade with other survivors. Well, now that we've got a radio station, I think it's time to start broadcasting. Are we really going to broadcast to the outside? Kiki hugged her knees, staring at Lin Xian. Aren't you afraid of drawing too much attention? Back when Kiki was gravely injured and unconscious, Lin Xian had desperately searched for eerie blood crystals but had no way to contact other survivors. He had been forced to infiltrate Yukai City, setting traps and killing eerie entities just to obtain a single blood crystal. It was a life-or-death gamble that almost got him caught by the dark radio. If not for his mechanical ability, he never would have escaped from that eerie frequency. Even now, thinking about it still sent chills down his spine. Now, with the global survivor migration underway, Lin Xian had given it a lot of thought. His mechanical ability was too valuable to go unused. He could confidently say that his A1 class reverse osmosis purifier alone was easily worth 5 level 1 blood crystals, a crazy bargain for any survivor in need. But a man without sin may still be guilty for carrying a treasure. Despite his incredible mechanical prowess, his team was too small before to take the risk of trading with armed survivor groups. But now, Kiki, Shuken, Big Luo, and Lu Xingchen, all high-level combatants, were on his side. Their firepower alone was enough to take down a large-scale eerie entity. With that kind of strength, it was time to start leveraging his abilities and gathering more resources. Otherwise, once they ventured deep into mountains, swamps, and deserts, they might run out of supplies and be left with nothing but dried rats to eat. We need to be proactive. Broadcasting isn't just about trading, it's about gaining influence. Lin Xian turned back to Kiki. Remember what Wakex told us about the emergency code? Once we reach Hengshan Pass, we can use the survivor frequency to send a message. We might even be able to make contact with Phoenix. The S-class eerie entity in Parma Grasslands is still unaccounted for. We'll probably have to stay at Hengshan Pass for a day to observe the situation and avoid danger. What do you all think? Chen Sixuan nodded. I'm with you. Lynch, you make the call. Shu Ken's face was filled with enthusiasm. The others nodded as well. With Lin Xian's mechanical ability, the train was fully stocked with weapons and ammo. They had more guns than people. Meanwhile, for other survivors, guns were a matter of life and death. Trading firearms for survival supplies was the smartest move they could make. Hell yeah. Kiki's eyes sparkled. So, what exactly should we say in the broadcast? Keep it low-key. Lin Xian replied. Low-key, huh? Kiki grinned mischievously and grabbed the radio mic. She cleared her throat. Ahem. Hello, everyone. This is the Infinite Convoy. We'll be arriving at Hengshan Pass train station in 3 hours. Our convoy has plenty of guns and ammo, as well as high-end water purifiers and advanced machinery. We also offer mechanical repair services. We'll be stopping for 1 day and are accepting all kinds of food, snacks, chips, chocolate, drinks, and biscuits in exchange. A Xingyo 26 tactical rifle with 120 rounds of ammo, yours for just 1 box of biscuits. Chen Sixuan frowned. Isn't that too cheap? Oh, come on, Chenji. Kiki pouted. Didn't you hear about that Fortune Longevity Convoy? They're selling mechanical equipment too. If we don't set competitive prices, how are we supposed to get business? Shukin was also startled. I think what Chenji means is, if it's too cheap, won't people be suspicious? Exchanging a full auto rifle and 120 bullets for a single box of biscuits was ridiculously generous, almost too good to be true. What if people thought they were a traveling bandit group running a bait-and-switch scam? It's fine. Lin Xian smiled, picking up on Shuken's concern. These rifles are easy to make. Trading 1 for a box of biscuits is already a good deal. 2 for a crate of canned food? Totally fair. Survivors have it rough enough. Guns are life-saving tools. Since I can manufacture them, there's no need to exploit people over it. Shuken froze for a moment. Then, looking at Lin Xian, her eyes filled with admiration and warmth. Kiki laughed. And just wait. Once our name spreads, survivors will be calling Lin Xian a savior. Even the Silver Star and Dragon Mountain #1 recognize us now. Soon, we'll be famous all over the world. Lin Xian stood up and flicked Kiki's forehead. It's 2069, stop fantasizing about drifting through space. Ow! Lynch, weren't you the one talking about reaching for the stars? The group laughed, just as dawn broke over the horizon. Alright, time to move out. Chapter 214, Perfect Gun Mount Roar. The electric engine of the infinite train rumbled to life. After an overnight stop, the heavy train resumed its journey, as crew members in each carriage got busy. Seated in the control cabin, Lin Xian monitored the operations across the train sections. Carriages 8 through 12, plus the Gemini nuclear locomotive, all checked, no issues. Shu Ken's voice crackled through the communicator. Carriages 6 and 7, dining section, everything's clear. Chen Sixuan reported promptly. Xianj, carriage 5 and Director Ding's section, carriages 3 and 4, no problems either. Da Lu confirmed. Carriage 2 is all good too. Shasha added energetically. Lin Xian picked up the communicator. Little girl, keep an ear on the radio frequency for any survivor broadcasts. There might be quite a few teams near Hengshan Pass. Got it. A new dawn. Whoosh, whoosh, the infinite train raced along the Huangsing main rail, speeding through the wilderness. At 6:30 a.m., the first light of dawn broke through the horizon. Outside the windows, what had once been a dark, eerie forest transformed into lush green plains. Ahead of the train, endless fields and rolling hills stretched as far as the eye could see, bathed in the soft glow of morning light. The air carried a crisp, refreshing chill, just like a spring morning. After running for so long, I almost forgot how beautiful this world still is. If it weren't for those monsters, the world has always been beautiful. Lin Xian gazed at the scenery, his voice tinged with nostalgia. I never wanted to escape into space, I just wanted to outrun the sunset. I know. Chen Sixuan pointed at the navigation chart. We'll reach Hengshan Pass in about 3 hours. Want to take a break? Lin Xian shook his head. Despite a hectic night working with Ding Junyi, the Hell's Black Chrysanthemum had replenished his stamina and mental clarity, leaving him feeling surprisingly refreshed. The broadcast is out. People will start noticing us soon. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened as he watched the railroad ahead. The Silver Star and Dragon Mountain #1 definitely passed through Hengshan Pass before us. But with that S-class Eerie entity outbreak at Parma Grasslands, they might have changed course. At this point, doomsday trains aren't exactly rare anymore. Chen Sixuan's words were meant to ease Lin Xian's concerns. We'll need to stay at Hengshan Pass for at least a day. Aside from waiting for a response from the Phoenix, We also need to assess the situation at Parma Grasslands. If the threat spreads near Wei River, we'll need to reroute north to Zilan. Otherwise, we continue eastward. Lin Xian mapped out their strategy. Chen Sixuan nodded. There's a major city about 20 kilometers beyond Hangshan Pass, could be a good place for trade and resupply. Lin Xian chuckled. Trading alone won't cut it. His eyes scanned the distant horizon. We've got a lot of people now, and it's broad daylight. We need to split into teams to scout and gather resources. Otherwise, what, are we all just gonna sit on the train and eat? Fair point. Chen Sixuan grinned before glancing at Lin Xian. What about me? I want to go too. Not so fast. Lin Xian replied firmly. Shu Ken and the others are highly capable fighters. Sure, you've improved, but you're still a sniper, not a scavenger. Let me craft you a power Dexasuit first, then I'll feel more at ease. Lin Xian knew that Chen Sixuan's abilities had evolved in terms of perception, but her speed, strength, and combat skills were still lacking. She was invaluable as a sniper, especially when fortified on the train, but throwing her into melee combat against zombies. That was another story. A shift in perspective. Are you afraid I'll die? Chen Sixuan's sudden words caught Lin Xian off guard. She kept her gaze lowered, avoiding his eyes. She remembered when she had first joined the train, Lin Xian had been cold and pragmatic. Everyone must scavenge. Men, women, no exceptions. At the time, his tone had been like that of a heartless commander, devoid of emotion. But now, he seemed different. He cared about her. Lin Xian remained silent for a moment, his thoughts drifting. Back in Zhang City, he had been alone. If someone died? It didn't matter. His only goal was to survive. Everyone on the train had to pull their weight, contribute value, and follow orders. But as the team grew, he realized that he couldn't treat people like disposable chess pieces. At first, he had accepted death as an inevitability. But that day, when they left Jiazhu City, and Shu Ken's Bigfoot convoy had just joined, Zhang Jiahao's entire family died. Lin Xian barely knew them. They had barely spoken. He had done everything he could to protect the team, and no one blamed him for what happened. But for the first time, he felt guilt. Because by then, they were his people. And he knew, he could have made better choices. That moment had changed him. He knew that more deaths were inevitable, but now, he was determined to do everything possible to protect his people and increase their survival chances. And Chen Sixuan. She was his woman. They had survived life and death together. He could no longer see her as just a valuable crew member. I'll build you a power Dexasuit, tailored for your sniping role. Lin Xian's mind was already working. If he could craft a lightweight exosuit to enhance her speed and strength, she could wield a heavy sniper rifle effortlessly. With intelligent targeting systems and an electric sniper module, she could become an untouchable sharpshooter, the lightning sniper goddess. And it wasn't just her. Kiki, Shasha, Dielu, Shuken, Lu Xingchen, Lu Chang, Miaolu, Ding Junyi, each of them needed customized gear. The infinite train's firepower is my firepower. Strengthening the team means strengthening myself. In the apocalypse, solo survival was not the way forward. Of course I'm afraid you'll die. Lin Xian suddenly laughed, standing up and meeting Chen Sixuan's gaze. You're my Chen Laoshi. He deliberately emphasized the word my. Then, without waiting for her response, he turned toward the rear carriages, heading off to begin weapons production. As she watched him leave, Chen Sixuan turned her gaze back to the endless tracks ahead. A smile spread across her lips. She was happy. Whoosh, the infinite train sped along the rails, cutting across the landscape. Chen Sixuan took over driving, while Lin Xian entered carriage number 2, preparing to build a G3 electromagnetic rail cannon. It was time to prepare for war. Infinite train, on the move. The infinite train roared across the Huangxing main rail, speeding eastward. Lin Xian left Chen Sixuan in charge of the control cabin and entered carriage number 2, his workshop. Here, he was preparing to build the G3 electromagnetic rail cannon. This weapon was even larger than the 1130 close-in weapon systems, but he had a plan: split the project into 2 stages. First, construct the cannon's frame and turret base. Later, install the energy capacitor and accelerator. It was a calculated gamble. The cannon wouldn't be operational yet, but it would look intimidating enough to deter potential threats. As the train neared Hangshan Pass, there was a high probability of running into other convoys, mercenaries, or raiders. Lin Xian had no intention of being caught off guard. A strategic bluff sitting in a swivel chair, Kiki watched as Lin Xian cleared out the primary turret space and began welding the wiring compartments. We're about to reach the city. You think you'll finish in time? No. Lin Xian didn't even look up. At his current mechanical engineering level, completing the entire electromagnetic rail cannon would take at least 7-8 hours. But Hengshan Pass was less than 3 hours away, not nearly enough time. So if you can't finish, why even start? What if something happens in the city? Kiki questioned, crossing her arms. Lin Xian smirked, pointing upward toward the train's roof. I don't need it to be functional right now, just visible. Huh? Kiki blinked in confusion. I'm setting up the turret frame and cannon housing first. The internal accelerator and energy capacitor can be added later. Wait. So you're basically building an empty shell? Kiki's eyes widened, then a sly smile curled on her lips. Wow, Xianj. When did you become so sneaky? Didn't you say we need to make a name for ourselves? Since we've broadcasted our presence, there's a chance bandit convoys might come after us. 1130 close-in weapon systems isn't enough to intimidate them. If we want to do business, we need good wine for our guests, and loaded guns for the wolves. This was not just a bluff, it was a statement of power. The Silver Star, Dragon Mountain No. 1, and other megatrains had multiple electromagnetic cannons and heavy defenses. By contrast, the Infinite Train had far fewer weapons, making it a more tempting target for looters. But if they rolled into Hengshan Pass carrying what looked like a massive rail cannon, people would think twice before trying anything. Chapter 215, Booming Business. Hengshan Pass was the first transportation hub city after crossing the Danzō mountain range into the Yunjian Plains. It was much larger than Jiuzhou City due to its unique geographical location. Heading north, one could reach Silan, passing through Abyss Zones No. 4 and No. 5 to get to Quancheng. The southern route led to Qingshui, Lancheng, and Yong, bypassing Abyss Zones No. 7 and No. 8. Heading directly east connected to the orbital main rail, which extended past the Parma grasslands, crossing the Wei River and Longjiang, all the way to Zhanhai Xingcheng, formerly the capital of Dragon Nation, now renamed Dawn City by the Federation government. The train sped across the boundless plains under the bright sky. There were no mountains in sight, and along the tracks, some dried up and decayed zombies, long past being fresh, were lured by the sound of the train, stumbling toward the rails. As they approached the city, buildings became more frequent. Kiki remained busy, deploying a drone to survey the area. In the other carriages, Shukin, Luoyi, and others were making preparations. More zombies appeared along the way, and there were bound to be even more inside the city. Along with other unknown threats, the entire train crew was ready for battle. Inside the urban area, high-rises grew denser, forming a concrete jungle. Under the sunlight, the city looked desolate. The black rain had yet to reach the Yunjian Plains, and the once populated streets had long been abandoned. Greenery had sprouted, vines climbing over low buildings, and even animals now darted between the abandoned cars blocking the roads. Zombies in tattered clothing wandered aimlessly, their low groans echoing as they were drawn toward the vibrations of the tracks. Dust covered the old shop signs, as if the absence of people had accelerated the decay of roads and infrastructure. Even the railings were beginning to rust. Inside Infinite Train, many team members leaned against the windows, observing this unfamiliar city. Unlike Yubai City, which had been overrun with zombies, Hengshan Pass looked more like an ordinary city along a refugee route. It reminded Lin Xian of Zhang City. This place doesn't seem to have a lot of people, Kiki commented as she gazed at the urban jungle under the bright sunlight. Were you hoping to see survivors sunbathing on the rooftops? Lin Xian replied. Kiki stretched lazily. Honestly, after running in the dark for so long, this kind of weather does feel perfect for sunbathing. Lin Xian gave no comment, standing up instead. We're almost at Hengshan Pass station. Get ready. Got it, boss. Choo, choo. Hengshan Pass train station was an elevated platform built within the city, making it a natural refuge. However, it had clearly fallen as well. Strangely, there wasn't a single zombie in sight. It seemed as if someone had already cleared them out. The heavy black train sped along the city's elevated tracks, quickly approaching a large passenger station. This was an orbital passenger hub. Lin Xian entered the cockpit and immediately tensed. Inside the station, numerous survivor vehicles were parked, and a heavily armored, green-colored doomsday train, somewhat battered but still operational, was present. The train had multiple gun ports and additional armor grates installed. Though not professionally designed, it looked quite sturdy. The locomotive was a Huangsing mining series with a small nuclear-powered engine, far inferior to Infinite Train's Gemini 11R nuclear locomotive, but still an impressive feat of self-sustaining energy. Lin Xian's gaze swept across the train and its surroundings. There were quite a few people on board. Even before entering the station, he noticed multiple glints of light flashing from elevated positions. Squinting, he saw figures standing atop steel frameworks, using binoculars to observe them. There are a lot of people. Could it be that these convoys are stranded here because of the eerie entities in the Parma grasslands? Chen Sixuan, with her keen eyesight, immediately spotted the station's interior. Numerous vehicles, motorcycles, off-road vehicles, jeeps, and vans, were parked there, and survivors had gathered in small groups, as if waiting for something. Lin Xian smirked. Think about it another way, maybe they're all waiting for us. As Infinite Train rolled in, countless eyes turned toward the platform entrance. The green Doomsday Train's turret-mounted machine guns began adjusting, appearing to be on alert for their arrival. The platform and tracks were littered with cleared-out zombies, their bodies still sprawled on the ground. They're here, this must be the train. Is this the Infinite Train? Everyone, stay cautious. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Fall back. Take cover. Survivors quickly retreated behind vehicles or climbed back into them. The long struggle for survival had made them extremely wary, not just of the dark night, but also of unknown convoys. On board the green train, men and women armed with rifles wore cautious expressions. The air was tense. Lin Xian was surprised by the murmurs he overheard. Huh. Didn't expect just one radio transmission to attract so many survivor convoys. Apparently, one rifle and 120 bullets for a box of biscuits was indeed an irresistible bargain. Of course, it wasn't a loss for him. Infinite Train had stockpiles of weapons, scavenged from Tang Hai's camp, the Fireline convoy, and the Vajra convoy. At last count, Chen Sixuan had tallied over 100 firearms. If needed, Lin Xian could always manufacture more on board. That said, with so many people present, he remained cautious. Apart from Zhongyun's bonfire mutual aid gathering, this was only the second time he'd attended a survivor trade meet, and this time, he was the host. Choo, choo, Infinite Train rumbled into the main platform, its steel wheels screeching against the tracks. Lin Xian turned to the window. Stay alert. Some of these convoys seem to be stationed here long-term, but others have clearly arrived just for the trade. Chen Sixuan warned. Lin Xian nodded. That means our radio broadcast worked. No need to be afraid. This is a necessary step toward forming alliances. Future interactions like this will be inevitable, staying on guard while making contact is key. Since leaving Jiang City, he and Chen Sixuan had mostly encountered hostile raider convoys, so her caution was understandable. Lin Xian himself wasn't completely at ease either. However, living in constant fear wasn't an option. Sometimes, demonstrating strength was the best way to ensure others stayed friendly. And he wasn't about to let his mechanical ability go to waste. If it could be used to barter for survival resources, intelligence, or equipment, then why not? Chen Sixuan nodded in agreement. Lin Xian lowered the train window, scanning the survivor groups. Then, he spoke in a clear, confident voice, "We are Infinite Convoy. Are you all here for a trade?" A middle-aged man wearing a hat stepped forward from behind a van, raising his voice. "How many guns do you have? How much ammo? Can we trade for something other than biscuits?" There were 4 or 5 large convoys treating the station as a temporary shelter, including the green train. Additionally, over a dozen smaller groups had rushed in from outside the area, each sending 2 or 3 representatives. The station was bustling, with over 60 survivors openly visible, suggesting an even larger number of people nearby. So it's really one box of biscuits for a rifle? The green train's cockpit window rolled down, revealing a shrewd-looking, chubby man who scrutinized Lin Xian skeptically. "Don't try to scam us. With this many people here, you better back up your words with real goods." "Yeah. That's right. No funny business." Lin Xian chuckled and responded loudly, "Relax. We have plenty of weapons. We're mainly looking for supplies, food, medicine, or even eerie blood crystals." Hearing that, some survivors stepped forward eagerly. A woman with a rifle asked, "You guys fix machines, right? What exactly can you repair?" Another person chimed in, "Are you heading to Xingcheng? Can you take passengers? We have supplies to offer." The trade meet had begun. Lin Xian raised a hand to silence the growing chatter and spoke clearly, "Repairs need to be brought here so we can assess the damage. As for water purifiers, we have both level 1 and level 2 standards available, but we don't have the latest soul wave detectors, only the first-gen models issued by Phoenix. Also, we're not heading to Xingcheng." He wasn't lying. The real plan was to sneak into Xingcheng, not charge in openly with the train. Even if he didn't care about security risks, he couldn't just take on passengers without making sure he could get them safely to their destination. Having set the record straight, Lin Xian opened the train door and stepped onto the platform. At the same time, car number 5's automatic door slid open, and Luo Yi, Lu Chang, and the others began unloading weapon crates that Lin Xian had manufactured. The moment Luo Yi stepped out, fully geared up, with a Roar K-23 electric Gatling gun strapped to his back, and another male teammate carrying a second one, the survivors froze. First came shock, then jealousy, then hunger for firepower. The fat man on the green doomsday train was Cao Hong, the leader of Nightshade Convoy. As the name suggested, his train had a lot of women on board. Seeing the scene unfold, his expression twisted as he waved at his subordinates. Move it, move it. Get down there and take a look. Lin Xian stepped forward, planting a foot on one of the weapon crates. With confidence, he declared, automatic rifles, VOG grenade launchers, M556 light machine guns, shotguns, 12.7mm vehicle-mounted autocannons, rocket launchers, we have them all. We also carry other equipment, depending on your needs. He went straight to business. Same deal as we announced on the radio, automatic rifle with 120 bullets for a box of biscuits or half a box of canned food. Grenade launcher with 12 grenades for 2 boxes of biscuits and 1 box of canned food. Light machine gun with 500 bullets for 4 boxes of biscuits or 2 boxes of canned food. Rocket launcher for 2 boxes of canned food. Autocan for 4 boxes of canned food. These prices were a steal compared to previous trade values in Kuguan and other convoy deals. Right now, weapons were more valuable than food, because they were the only thing keeping most survivors alive. One level 1 Eerie blood crystal could be exchanged for 3 Xingyo 26 automatic rifles with ammo, or could feed 10 people for 5 days. That meant one rifle with 120 bullets was worth at least 1.5 days of food for 10 people, or 1 full box of 20 canned meals, but Lin Xian was cutting those prices in half. Right now, he didn't care about profit. He needed supplies. And honestly, low-tier weapons would only lose value as people continued evolving abilities, but food would always be essential. As soon as he finished speaking, the survivor convoy's eyes lit up, and they rushed forward. I've got canned food and biscuits, plus jerky. Our convoy needs a lot of weapons. Bang, a middle-aged man yanked open a van, revealing several large crates of collected supplies, canned food, biscuits, dried lizard meat, and even a massive jar of blended cockroach paste, gray-brown mush, still clinging to cockroach wings at the edges of the glass. We'll take the autocannon, the light machine gun, is this enough? If not, we have more stock at our camp and can offer more. The hell do you mean we'll take them? Cao Hong and his group shoved through the crowd, annoyed. What's this first come, first serve crap? If you're offering more, then so can we. That light machine gun, I'll give you 3 crates of canned food. The middle-aged man was clearly from a large convoy himself. But seeing Cao Hong, leader of a train-based convoy, he didn't flinch at all. Instead, he grinned smugly, brother, first come, first serve. I bid first, so I get the deal. What's the problem? Oh yeah? That's fair, but only if the seller agrees. Highest bid wins, right? I'll offer 3 crates. How about that? Ha. Make it 4. And I'll throw in a bottle of cockroach oil, secret recipe. We'll top that with 2 bags of fried stink bug chips. Kiki and Shasha had been standing behind Lin Xian, excited to see what food they could trade for. The moment they heard cockroach oil, their faces turned green, and they almost puked. Shuken and the others had similarly disgusted expressions. Sure, they weren't strangers to post-apocalypse survival food, but being on Infinite Train had spoiled them. 2 full meals a day. Consistent access to canned food and starch. An absolute luxury in this world. Chapter 216, Doomsday Monopoly Stop. On the platform, the crowd erupted into a heated argument, each person voicing their own opinion. The unprecedented bargain had them bickering and even starting to bid against each other. Just as the debate was reaching its peak, Lin Xian directly called for a halt. At that moment, everyone fell silent. Standing in the center, Lin Xian swept his gaze around and said loudly, the stock isn't limited to what's here. We have more on the train, so there's no need to argue. We're all just trying to survive. Lin Xian wasn't here to run an auction, and these were just ordinary survivors. He had no intention of squeezing them for extra profit. All these conditions were thanks to his mechanical heart, and he wasn't looking for a one-time deal. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that Kiki's idea was ahead of its time. If Infinite Train could establish a reputation, they might eventually develop into a hub for weapons and resources. If that happened, securing the supplies they needed would become much easier, and their team's survival would be greatly ensured. Seriously? Cao Hong raised a skeptical brow, glancing at the weapon crates in front of Lin Xian before shifting his gaze toward the train behind him. His expression immediately turned complicated. Infinite Train was on a whole other level, its entire structure clad in heavy armor, stretching hundreds of meters with over a dozen carriages. It was several times larger than his Night Phantom. He instinctively wanted to talk tough, but quickly thought better of it. What? You don't believe me? Lin Xian shot him a glance before turning to the middle-aged man from earlier. You can take the vehicle-mounted autocan and that light machine gun. I have more than one set. But I'll only accept canned food or biscuits in exchange. No problem. Cao Hong immediately agreed and waved at a female subordinate. Hurry, bring the goods to trade for the guns. The female members of Night Phantom instantly perked up. A group of them rushed to open one of the storage carriages of their green train. As the door slid open with a clang, rows of neatly stacked survival supplies were revealed inside. Lin Xian noticed that among the goods were dozens of boxes of canned food with military-style packaging. This detail caught his attention because the middle-aged man's van also had cans with the same packaging. Where did you get military rations? Lin Xian asked as his gaze swept over the supplies. Oh, these? The middle-aged man, Liao Ming, casually replied, we bought them from Fortune Longevity Convoy. Most survivors around here trade with them, but their prices are a bit higher than yours. How much higher? Kiki's eyes lit up with curiosity. Not too bad. They have a lot of supplies, practically everything you could need. Most of it's standard government-issue survival gear. Cao Hong, the burly leader of Night Phantom, added in a serious tone, but weapons and ammo have always been expensive. That's why so many people rushed over after hearing your radio broadcast, to see if your prices were really that good. Liao Ming picked up an automatic rifle, pulled back the bolt, checked it over, and nodded in approval. This gun is in great condition. At first, I thought you guys were running a scam or selling broken junk. Every gun can be inspected on the spot. Lin Xian stated. Guaranteed quality. But stock is limited. Food, canned goods, biscuits, and medicine take priority. If those don't work, we can trade for eerie blood crystals. No problem. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and said to Chen Sixuan, Ms. Chen, let's proceed with the exchanges as planned. Got it. Chen Sixuan nodded and turned to the crowd. Anyone looking to buy guns, come to me. I'll register you one by one. Survivors from various convoys surged forward, eager to trade. Hey, hey, hey. We're locals. We go first. Cao Hong shoved his way to the front, afraid of missing out. Move it, ladies. Grab the good stuff before it's gone. Others quickly followed suit. We want 3 sets of guns. Also, can you repair this detector? We need 2 sets, 1 shotgun, 1 light machine gun, and some ammo. How much for your level 1 and level 2 water purifiers? Beyond food, medicine, and eerie blood crystals, Lin Xian intended to clear out his stockpile of spare weapons. Some of the larger convoys even eyed the Roar K-23 electric Gatling gun in Luo Yi's hands, and Lin Xian planned to fetch more from the train. These heavy weapons could be exchanged for a wealth of supplies. The only downside? The massive amount of ammo they required. As the transactions heated up, Chen Sixuan, Kiki, and Shu Ken busied themselves with managing the trades. Luo Yi, Lu Chang, and Miao Lu were helping carry weapons and ammunition. Bzzzt, a sudden roar of engines shattered the bustling atmosphere. Out of caution, everyone immediately stopped what they were doing and turned toward the commotion. Outside the platform, a dozen camouflage-painted off-road vehicles and a large transport truck smashed through the barbed wire gate meant to keep zombies out, barreling onto the station. Seeing the aggressive arrival, survivors quickly retreated to their vehicles. SHNK, 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 dozens of heavily armed individuals jumped out of the vehicles in unison, some standing atop their cars behind mounted autocannons. Thud. From the leading armored vehicle, 2 figures stepped out. The first was a wiry man wearing a checkered shirt under a deep red suit, his face obscured by oversized sunglasses. His expression was cocky and unruly. The moment he got out, he pushed up his shades, craned his neck, and strutted toward Lin Xian with an air of arrogance. His armed subordinates followed, exuding a dangerous aura. Hey! 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 You guys are the ones on the radio, offering a gun for a box of biscuits, right? His gaze locked onto Lin Xian with scrutiny, his chin slightly raised in irritation. Yeah. Sensing the hostility, Lin Xian's face turned cold. Then you're the boss of this convoy. That's me. What do you want? Kiki crossed her arms and stepped beside Lin Xian. If you're here to buy something, get in line. Lin Xian assessed the newcomers. Their firepower was impressive, every one of them carried high-caliber weapons, and their vehicles were equipped with mounted autocannons. Most notably, among them stood a woman. She was tall, nearly 1.8 meters, with striking red cropped hair. Her sharp features, tight-fitting vest, and sun-kissed, muscular physique radiated strength. If not for the bandages tightly binding her chest, most wouldn't have realized she was a woman at all. Most striking of all was her right arm, a massive, silver-black weapon-grade prosthetic limb, exuding an intimidating presence. Among all the newcomers, she was the one who stood out the most. Here to buy? The cocky man sneered. Kid, do you even know who I am? Nope. From behind, Liao Ming murmured, that's Fortune Longevity Convoy. Most of us have traded with them. Upon hearing this, Cao Hong's arrogance instantly vanished. He discreetly signaled his men to back away, trying to avoid trouble. Many others reacted similarly, exchanging wary glances. Clearly, Infinite Train's bargain pricing had pissed off a big player. Lin Xian exchanged looks with Chen Sixuan. Well, so they had met a competitor. Oh? So you guys just popped out of nowhere? The sunglasses-wearing man smirked, tapping his fingers against his suit jacket. Ever heard of Fortune Longevity Convoy? Do you even know the rules? By offering prices this low, you're screwing up the apocalypse market. Do you have any idea what kind of damage you're causing? Lin Xian's gaze swept over the group behind the man, his brow furrowing slightly. Survivors trading with each other, do we need your approval now? Hey. The man raised a hand. Bartering between survivors is normal. Hell, you could trade a rifle for a single cracker, and no one would care. But the moment you broadcasted your prices on the radio, claiming you had stock and setting rates, that changed the game. That's not just a simple trade, it's undercutting the market. You get it now? Wow, that's ridiculous. Chen Sixuan stepped forward, arms crossed. So what, we're forced to sell at inflated prices? At her words, the sunglasses man's expression darkened. Are you people really this dense? He scoffed, shaking his head. Today, you're selling a Xingyo 26 tactical rifle with 120 rounds for a box of biscuits. Tomorrow, how the hell am I supposed to sell my guns? How do my brothers put food on the table? Other survivor groups who could have traded for a full case of canned food will now only get half case because of you. Tell me, how is this just your business? Lin Xian placed a hand on Chen Sixuan's shoulder, his expression calm. So what you're saying is, since we're new here, we don't have a lot of stock, so it's fine to trade in private. But announcing our prices publicly? That's what's screwing with your market? Exactly. The sunglasses man tilted his head back, nose in the air. And what happens if we don't stop? Kiki took a step forward, her eyes narrowing. Immediately, the survivors from Infinite Train ceased their trading, their hands instinctively moving to their weapons. A tense silence fell over the station. Those who had come to barter quickly backed away, sensing the imminent confrontation. While they preferred Infinite Train's prices, many recognized Fortune Longevity Convoy's overwhelming power and didn't dare to voice support. Clack. In response, the armed fighters behind the sunglasses man raised their rifles, their vehicle-mounted autocannons swiveling into position. The red-haired woman at his side remained silent, slowly clenching her mechanical right fist. The servos in her prosthetic arm whirred softly as electric currents crackled across its reinforced knuckles. A faint blue light pulsed along the metal plating, building in intensity. No. Suddenly, the sunglasses man threw up his hands with an exaggerated sigh, shaking his head. You've got it all wrong. I'm a businessman, not a bandit. He snapped his fingers. Shunk. The transport truck's rear doors swung open, revealing stacks upon stacks of supplies, food, medical kits, fuel, and ammo, all neatly arranged inside the massive cargo bay. A collective gasp rippled through the survivors. The sheer abundance was staggering. Even among the more powerful convoys, few had ever seen this much wealth in one place. The sunglasses man smirked, reveling in their astonishment. He turned to Lin Xian, his voice dripping with arrogance. You set the price, right? Well, guess what? I'll take all your stock, every last gun you've got, at your rate. His smirk widened. Then, you pack up your shit and get lost. The moment he spoke, the Infinite Train crew's expressions darkened. This wasn't just a power move, he was blatantly trying to monopolize the entire arms trade in front of every convoy. Even the surrounding survivors looked displeased. Lin Xian almost laughed. So you're here for wholesale, huh? He nodded, rubbing his chin. Alright, got it. You're a businessman with principles. Then, Lin Xian tilted his head slightly. And may I ask who I'm doing business with? The sunglasses man grinned. Simple. My convoy's name is my name. Call me Fortune Longevity. Lin Xian raised a brow. You mean your surname is Fortune? Before the man could respond, Shasha peeked out from behind Lin Xian, blinking in surprise. Wait. You actually have the surname Fortune? That's rare. The sunglasses man's expression stiffened. Mind your damn business about my name. Shasha tilted her head. But it's just weird. I mean, I've never met anyone with that surname before. It's Fortune as in mountains and seas of fortune. With road as in a path. And longevity as in long life. His voice rose sharply, his frustration apparent. At that moment, the red-haired woman behind him sighed. Her deep voice cut through the tension. His surname is Ho. Hulashu. Hulazo? Shasha frowned. That sounds weird. Kiki, standing beside her, slapped a hand over her mouth, stifling a giggle. Chapter 217, Vehicle-Mounted Military Industrial Base. What the hell are you laughing at? Hulashu barked sharply, then glanced at the train on the tracks before jerking his chin toward Lin Xian. He grinned, flashing a gold tooth. Alright. You're the one who said yes, so you'd better bring out everything you've got. Don't think you can just take the money and run. I'm being polite this time, but next time? Who knows? Lin Xian nodded and looked at the massive truckload of supplies with an amused expression. Smiling, he said, well then, I guess I'll reluctantly help you restock. Then, he turned back. Luo Yi, Lu Chang, get on the train and load up for this big client. As soon as he spoke, the people aboard the infinite train immediately caught on. Kiki and Chen Sixuan had to stifle their laughter, while Shasha's face turned bright red from holding it in. Meanwhile, the survivors who had come to trade weren't looking too pleased. Normally, they were the ones who got the better end of deals by using fewer supplies to trade for what they needed. But now, they'd been completely cut off from the transaction, leaving them frustrated and disappointed. Some shook their heads, ready to leave. Seeing this, Lin Xian called out just before boarding the train, "Hey, don't go just yet. I'll trade with you guys after I finish selling to Boss Hu here." The moment he said that, not only did the departing survivors freeze, but even Hulashu was stunned, thinking he had misheard. "Oi, what do you mean by that? You think I don't have enough to clear out your stock?" At the back of the crowd, Night Phantom's leader, Cao Hong, was just as shocked. His subordinates had already started whispering among themselves. Lin Xian, however, remained unfazed. He frowned slightly, pretending to calculate, and said with some difficulty, "I'm not sure how much you brought. How about this? I'll start by preparing what your little truckload can trade for. If it's not enough, you can always go back and get more." Hulashu's face turned green. He pushed his oversized sunglasses down and glared. "You little shit, you think you run a damn military factory? That's some big talk. Fine. I've got dozens more trucks back at my camp. Let's see if you can even handle all of it." Lin Xian didn't respond, only giving Kiki and Chen Sixuan a small signal before heading back onto the train with Luo Yi and the others. Chen Sixuan had the team carry up a few crates of weapons. This crate holds 20 Xingyo 26 fully automatic tactical rifles. They're in decent condition, go ahead and inspect them. Hulashu barely spared them a glance before snapping his fingers. Instantly, one of his men unloaded a table and tea set from their truck, setting it up in front of him with practiced ease. Hulashu lounged back in his chair while his subordinates meticulously checked each rifle. Meanwhile, his men began unloading supply crates from their truck and stacking them in front of Chen Sixuan. Both sides got to work. Watching crate after crate of supplies being loaded onto the infinite train, some survivors had already given up and left, while others lingered, hoping for an opportunity to pick up scraps. Some even considered buying directly from Hulashu after he was done. After all, making a supply run wasn't easy, and weapons were a necessity. Even if the price was a little higher, it was better than leaving empty-handed. The red-haired woman standing behind Hulashu, clearly acting as his bodyguard, remained silent, her sharp eyes locked onto the infinite train's key members. She could tell, there were ability users among them, and they were strong. One crate after another was carried down from the infinite train. At first, they were older, slightly worn-out firearms. Hulashu's men even rejected some of the worst ones. But soon enough, the rifles being unloaded became noticeably newer. Even the weapon crates themselves were brand new. The man responsible for checking the weapons grew increasingly uneasy. The rifles weren't just new, they were fresh. In fact, when he picked one up, it was still warm to the touch. Inside the infinite train, Lin Xian had his manufacturing plant running at full speed, churning out Xingyo 26 rifles with ease. These guns were simple to produce, required minimal materials, and had decent firepower, good enough for zombies and lower-tier C-class eerie entities like fog spiders or three-headed phantoms. Against heavily armored threats? You'd need heavy weapons. Still, since the other party had clearly come to test them, there was no way he'd let the infinite train get embarrassed on its first day of business. And with Hulashu's massive stockpile of supplies, this was a prime opportunity to fill up the train's own reserves. As crate after crate of brand new rifles was carried down, Hulashu's men worked in silence, methodically stacking their own supplies in return. Chen Sixuan, ever composed, continued tallying the trade records. Sipping his tea, Hulashu finally sensed something was off. The crates and rifles looked like they had just rolled out of a military factory. And yet, instead of all being brought out at once, they were arriving at a steady pace, like they were being produced in real time. The watching survivors were equally dumbfounded. At the back of the crowd, Cao Hong's eyes were practically glowing. He never imagined that the train was this well stocked. Hulashu abruptly stopped drinking, lowering his teacup and pressing down his sunglasses to stare at the train's entrance. Just when he thought they'd run out of guns, another two people emerged with another crate. Then another. And another. It was like they were respawning. His heart clenched. Turning back, he saw that his truckload of supplies had dwindled to less than 1/3. His expression darkened. Fuck. Sun Chang, tell me they don't actually have a whole train full of weapons. Hulashu lowered his voice as he spoke to the red-haired woman behind him. Sun Chang's expression was grim. She could tell they had underestimated this train crew. Slowly, she replied, these weapons are too fresh. They must have gotten their hands on some high-grade military stock. Hulashu's brow twitched. You serious? Sun Chang remained silent. His face sank further, and he muttered under his breath as he eyed the heavy train warily, well, SHT. I think I've f***ed up. But the endless cycle of weapon crates being unloaded continued. Thud. The final crate was placed before Hulashu's men. The guy handling the inventory turned to check on their own truck, only to find that they had been completely cleaned out. Instead, their vehicle was now stacked with neatly arranged gun crates. That's it? Chen Sixuan finished her final count and raised an eyebrow at them. That's all you brought? Hulashu jolted so hard that his teeth spilled. He shot to his feet, his hand trembling as he looked between his truck, now filled with guns, and the infinite train, where yet another crate of weapons was still being carried down. He was utterly numb. Lin Xian finally stepped off the train, with Kiki beside him, grinning as she glanced at Hulashu. I thought you were bringing serious business. We haven't even filled half a carriage. A truck was nothing compared to a train car. Hulashu's entire load had barely filled a third of car number 7, one of the train's storage carriages. Lin Xian approached, his expression calm. Didn't you say you were here to clear stock? Should I wait while you go back and grab more? You know the deal, once you start, you can't leave until we're done. Hey, you guys? Hulashu's face darkened, fluctuating between anger and dread as he realized he had just walked into a colossal trap. He was about to explode, but then, he saw that look. Lin Xian was watching him with amusement. Mechanical heart activated. In an instant, 2 armored blast doors on the train whooshed open. The top hatches of car number 2 and car number 11 retracted, revealing 2 towering, monstrous death cannons that slowly rose into position. Whoom, thunk, thunk, thunk. What had looked like an ordinary, heavily armored train just a moment ago had suddenly transformed into a mobile battleship. Hulashu and his entire crew turned pale as the G3 electromagnetic railgun and 1130 close-in weapon systems emerged with a deep mechanical hum, their turret bases rotating into place. At that moment, everyone's pupils contracted. The survivor convoys standing nearby were instantly gripped by fear, instinctively retreating as those 2 massive gun barrels locked onto their targets. Hulashu was frozen in place. His oversized sunglasses slid down to the tip of his nose, revealing a pair of wide, terrified eyes. Stammering, he forced out, and now, hold on a second. Big bro, what are you doing? His heart pounded violently. Just moments ago, he had been on the verge of losing his temper, but somehow, Lin Xian had anticipated that exact moment and preemptively countered him. Oh, nothing much. Lin Xian replied casually, glancing at the massive railgun. No need to panic. This is just routine train system maintenance. And don't be fooled by how big these cannons are, getting hit by them doesn't even hurt. Everyone. Sun Chang's expression twisted in horror. Weapons of this caliber weren't just for killing beasts, they could take down monsters. How the hell were they hidden inside what looked like regular passenger train cars? Hulashu felt like he had just seen a ghost. He had people watching the train since it entered the city. Sure, it had heavy armor, but from the outside, it had looked like an ordinary civilian train. In this post-apocalyptic world, unless you had a full-scale military industry backing you, how could anyone possibly hide 2 giant war machines inside standard railcars? In the distance, Cao Hong, the leader of Night Phantom, and his female subordinates, along with over 100 people aboard the green train, had fallen into stunned silence. All that could be heard was the sound of people sucking in cold breaths. Their own lineup of machine guns and auto turrets suddenly looked like toys in comparison. Whoom, almost as if it had never happened, the 2 monstrous cannons silently retracted back into the train's armored compartments. Hulashu's heart was still hammering. Lin Xian smiled at him. Boss Hu, no need to worry about those things. Now, where were we? Ah, right, the deal. Right. The deal. Hulashu was cursing internally, but on the surface, his face was all smiles. The arrogant attitude from before had completely vanished as he repeatedly swallowed his saliva. Forcing himself to remain composed, he carefully asked, so, Big Bro Lin, right? Listen, I got all these guns at such a good price, I feel kinda bad. How about this? For every 2 crates of rifles, I'll throw in an extra crate of dried meat, free of charge. Sound good? His shrewd gaze gleamed. Realizing he had provoked the wrong people, he switched gears at lightning speed, instantly adapting from an arrogant dealer to a smooth-talking businessman. Kiki crossed her arms and levitated off the ground. Her hair floated, her glowing eyes narrowing with a dangerous glint. Didn't you just say you had dozens more trucks of supplies to trade? Up on the train's roof, Lu Xingchen had somehow perched himself there unnoticed. Flames danced in his palms, and he sneered arrogantly. Yeah, I heard it too. You said once we cleared our stock, we had to get the hell out, didn't you? But guess what, we're not done yet. A collective gasp rippled through the station. Even an idiot could tell, both of them were high-tier ability users. And they weren't even trying to hide it anymore. Hulashu's face turned ghostly white. He immediately realized that these people were way beyond his ability to mess with. His survival instincts kicked in. In an instant, his shameless mode activated. Spinning around, he barked at his men. Did I say something like that to Brother Lin just now? No. Never. His men frantically shook their heads, sweat pouring down their faces. It's a misunderstanding. A total misunderstanding. Hulashu plastered on a grin and stepped forward, lowering his voice as he leaned in toward Lin Xian. Brother Lin, I thought you guys were just doing retail. I swear on my life, I never imagined you were in wholesale. Listen, why don't you let me be your distributor? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. This gold-toothed bastard was something else. Most people in his position would either beg for mercy or try to save face. But this guy? The moment he realized he was outmatched, he immediately flipped the script and started sucking up, as if he had just discovered a business opportunity instead of facing potential death. So, your whole business is just flipping goods for profit? Lin Xian asked flatly. Hulashu straightened his back with a righteous expression. No. Absolutely not. Our Fortune Longevity Convoy offers prices lower than the official blood crystal exchange rate. It's just... Well, you know how it is, people are dying every day, every survivor convoy and settlement needs different things. We just, adjust prices based on demand. And, well, you know, trading in the apocalypse is dangerous. We risk our lives out there. So honestly, we're just earning hardship money. Hardship money? Lin Xian almost laughed. You're monopolizing the market, and you're telling me it's not profitable? Weren't you just bragging about having dozens of trucks earlier? Hulashu's face twitched. Glancing around quickly, he leaned in even closer and whispered, I don't actually have dozens of trucks. More like 10. And they're small trucks. This big one here? It's our main inventory. If you take all our food, my 70, 80 people will be left chewing on bullets for dinner. Plus, zombies and eerie entities are getting stronger by the day. Small caliber automatic rifles? They're losing value. I stocked up on too many, and when I heard your radio ad, I panicked. I thought my inventory was gonna go to waste. So, I figured I'd, flip them fast. Hulashu looked like he was about to cry. His original plan was to buy out Lin Xian's stock of rifles, then slowly resell them for a profit before the market tanked. But instead, he had completely miscalculated and ended up swapping all his valuable supplies for hundreds of the same damn rifles. And now? He was surrounded by rival survivor convoys, standing before an unstoppable armor train. So, like any true businessman facing imminent death, he did the only thing that made sense. He thickened his skin, adjusted his attitude, and started sucking up for dear life. Even if he couldn't cut a deal, at the very least, he needed to get out of here in one piece. Chapter 218, Foundation Organization. How about it, Brother Lin? With all these guns, I'll let my convoy handle distribution first. Later, I'll just pick up the goods directly from you, alright? Lin Xian gave him a meaningful look. Do you even know how much stock I have? Hulashu was momentarily speechless upon hearing this. His expression shifted slightly as he looked at Lin Xian and said, the more, the better. With such a powerful convoy like yours, I'm sure you can get your hands on anything. Lin Xian's gaze swept over Hulashu and the woman behind him. He spoke calmly, and if I do have stock, where do I find you? Hearing this, Hulashu's brows immediately relaxed, and he quickly responded, our camp is at the Hengshan Pass Stadium. Why don't you come over now? I'll treat everyone to a hot pot. Oh, really? Lin Xian smiled and simply looked at Hulashu. That gaze made Hulashu's heart feel uneasy. No need. You can go now. Lin Xian's expression shifted, and he outright refused. He could see that this guy was itching to slip away. But he wasn't here to be a bandit, there was no need to antagonize a roaming supply convoy. Who knew? He might actually need them in the future. Haha, alright. Brother Lin, you're generous. We'll be off then. Hulashu grinned, quickly waved to his men, and they scrambled into their vehicles before speeding away. Vroom, watching Hulashu's convoy disappear, Kiki landed beside Lin Xian. That kind of guy. You're just letting him go? What else should I do? Lin Xian chuckled. He didn't force a deal on us. We made a fair trade, an entire truckload of supplies. What more do you want? Chen Sixuan looked at him. You really think he wants to work with us? Lin Xian sneered, that reseller talk? He just wants to sell for me. As for pricing, he doesn't care. His real goal is to stop us from broadcasting prices over the radio, stabilizing the market in this area. That way, he can sell all those Xinguo 26 tactical rifles at a higher price and recover his costs. But whether we agree or not, his priority is getting away first. Hearing this, Kiki's brows relaxed, and she let out an "oh." That guy's pretty slick. Lin Xian took a deep breath. But he was right about one thing, the creatures in the dark are getting stronger. Humans evolve, and so do monsters. Even zombies might become more dangerous. Basic weapons are going to lose their value fast. Chen Sixuan nodded. The survivor convoys have realized this too. That's why they all want heavy weapons. Lin Xian turned to the onlooking survivors and called out, we still have guns. Anyone else want to trade? Hell yes. Cao Hong was the first to shout, his eyes practically glowing. Seeing Hulashu fail to score a deal had been deeply satisfying. He'd thought he was about to lose a golden opportunity, only to realize that the Infinite Convoy was the real big boss here. Yes. We want in. The sudden shift in the situation energized the survivor groups. They had just realized that the Infinite Convoy wasn't just another faction, it was a hidden powerhouse. Their military stockpile was enough to arm an entire battalion. Once they grasped the reality, the convoy leaders rushed over, eager to resume their trades with the Infinite. Just then, a middle-aged man named Liao Ming watched Hulashu's convoy drive off. He approached Lin Xian and said, brother, don't believe a word that guy says. He's as cunning as they come, and his stock isn't from trading. Oh? Lin Xian's brows furrowed. What do you mean? Liao Ming pointed to a box of military rations his men had just unloaded. This much standard issue supply? No way he got it from scavenging survivors. When we tried to buy from him before, his men boasted that the Fortune Longevity Convoy had connections with official organizations, but that's not true. He then leaned in slightly, lowering his voice as if sharing classified intel. You know about King Shui Town, right? It's by Shijiu Lake. Ages ago, 095 Dragon-class transport ship crash-landed there. Word is, that golden-toothed brat hit the jackpot, scored a ton of survival supplies off the wreck and used it to start trading. That's how his convoy grew so fast. Whoa, a Dragon-class transport ship. That thing's a beast, thousands of tons. That's insane luck. Kiki gritted her teeth in frustration. That's total bullshit luck. Lin Xian, however, was thinking about something else entirely. He immediately asked Liao Ming, is the transport ship still there? Why? Liao Ming was caught off guard, then laughed. That wreck's been picked clean by countless scavengers. Now, King Shui Town is crawling with zombies. You're planning on looting leftovers. I'm just curious. Lin Xian smirked, but his mind was already made up. What he was really interested in was the transport ship itself. A massive machine like that, wrecked or not, was a goldmine. He could scan and break it down system by system. To him, that was the real treasure. Nuclear-powered turbine processors, anti-gravity propulsion systems, engine modules, onboard radar, ship-based anti-air weapons. Even if it was just raw material, aerospace-grade alloys were leagues better than standard train carriages. Back when he left Underground City No. 9, he had to abandon the crashed Iron Guard Battalion's gunships and fighters because of the impending dark tide. Even now, that still felt like a huge waste. Outside Hangshan Pass Station, several armored vehicles sped down overgrown streets, plowing through waves of zombies. Inside one of them, Hulashu sat in the passenger seat, his face twisted in frustration. His second-in-command, Sun Chang, was at the wheel. Fuck. That was a huge loss. First, the Silver Star pops up, then Dragon Mountain No. 1, and now this infinite train? Fucking train crews, why do they always have so much firepower? The burly Sun Chang drove steadily, not even glancing at him. Their prices were reasonable. How was it a loss? You don't know shit. Hulashu grumbled, nostrils flaring. He glanced at Sun Chang but quickly softened his tone. Mark my words, if we don't offload these basic rifles soon, they'll be nothing more than firewood. Sun Chang's brows furrowed slightly, but she said nothing. Their convoy roared through the streets, drawing hordes of zombies in pursuit,
Back at Hangshan Pass Station, the region had multiple survivor groups. Some had established shelters in the ruins, while others were just passing through, aiming for Xingqiang in the east or Dan Center in the north. Convoy camps were scattered across the city, occupying supermarkets, police stations, prisons, and any well-fortified buildings. The Infinite Train's first public trade, broadcast over the radio, had been a massive success. The team loaded up carriages 6 and 7 with all sorts of supplies. Survivor convoys, in turn, secured weapons at bargain prices. Spirits were high. One by one, the convoys finished their trades and drove off. The station gradually quieted down. As the last group departed, Lin Xian noticed an armored vehicle parked in the shadows. A short-haired woman in a black coat stood in front of it, watching him quietly. No one else had seemed to notice her. As soon as Lin Xian met her gaze, she smiled slightly, like an old acquaintance greeting a friend. Lin Xian frowned. He had no idea who she was. At that moment, Chen Sixuan and the others were still busy loading supplies. Lin Xian, feeling suspicious, decided to approach. The woman's lips curled slightly as he walked up. She appeared to be in her 30s, short hair, neat and clean. She wasn't strikingly beautiful, but her features were refined. Most notably, her deep brown eyes carried an unfathomable depth. "Hello, we meet again." Her voice was steady as she greeted him. Lin Xian was taken aback. "Have we met? Who is Yiling?" She extended a hand. "Thanks to your traction plan, the climbing elevator was a success." Lin Xian finally realized what was going on and shook her hand. "So, you came from Yubai City?" Who is Yiling smiled lightly and looked at him. "In that chaotic situation, you were busy saving the world. It's understandable that you didn't notice me. But that was truly a genius plan. You flatter me." Lin Xian shifted his gaze to the armored vehicle behind her. It was a standard military-grade combat vehicle. From its appearance, it was clearly not something ordinary survivors would own. Its tinted windows obscured the number of people inside, and everything about it suggested that Hua Zieling wasn't here to trade weapons like the others. "You heard the radio broadcast and came specifically to find me?" Lin Xian asked. Hua Zieling took out a business card and handed it to him. "We're very interested in your mechanical ability. The Foundation has sent me to extend an invitation for collaboration. Are you interested?" Lin Xian raised an eyebrow and took the card. It read, "Special Item Investigation Department Foundation Laboratory, Senior Director, Hua Zieling Special Item Investigation Department Foundation Laboratory." Lin Xian frowned. "You're with the Federation?" He recalled something from Dark Radio. After escaping, Kiki had shown him a file on the Angel Project, which had mentioned a Special Item Investigation Department. This department was supposedly dedicated to researching forbidden artifacts. Hua Zieling smiled faintly. Technically speaking, the Special Item Investigation Department Foundation Laboratory was established by the Lo-Fi Consortium. Before the Federation dissolved, we were in a cooperative relationship with the government. But now, we operate as an independent entity. Independent? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" "It means that whether it's Phoenix or Dawn City, we remain neutral." Seeing Lin Xian's confusion, Hua Zieling continued with a slight smile. "Most people think the post-Federation structure is chaotic, but that's mainly due to the different philosophies regarding civilization survival. Currently, the most widely recognized authority is the Phoenix Letter faction. Phoenix has 3 core divisions, the 3 Great Dawn cities, which act as the faction's main governing centers. The Night Talkers, responsible for researching abilities, recruiting ability users, and dispatching teams for global missions. The Starfleet, which handles military defense and large-scale expeditions. Then, there's the Survival faction, which is primarily driven by Project Dawn. Many survivors still consider the remnants of the Federation as the true government. After the first polar night, the original Angel Project was dismantled and split into multiple parts. The Special Item Investigation Department you mentioned? That's one of the teams we fund, tasked with studying anomalies related to the darkness. Our foundation, however, approaches everything from a scientific standpoint. We seek to understand civilization's transformation and the nature of the Dark Invasion. Lin Xian's frown deepened. "You're rivalists?" Hua Zieling chuckled. "Don't be so tense, Captain Lin. I just told you, we're neutral. The Arrivalists, those zealots who worship the dark power and view the apocalypse as divine judgment, are lunatics." She tilted her head slightly. "From a scientific perspective, they're just insane. No argument there." Lin Xian exhaled, then looked at her seriously. "So, what exactly do you want to collaborate on?" "Mechanical innovation." Hua Zieling got straight to the point. "If civilization is to evolve, the most promising field is artificial intelligence and advanced technology. This is the last remaining human legacy. Genetic evolution and abilities are still largely unexplored. Don't you agree? Lin Xian instantly understood, they were after his mechanical ability. Among all known abilities, his was possibly the only one directly linked to human technology. Too bad my power isn't actually an ability. Lin Xian sighed internally. You make a valid point, but you might be overestimating my ability. It was indeed powerful, his research center could generate blueprints far beyond their technological era. But Lin Xian had no intention of revealing too much. Even just his mechanical manufacturing and devouring functions were already eye-catching. Back in Yubai City, many people had taken note of it. At the time, survival had been his priority, so he hadn't concealed his power. But now, it was bound to attract the attention of groups like Phoenix. He had expected Phoenix to approach him first. Yet, before they could, the Special Item Investigation Department Foundation had already come knocking. Hueco merely smiled at his response and didn't press further. Instead, she remained calm and said, "That's fine. Our full-scale laboratory is located at Shijiu Lake. We've made significant progress in researching the darkness, genetic evolution, and abilities. You're always welcome to visit. I think you'll find our work fascinating." "All right," Lin Xian replied. Hueco nodded slightly, then turned and entered the armored vehicle. Within moments, it sped off and vanished beyond the station. Lin Xian stood still, watching the armored vehicle disappear. The Foundation, the Lo-Fi Consortium, the Angel Project, the crashed transport ship. He pondered for a moment. Where did this so-called neutral organization suddenly come from? Chapter 219, Team Exploration. Who was that? After the armored vehicle drove away, Kiki walked up to Lin Xian, curiosity written all over her face. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a low voice, "A group called the Special Item Investigation Department Foundation. Seems like they're the backers behind the Special Item Investigation Department mentioned in the intel you gave me earlier." "Huh?" Kiki frowned. "Are they with the Federation?" Lin Xian shook his head. According to her, they're a neutral organization. They probably took notice of us when we were at the climbing elevator. They noticed your mechanical ability, didn't they? Kiki glanced at Lin Xian, blinking knowingly. She's throwing you an olive branch, trying to recruit you? Recruit? Lin Xian chuckled. Are we bandits or something that need recruiting? By the way, Lin Xian asked, do you know of any large-scale laboratories or military bases near Stone Mortar Lake? Hearing the question, Kiki furrowed her brows. As far as military bases go, based on the intel I gathered before, there shouldn't be any. If there's a newly established one or a highly classified one, I wouldn't know. As for large labs, I've never heard of any. Those kinds of places should be marked on civilian maps, right? Not necessarily. Crack. Lin Xian crushed a tiny metal bracket in his left hand and swallowed it. The bracket extended a few meters from the ground, resembling a makeshift metal arm. Eh? What did you just do? Kiki noticed the small action and immediately asked. Nothing. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Just planted a communicator on that vehicle. Kiki's eyes widened. You're trying to use the communicator as a tracking beacon? But that thing loses signal over long distances, and with the dark tides interfering, tracking isn't even an option. There's always a way to make do. Who said I was tracking them? Lin Xian turned to look at Kiki. Just confirm which direction the vehicle leaves the city. Besides, it's better to be prepared than not. If they try to track us in the future, we'll know in advance. That Hueco claimed her group was neutral, but Lin Xian knew that no faction was truly impartial, everyone operated on some kind of interest. So, staying cautious was the smart move. But then again, if they wanted to collaborate, why not choose the Phoenix? With the coming darkness, even well-funded private research labs could barely guarantee their own safety, let alone anyone else's. Oh, you, Kiki gave him a scrutinizing look. You're getting craftier, like an old fox. Lin Xian frowned at her and scoffed, didn't I learn that from you? In the apocalypse, everyone needs to be on guard. Kiki rolled her eyes. Ha. Now you're blaming me? Typical man. Back on the train, Chen Sixuan finished taking inventory of the supplies they had just traded for in car number 7. Seeing Lin Xian enter, she smiled happily. Lin Xian, we got a lot of supplies this time. I did some quick math, enough to feed our 30-plus people 3 meals a day for a whole month. Most of the weapons in car number 5 had been traded away, exchanged for a substantial haul of resources. Chen Sixuan let out a deep breath. If not for that fortune longevity convoy, things wouldn't have gone as smoothly as they did. Hey, Chenji. Kiki grinned as she walked over. They bought so many weapons from us, doesn't that make things even smoother? Lin Xian was a little surprised by the numbers. This was his first time using his ability to earn supplies, and the results exceeded his expectations. Shasha hugged a drawer of pickled cucumbers from the trade and giggled. That idiot probably has no idea that Lynch is a walking weapons factory. Even if he brought all his wealth, it wouldn't be enough to buy everything. Exactly. Kiki glanced at the shelves stacked with supplies, then wrapped an arm around Lin Xian's shoulder in excitement. I told you, with Lin Xian's ability, we'll never have to worry about food again. You think I'm a beast of burden? Lin Xian gave her a sideways glance. Listen, genius. Crafting things takes time, energy, and materials. And it's not like low-end weapons sell that well anymore. Keeping a train full of people fed isn't as easy as you think. If that Fortune Longevity convoy had come looking for high-powered weapons, Lin Xian wouldn't have been able to mass-produce them so quickly. It would have been a hassle. Kiki chuckled. Hee, my bad. You're not a beast of burden. You're a stud. Kiki Gigi, what's a stud? Shasha asked curiously. A stud is, MMPH. Just as Kiki was about to explain, Lin Xian slapped a hand over her mouth. You don't even know what that means. Don't teach bad things to kids. Kiki pried his hand away and, with a straight face, told Shasha, a stud is a hard-working horse that sows seeds, just like your Lynch. Oh, then Lynch is really hard-working. Shasha nodded. Chen Sixuan's face turned red, while Lin Xian was speechless. He had no idea where this girl kept picking up these ridiculous terms. Just then, Kiki suddenly leaned in close and whispered in Lin Xian's ear, especially some people, so diligent at night, oh? Sounds like you have too much free time at night. Lin Xian smirked. Maybe you should start helping out. I would never. Kiki's face turned crimson as she quickly backed away, glaring at him. Lin Xian. Chen Sixuan interrupted before Kiki could start more nonsense. What's the plan next? Are we sending out teams to explore? Yes. Lin Xian's playful expression faded as he became serious. We need to wait for updates from Parma Grasslands before heading out through Hengshan Pass. In the meantime, we have to gather as many supplies as possible. A train was like a mobile city. The crew didn't just need food and water, daily necessities like furniture, clothing, cups, toothbrushes, and even toilet paper were all crucial. For Lin Xian, mechanical components were especially valuable. Whether for devouring, scanning blueprints, or manufacturing, the more, the better. Chen Sixuan nodded. I suggest we split up like we did at UK, small teams scouting along different routes. That way, we can also assess threats and possible exit points. Agreed. Lin Xian approved of her plan. Kiki. At that moment, Kiki was checking the mobile terminal, using the train's onboard system to track the communicator Lin Xian had planted. They headed south, but the signal only covers a 10-kilometer range. Can't say for sure if they left the city. Lin Xian nodded. That's close enough to count as leaving. Knowing the direction is enough. Set the communicator's serial number as a proximity alert. If they get near us, we'll know. That's easy. With that settled, Lin Xian gathered the team in car number 2's command center to discuss their scouting plans. Since it was just past noon, they had enough time. Lin Xian planned to divide into 3 teams, main rail route, along the main track, where several large shopping centers were located. North rail route, leading to an industrial area. South route, more remote, with residential areas that might yield supplies. I'll go to the shopping centers. Kiki shot her hand up excitedly. I haven't been shopping in ages. I'm bringing back a haul. You're not going. Lin Xian looked at her. You're coming with me to Clearwater Town. Stone Mortar Lake is in that direction. We'll check out where that Foundation's people went. Oh, Kiki's eyes lit up. You want to check out that crashed transport ship? Exactly. With teams set, everyone geared up and headed out. Main rail team, Shukin, Dielu, Lu Chang, and 2 others took an off-road vehicle to scout the eastern shopping centers. North rail team, Shasha and Lu Xingchen led a team in an armored vehicle toward the industrial district. South route, Lin Xian and Kiki rode motorcycles, traveling light. As they rode off, the leader of the Night Phantom convoy, Cao Hong, leaned against his window and called out, "You guys already scored so much, why bother scavenging? This city's been picked clean 100 times over." Lin Xian ignored him and sped off. Kiki rolled her eyes before revving her engine and following. Cao Hong muttered something under his breath, then turned his gaze toward the infinite train before shutting his window. Chapter 220, Dragon Transport Ship on the Infinite Train. Chen Sixuan locked all the doors, activated the sentry system's warning mechanism, and started organizing supplies and carriages with the remaining crew. Under the warning system, the 1130 defense system could launch attacks on unknown threats at any time with Chen Sixuan's authorization. It was incredibly smart. Meanwhile, Kiki had programmed the PXO-5 engineering robot with a maintenance directive. As soon as 1130 activated, it would immediately follow up and reload the ammunition supply chain. Everyone,
The infinite train will be our communication hub. If you go too far, the signal may cut off. Make sure to return before 18:00. Lin Xian's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Copy that. Shu Ken responded. Roger that, got it. Shasha also picked up her walkie-talkie and glanced at Lu Xingchen. You heard him, right? If you get lost, I won't come looking for you, so you better stick close to me. Lu Xingchen smiled helplessly. Alright, okay, everyone, be careful. Chen Sixuan's voice came through from the infinite train. Hearing the responses, Lin Xian glanced at Kiki and then revved up his motorcycle, speeding off. Kiki, seeing that Lin Xian was riding faster than her, instantly got competitive. She twisted the throttle, making her motorcycle's engine roar like a beast as she shot past Lin Xian, leaving behind the sexy silhouette of a female rider. Are you trying to race me? Lin Xian's voice came through the comms. If you can't keep up, just eat my dust, hee hee. Kiki's voice carried the sound of rushing wind. Lin Xian shook his head with a wry smile, skillfully weaving past a lunging zombie, then sped up to chase after her. The once wide streets of the city were now littered with rusted, abandoned cars. The two motorcycles zipped between obstacles, racing southward. Lin Xian was fully equipped, a powered exosuit, a magnetically controlled black rifle, an electric blade, and a fully loaded automatic rifle. He was more than ready. His scouting mission was the farthest out. He had to ride dozens of kilometers out of the city. According to the map, King Shui Town was near Shijiu Lake, and even at top speed, it would take at least an hour to get there. To make it back before nightfall, he and Kiki didn't bother checking side streets, they just went full throttle. Zombies and obstacles on the road. Low growls of zombies echoed around Lin Xian. He dodged and weaved, occasionally blasting a few, blocking the way with his wind cannon. The bike snaked through open spaces. BZZT. Kiki, on the other hand, was far more aggressive. She didn't care if zombies or abandoned cars were in her way, she just unleashed invisible shockwaves, blasting a clear path forward. It was as if the obstacles moved aside for her on command. After cutting through countless city blocks, they finally reached the outskirts. The highway out of town was clogged with abandoned vehicles, but their motorcycles let them weave through the wreckage, jumping curbs and skirting slopes as they sped toward King Shui Town. After riding for several dozen kilometers, Lin Xian saw a vast expanse of deep blue on the horizon, a massive lake stretching to the horizon, blending with the sky. Even from a distance, he could feel the damp lake breeze against his face. This was the lake effect, a clear sign of the sheer size of this body of water. At first glance, it looked like an ocean. Before setting out, Lin Xian had studied this lake. It was the largest freshwater lake in the Yunjiang Plains, covering 120,000 square kilometers with depths reaching 1,900 meters. It was a major freshwater reservoir for the Dragon Nation. Its dark blue waters hinted at unfathomable depths. Lin Xian had nearly drowned as a child while playing in a deep water reservoir, so he had an instinctive fear of deep water. Thinking about the oceanic railway segment they'd eventually have to traverse, driving the infinite train over tracks built atop deep sea ridges thousands of meters underwater, gave him a mix of excitement and dread. Whoa, that lake is huge. Think there are any sea monsters in there? Kiki's voice came through the comms. By now, they were out of the city and had lost contact with the other teams. What's there to be scared of? It's not like we're going for a swim. After surviving Underground City Number 9 and Rain Town, Lin Xian knew that even in broad daylight, eerie entities could lurk in dark buildings. And water, especially deep water that sunlight couldn't penetrate, was the perfect hiding place for such creatures. You never know. What if that shady Foundation's base is hidden under the lake? Lin Xian chuckled. If they're that powerful, then working with them wouldn't be a bad deal. The motorcycles roared as they sped down the highway, Lin Xian adjusting their route based on the road signs, turning off the expressway onto a national road. King Shui Town was a small settlement with few survivors. The number of abandoned cars dwindled, allowing them to pick up speed. Passing through some lakefront forests, Lin Xian finally spotted a quaint little town ahead, a tourist town based on its layout. A rusty, toppled sign still read, "Welcome to King Shui Town." As they neared the town entrance, the number of wrecked cars began to increase again. Scattered zombies wandered the highway, and the wrecks had been pushed to the sides, forming a clear path through the middle. Lin Xian and Kiki stopped on an open hillside. Looks like a lot of people passed through here. Kiki shielded her eyes with her hand, scanning the town. Too bad, it's actually kinda pretty. Would have been a nice vacation spot. Hey, look! Isn't that the crashed transport ship? Kiki suddenly pointed excitedly. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as he looked toward the town center. Sure enough, a massive airship wreckage lay across the streets. The huge transport vessel, weighing tens of thousands of tons, was tilted at an angle, wedged between the remains of several collapsed buildings.
Its hull was scorched, the bow snapped clean in half. Flocks of birds circled the wreckage, and from a distance, the ship's colossal man-made structure looked both surreal and futuristic amidst the town's ruins. A ship this big crashing here is definitely strange. Maybe it hit a giant eerie entity? Lin Xian pulled out his binoculars, scanning the town. He spotted zombies wandering the streets, but no survivor teams. Could be. Kiki looked toward Shijiu Lake. Told you there's something huge in that lake. The Federation's aircraft keep getting wrecked. Lin Xian frowned, instinctively uneasy about the lake's dark waters. 1,900 meters deep. No sunlight reaches that abyss. Who knows what's lurking down there? He thought about the underground creatures from Underground City Number 9, feeling a chill run down his spine. Let's check out the town. Stay alert. The South Line Railway wasn't far. If the Infinite Train switched to that route, they'd pass through here, but there was no official station. The two hopped back onto their motorcycles, reducing speed as they approached the town center, eyes sharp for any threats. Entering the town and investigating the crash, a desolate and eerie tourist town unfolded before them. Collapsed storefronts lined the streets, their faded signs reading things like Shijiu Lake Seafood and Boat Rentals. The pavement was filthy, littered with discarded clothes, rotting corpses, and the stench of decaying fish. The air was thick with an unpleasant dampness, a mix of lake mist and the stench of death. Some streets had been completely flooded, the water a murky dark green, standing half a person's height in some areas. Lin Xian made a sharp turn, bypassing the flooded areas and heading straight toward the crashed transport ship in the town center. Whiz. A few wind cannon shots echoed as he cleared out some zombies wandering the roads. The deeper they ventured, the more collapsed buildings blocked their path. The massive airship, weighing tens of thousands of tons, had crashed diagonally into the town, completely destroying entire blocks of streets. The impact had ripped open the ground, creating a deep crater stretching hundreds of meters across, practically splitting the town in two. The Dragon-class transport ship lay at an angle, its broken bow section exposing multi-level decks, the steel plating charred and melted in some areas. Lin Xian looked up. If they wanted to reach the top of the ship, they'd have to climb at least 10 floors. Damn, this thing is massive. Kiki whistled in awe. We'll head straight for the top. The zombies are getting thicker, let's avoid the alleys. Lin Xian said, scanning their surroundings. He was certain they weren't alone in this town. If other survivors had made it here, they needed to stay cautious. Got it. As they ventured deeper, the presence of zombies thickened. Lin Xian quickly crafted metal barricades from his power deck sawsuit, using them to block staircases and alleyways, cutting off the undead's advance. Kiki, meanwhile, grabbed both motorcycles, levitating into the air before landing gracefully atop the ship's upper decks. Boom. Lin Xian fired his wind cannon at a massive neon sign hanging precariously over the road. Sparks flashed as the metal frame snapped, sending the heavy sign crashing down, crushing a cluster of zombies and further blocking their approach. That should hold them for a bit. He powered up his exosuit's movement system, then leapt up, grabbing onto a legend scaling the side of the ship. The transport ship's hull was deeply embedded in the ground, exposing underground drainage tunnels and sewer systems that had been ripped apart by the crash. Lin Xian climbed swiftly, reaching higher ground, where he noticed muddy footprints and bloodstains. There were corpses of survivors, some recently dead, some long decayed. This place is too quiet. Lin Xian muttered. As he ascended the ship, he could tell that many people had already scavenged this wreck. But he wasn't here for supplies. He needed blueprints and engine components, things that ordinary survivors wouldn't have taken. Hope there's no eerie entities hiding inside. Lin Xian quickened his pace, moving toward the engine engineering room deeper inside the ship. The interior was pitch dark, the stench of death overwhelming. He activated his helmet's light module, illuminating the eerie corridors. Lin Xian? No people in sight. He replied. This transport ship was built for military logistics, with living quarters, storage, and high-tech labs. As he moved through the halls, he spotted dozens of corpses dressed in Federation military uniforms. They must have died on impact. Lin Xian muttered. But something felt off. He recalled how the ship's nose and underside both had impact damage, but the upper hull looked like it had been hit even harder. That wasn't normal. Usually, a ship would crash nose first into the ground, but this one had also suffered a powerful overhead strike. Did this thing hit something in midair? The town's tallest buildings were barely 10 stories high, nowhere near high enough to collide with an airship of this scale. There was only one explanation: something struck this ship while it was still flying. Lin Xian glanced at the surrounding wreckage, suddenly uneasy. Maybe it hit an atmospheric mica. But the radar should have picked that up. Chapter 221, Swallowing Missiles. Lin Xian made his way from the upper deck to the engineering bay. The hatch was already damaged beyond repair, leaving only a narrow opening barely big enough for a person to squeeze through. Without hesitation, he walked up, placed his hand on the control panel, and activated Mechanical Heart. A surge of electricity pulsed through the circuits, and the automatic door emitted a strained mechanical whine before forcefully sliding halfway open. Lin's Yan quickly slipped inside. Click, he adjusted the beam of his flashlight, illuminating the pitch-black engine bay. Right in the center stood a nuclear-powered turbine processor chamber. He pulled out his Geiger counter and checked. Fortunately, there were no leaks. Standing on the upper platform of the engine bay, he looked down at two massive anti-gravity propulsion engines, silent, dormant, like two colossal industrial behemoths. No idea if these are still functional. Lin's Yan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Scanning an entire 10,000-ton Dragon-class transport ship was impossible, and the damaged hull meant he couldn't extract a complete blueprint. But if the propulsion engines were intact, they might still be useful. Without delay, Lin's Yan climbed down using the maintenance ladder. As soon as he touched the surface of the propulsion engine, he activated Mechanical Heart. Hiss, in an instant, he felt a massive amount of energy being drained from him. The coverage of Mechanical Heart expanded as he attempted to perceive the full structure of the anti-gravity propulsion system. But as the scan extended, he quickly realized he had been far too optimistic. Countless interconnected subsystems surfaced, so many that it made his scalp tingle. Worse yet, a significant portion was heavily damaged. Scanning progress, 21%, 20 minutes passed, and he hadn't even scanned half of it. Lin's Yan was already drenched in sweat. Fuck. With a frustrated sigh, he lifted his hand, abandoning the scan. I got greedy. Should have known better. Scanning is impossible unless I completely dismantle the engine first, then slowly break it down. He sighed again. In theory, he could dismantle the engine, but even in a professional shipyard, it would take an entire team of engineers using specialized equipment days to disassemble a propulsion system of this size. Doing it alone? Completely impossible. Shaking his head, Lin's Yan shifted his focus back to the nuclear-powered turbine processor chamber. This type of shipboard reactor wasn't enormous, but it was still significantly larger than the one used in the Gemini 11R nuclear-electric locomotive. Forget it, let's try this one instead. Just as he was prepared to write off this whole trip as a waste, he climbed up the processor chamber and initiated a scan, only to find that not only was it intact, but it also had no radiation leaks. 30 minutes later, successfully scanned, Nightstar 2 nuclear turbine processor, blueprint acquired. Phew, seeing the Mechanical Heart interface display his newly acquired blueprint, Lin's Yan finally let out a sigh of relief. It's not immediately useful. But at least I got something out of this. He checked the time, 15:16 p.m. There were less than 4 hours until nightfall. If he devoured the turbine processor, it would take at least 4 to 6 hours. If successful, he estimated he could gain 500 plus mechanical source points and 200 plus devouring proficiency, which would allow him to upgrade Mechanical Devour to level 4. However, if he did this, it would already be dark by the time he finished, and traveling at night would be too dangerous. Let's check out the weapons system instead. Lin's Yan wasn't in a rush. Hangshan Pass had plenty of vehicles he could break down for upgrades. As long as he had time, he could afford to move at a slower pace and focus on improving his abilities. The Dragon-class transport ship was nicknamed the Airborne Hercules, known for its massive cargo capacity. Unlike gunships and fighter jets, its defenses weren't as advanced, but it was still equipped with close-in weapon systems and short-range anti-air missile defenses. This was what Lin's Yan was most interested in. As he made his way to the central weapons station, he suddenly spotted a crew roster in the ship's conference hall. A familiar name caught his eye. He stopped, tilted his head, and walked closer to take a better look. Then he laughed out loud. Deputy Captain of the Yongxian, Hueco. Holy shit, so that guy was a pilot? No wonder he got his hands on this transport ship's supplies. He had front row access. So Li Aoming's rumor wasn't baseless after all. Hueco had luckily survived the ship's crash, which explained why he had so many Federation standard supplies. Lin's Yan wasn't too concerned. He lingered for a moment, then continued heading toward the weapons station, Dragon-class transport ship, weapons station. The hatch leading to the weapons station was badly deformed from the crash. Lin's Yan shone his flashlight through the cracks and took a look inside. Then he sucked in a breath of cold air. Inside were 2 missile launchers, and both still had missiles loaded. Holy shit, an Storm F-12 supersonic air-to-ship missile and 2 Guardian 86 anti-air missiles. As a former military enthusiast, Lin's Yan recognized these Federation weapons instantly. He had seen plenty of photos of them before. But now that he was face to face with the real deal, they felt massive. Damn, the Storm F-12 is 6.86 meters long, 0.36 meters in diameter, and weighs 850 kilograms, with a 200 kilograms warhead. The Guardian 86 is 2.5 meters long, 0.18 meters in diameter, and weighs 100 kilograms, with a 30 kilograms warhead. Of course, these things aren't small. Lin Xian's eyes burned with excitement. He activated his communicator and called Kiki. Hey, I found some good stuff. The ship's air-launched missiles are still here. Might take a bit of time. Kiki's voice crackled back, surprised. Missiles? The survivors didn't take them. Lin Xian scoffed. Of course not. These aren't rocket launchers, you can't just grab and fire them. Loading missiles requires specialized equipment. Even if they could move them, what would they do? Shoulder carry them and ram into monsters. Missile systems weren't personal weapons, they needed full support infrastructure, launchers, radars, fire control systems, and regular maintenance. Lin Xian examined the weapons station, spotting one Guardian 86 missile lying on the ground with its launch rack snapped in half. The survivors must have freaked the hell out when they saw this. The fact that this station didn't explode on impact is already a miracle. No way they'd dare touch these things. Most of the ship's valuable cargo had already been looted. Any handheld weapons, supplies, or tools were long gone. The missile racks, however, had been left intact, making them the perfect prize for Lin Xian's mechanical ability. Scanning the missiles, Lin Xian carefully fabricated a hydraulic press, slowly forcing open the deformed hatch. Once inside, he crouched beside the fallen Guardian 86 missile. Brother, listen. I'm just touching you, I'm not gonna set you off. Nervously, he placed his hand on it. Scanning in progress. 15%, scanning in progress. 50%, after 20 minutes, he finally received the notification, scan complete, Guardian 86 anti-air missile blueprint acquired. Lin Xian exhaled in relief. Time to scan the big one. He stepped toward the Ice Storm F-12 supersonic air-to-ship missile. Lin Xian placed his hand on the Ice Storm F-12 supersonic air-to-ship missile and activated mechanical heart. Scanning in progress. 15%, scanning in progress. 50%, scan complete. Acquired blueprint, Ice Storm F-12 supersonic air-to-ship missile. Then, he moved to the missile launch system. Scan complete. Acquired blueprint, Mk-66 roll-on cantilever missile launcher. Scan complete. Acquired blueprint, D1 fire control radar. Scan complete. Acquired blueprint, D1-2 detection and search radar. Devour successful. Plus 100 mechanical source points, plus 40 devouring proficiency, plus 5 speed. Devour successful. Plus 120 mechanical source points, plus 50 devouring proficiency, plus 6 strength. Damn. Lin Xian stared at the mechanical heart interface, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. He had spent less than an hour devouring just 2 missiles, yet he had already gained a total of 220 mechanical source points. The efficiency of devouring missiles is ridiculously high, way better than dismantling train locomotives. Lin Xian smirked. This trip was worth it. Too bad there aren't more missiles. He turned his gaze to the slightly damaged Guardian 86 missile still lying on the ground. Might as well take this one too. He reached out to continue devouring. Beep. His communicator suddenly activated. Kiki's voice came through, her tone urgent. Lin Xian, get out here. Now. Lin Xian's expression changed instantly. Without hesitation, he stopped devouring, turned, and sprinted out of the weapons station, rushing across the upper deck. Lin Xian vaulted over a broken railing and leapt from the fractured hull, landing on the ship's top surface. What happened? He quickly scanned the area. Kiki was flying toward him from the distance, clutching a mobile terminal in her hands. She landed on the deck, eyes wide with urgency. Look at this! She exclaimed, holding up the device screen. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as he glanced at it. It displayed a blinking signal, coming from the tracking device he had secretly planted on that armored vehicle earlier. The transmitter is active. It's northeast of us. Lin Xian's gaze snapped toward the horizon, beyond the wreckage of the transport ship. All he could see was a dense forest near the lake's edge. Strange. Even with dark tides interfering, radio signals usually don't reach more than 5 or 6 kilometers. But that direction looks empty. Kiki suddenly gasped. Wait, could it be under the lake? Lin Xian frowned and examined the coordinates displayed on Kiki's screen. After a moment, he made his decision. Let's go. Time to find out what this foundation really is. Kiki hesitated, glancing back at the transport ship wreckage. You done here? More or less. Lin Xian dusted off his hands. I got all the good stuff. Kiki beamed. Damn, you actually managed to take the missiles? That's awesome. She grinned mischievously. Come on, make one now. I wanna test it out. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. You want to test a missile?
What's wrong with you? Kiki pouted. TSK, so boring. Then she perked up again. Alright, let's go. Maybe the research lab has some fun stuff too. Lin Xian glanced at his watch, then nodded. Engines roared to life. Lin Xian and Kiki mounted their motorcycles and tore through the streets, weaving past the scattered zombie hordes. The tracking signal from the armored vehicle remained stable, confirming they were heading in the right direction, northeast of Qingshui town. The further they traveled, the stronger the signal became. Kiki frowned as she studied the surroundings. Strange. There's nothing here but a forest. Lin Xian slowed down. Stay alert. Something felt off. His first instinct was that someone might have discovered the tracker and tossed it away. But if the research facility was really hidden here, then this place was far more secretive than expected. The two eased off the throttle, entering the dense woodland. Within the forest, towering trees blocked out the sunlight, casting long shadows. The branches constantly scraped against their bikes, creating an eerie clatter. Lin Xian fabricated a protective steel frame on his bike to deflect the branches, while Kiki simply flew above them using her ability. Gradually, the terrain leveled out. Screech, Lin Xian's motorcycle skidded to a halt. Something wasn't right. As soon as he looked up, his pupils shrank. The sky had turned completely dark. Vroom. Kiki's bike followed close behind, but as she emerged from the woods, she let out a startled gasp. Whoa, wait. Why is it nighttime? Lin Xian didn't answer. He turned around and looked back at the forest they had just exited. It was also pitch black inside. The darkness wasn't natural. Something was very wrong here. Lin Xian, look. Kiki pointed ahead, her voice filled with shock. Lin Xian followed her gaze, and his heart dropped. Under the shroud of unnatural night, a town's silhouette emerged in the distance. A town that looked strangely familiar. This is... Lin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Qingshui Town? Chapter 222, Biochemical Test Site. Whoa, you're right. Kiki finally realized what was wrong, and her expression changed. No, something's off. This isn't Clearwater Town. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened. Look, where's the crashed transport ship? The biggest difference between this place and Clearwater Town was the absence of the massive wrecked transport ship. Aside from that, the streets, buildings, and entire town layout were exactly the same. What the hell? How can there be two identical towns? Kiki stared at the scene, completely dumbfounded. For a moment, Lin Xian thought he might have taken the wrong route. But how could there be another town waiting for them after emerging from the dark forest? Upon closer inspection, he noticed something even stranger. There wasn't a single zombie in sight. The entire Clearwater town was shrouded in eerie silence under the night sky. The sun's already down. This is weird. Lin Xian checked his watch. It wasn't even 4 p.m. yet. Why was it already dark? I think we just stumbled into something really creepy. Kiki shuddered involuntarily, her unease growing. Is there still a signal from that communicator? Hearing Lin Xian's question, Kiki quickly snapped out of it and checked her mobile terminal. Yes. And it's even closer now. Kiki pointed toward the darkened town ahead. It should be just up ahead. Lin Xian stared at the shadowy town, his expression darkening. Let's turn back. This situation was completely different from what he had expected. To be cautious, Lin Xian decided to retreat for now. The night had already fallen, and if they accidentally provoked some eerie entity, it would be a massive headache. Okay, I'm with you. Kiki had lost all interest in exploring the strange town ahead. At Lin Xian's command, she immediately turned her bike around. The two of them revved their motorcycles and sped back into the dark forest. VRRRMM. The motorcycles roared as they weaved through the rugged forest terrain. But the deeper they went, the worse things became. Lin Xian soon realized that no matter how far they rode, the forest around them remained pitch black, and was getting even darker. Then, in the next instant, the two motorcycles burst out of the forest. Only for them to find themselves right back where they had started. What the hell? Kiki immediately freaked out. She turned to Lin Xian, her voice rising. Hey, are we haunted? Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. He looked back at the shadowy town and muttered, looks like we have no choice but to check it out. There must be something different about this place compared to the Clearwater town we visited earlier. Ugh. Kiki's face was full of reluctance. But seeing no other way out, she sighed and nodded. Fine, I'm sticking with you. VRRRMM. Lin Xian slowly guided his motorcycle toward the town. The surroundings were utterly silent, the engines hummed, the only sound cutting through the darkness. Their headlights cast dim, flickering beams ahead, barely piercing the gloom. The closer they got, the more convinced they became, this town was real. Everything was identical to Clearwater Town.
Lin Xian focused on landmarks he had memorized from the real town, comparing each sign, storefront, and street. The resemblance was exact, even down to the positioning of manhole covers. An inexplicable sense of unease crept over him. Kiki felt it too. Just a moment ago, they had left Clearwater Town. Yet here they were, standing in another Clearwater Town. The very thought was absurd and terrifying. How can there be two identical towns? Kiki's brows furrowed in disbelief. It must have been deliberately replicated. Lin Xian muttered, his expression growing graver. Stay sharp. Kiki rode behind him, a chilling sensation creeping up her spine. She shivered involuntarily. This place. It doesn't feel like anyone actually lives here. She checked her mobile terminal again. The preset tracking program pulsed even stronger. The communicator you planted, it's definitely here. Beep, hum. Beep, hum. Suddenly, a piercing alarm erupted from deep within the town, shattering the oppressive silence. Both Lin Xian and Kiki immediately hit the brakes, scanning their surroundings with sharp, alert eyes. What the hell? That's some kind of alarm. Kiki said, her face tense. But it sounds wrong. The sound echoed through the empty streets, bouncing off alleys, storefronts, and shadowy corners. And then, a cold, mechanical female voice rang out. Experimental Site Number 3, Clearwater Town. Initiating biochemical simulation number 92, hiss. As soon as the voice fell, a thick fog erupted from countless vents hidden throughout the town. An experiment site? Lin Xian's face darkened. Kiki gasped. Wait, are we already inside that research facility? This must be the Foundation's territory. But if this place is so huge, how the hell did they keep it hidden? As if to answer his question, a bolt of lightning split the sky. Crack. Thunder rumbled as dense, black storm clouds churned overhead. A suffocating sense of impending doom filled the air. Lin Xian stayed hyper-aware of his surroundings, his senses on high alert. Suddenly, he heard something shifting in the darkness ahead. Did you hear that? There's something moving up there. Lin Xian's voice was steady, but his muscles tensed. Kiki immediately turned her head, her eyes locked on the darkness beyond their headlights. A shape lurched forward. Ga, ag, krrrkk. From the blackness, an eerie, wet gurgling sound echoed. Like a rotting vocal cord twisting unnaturally. Something's coming. Lin Xian's fingers instinctively tightened around his rifle. Then, out of the darkness, a figure staggered into the edge of their headlights, and in the next instant, their blood ran cold. It was a grotesque, fused humanoid. Its body was an abomination, limbs twisted and fused in unnatural angles, skin ashen and decayed. Two headless necks gaped with crimson, hollowed-out voids where its faces should be. Lin Xian's brows furrowed deeply. Was this a zombie? An eerie entity? Or something else? What the hell is that? Kiki's voice was filled with pure revulsion. Her entire body tensed. Behind you! Lin Xian suddenly shouted. Kiki's heart skipped. She whipped her head around, another identical abomination was stumbling toward her from the darkness. These creatures. They looked like two rotting corpses stitched together, their ribcages split, organs spilling from their grotesquely connected torsos. Move. VRRRMM. Lin Xian slammed the gas, spinning his motorcycle around in place. He fired a burst of wind cannon shots straight at the approaching monster's head. Bang. 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 The invisible projectiles ripped into its flesh, chunks of rotten meat splattered the ground. But the thing didn't even slow down. Instead, it shrieked, its twisted limbs spasming wildly, and suddenly charged at Lin Xian at full speed. Unkillable? Lin Xian immediately activated his black rifle's magnetic acceleration engine, hurling a supercharged shot straight at the abomination's head. Boom. One of its skulls exploded, but instead of dropping, the creature barely stumbled before resuming its charge. And then, its body began to swell. As if something inside was about to burst. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Kiki. On it. Kiki thrust her hand out, psychic power gripping the abomination in place, but before she could contain it, boom. The creature's upper body detonated, unleashing a torrent of squirming, black beetles, and then, from every corner of the town, the horde began to awaken. The black beetles poured out like flooding blood, surging toward Lin Xian and Kiki like a living tide. Their tiny, writhing bodies emitted a horrifying skittering noise, making one's scalp tingle. What the hell is this experiment? Lin Xian's expression turned grim. He had no idea what kind of research the Special Item Investigation Department Foundation was conducting, but these things, these abominations, weren't zombies, nor were they eerie entities. What were they? VRRRMM. Lin Xian twisted the throttle, his motorcycle veering hard right, crushing several beetles under its wheels. Greenish-black fluid splattered, corroding the ground with a sickening hiss. Bang! 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 Kiki fired several wind cannons, their invisible force ripping apart the encroaching beetle swarm. But the moment she looked ahead, her face paled. Bam! 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 Doors of the surrounding building slammed open in unison. From inside the darkened shops and houses, twisted humanoid creatures began pouring out onto the streets. The entire town was coming alive. VRRRMM. Lin Xian revved his bike, scanning his surroundings. In the distance, countless fused humanoids shambled onto the roads, their grotesque bodies illuminated by flickering streetlights. They weren't fast, but their numbers were endless. From every alley, every storefront, more emerged. There were too many. Lin Xian's eyes flicked around, searching for a way out. But no matter where he looked, the entire town was becoming overrun. Shit. There are too many of them. Kiki's voice was laced with panic. We can't just rush through, we'll be surrounded. We don't need to fight them all. Lin Xian's voice remained calm. We just need to find a way out. He quickly adjusted course, steering his bike into a narrow alley. If they couldn't force their way through, they would have to navigate out. VRRRMM. Kiki followed closely behind, twisting through the maze-like town streets. Finally, they emerged onto a wider avenue. Across from them, a large department store stood tall, its faded sign barely visible. To the right, a school loomed in the foggy darkness. Kiki glanced around, eyes filled with unease. I don't recognize this place. Lin Xian's expression darkened. He did recognize it. This. He exhaled. This is where the transport ship crashed in the real Clearwater town. Back in the real world, this entire area was nothing but wreckage and ruins. But here, everything still stood, untouched. What the hell is this place? Just then, Kiki pointed toward the school. Lin Xian. Look, the lights. The school's lights are still on. Lin Xian's gaze snapped toward the building. Through the mist-covered windows, dim, yellowish lights flickered from inside the classrooms. In a town that was supposed to be abandoned, the school was still powered. Could there be people inside? Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. He made a decision. Let's check it out. With a quick flick of the handlebars, Lin Xian sped toward the school gates. The moment their bikes crossed into the schoolyard, Kiki suddenly gasped. The monsters, she turned back, eyes wide. The fused humanoids had completely stopped. Not a single one crossed onto the school grounds. Instead, they gathered in droves, pressing against the school fence like a grotesque, silent mob. What the hell? Kiki whispered, gripping her handlebars tightly. Why aren't they coming in? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. There was something different about this school. Then we might have just found the right place. VRRRRMM. Lin Xian brought his bike to a stop near the entrance of the main academic building. The place was in a state of decay, books and papers were scattered across the courtyard, their pages fluttering in the night breeze. He turned off the engine, grabbing his black rifle and electric blade before dismounting. If this really was a test site, then there had to be an exit, or better yet, a control system. Kiki followed suit, stepping onto the cracked pavement. Without hesitation, the two of them rushed toward the school building's entrance. Meanwhile, inside a well-lit observation room, several researchers sat monitoring the screens. One of them, a woman in a white lab coat, suddenly noticed something unusual. Her expression changed. Report. Unknown intruders detected in Zone F. A security officer frowned. Initiate biometric scans. Confirmed. 2 unregistered individuals. Uploading monitoring data now. The woman turned toward a higher-ranking officer, Security Chief Feng Chun. Chief Feng, we have 2 unknowns inside the test site. Should we halt the experiment? Feng Chun furrowed his brows and lifted his mobile terminal, scanning the extracted images of the intruders. A cold sneer tugged at his lips. Just a couple of unlucky rats. He waved his hand dismissively. Let them die. If they somehow survive, send them to facility number 2. Understood. Beep. Just as the security officer was about to execute the order, beep, beep, beep. The mobile terminal flashed red with a level 1 alert. Feng Chun's face twisted in shock. What? The screen displayed one of the intruders' profiles, a young man, currently leading the charge into the school. Subject identified, Lin Xian, Foundation High Priority Observation Target, Clearance Level 1, a Level 1 target? His expression completely changed. Stop the test, now. He barked out the order. Send word to Ms. Hua immediately. At the same time, in a dimly lit hallway, a group of scientists and security personnel rushed toward a secure facility. Leading them was Hua Zieling. She walked with urgency, her expression unreadable. Ms. Hua. An assistant reported, confirmed. Lin Xian has entered Clearwater test site, along with one companion. Where did they enter from? Huaziling's voice was calm but sharp. Facility number 2's experimental forest. Huaziling abruptly stopped in her tracks. How? Her brows furrowed. How the hell did they enter from there? Her assistant shook his head, equally puzzled. A contemplative look crossed Huaziling's face. Fine. She finally said. Should we bring them in? The assistant asked cautiously. A pause. Then, Huaziling spoke decisively. Initiate sector isolation. Try to separate Lin Xian from his companion. She glanced toward the monitoring screens. This is a rare chance. We might as well test his mechanical ability firsthand. The assistant hesitated. And what about the other one? Huaziling resumed walking. Leave them be. Understood. Chapter 223, Target cannot be monitored. As soon as Lin Xian stepped into the teaching building, a strong scent of dust from the old structure rushed into his nose. The surroundings were pitch black. He turned on his flashlight, scanning the area. The light he had seen earlier was on the second floor, so he needed to find the stairs leading up. Over here. He quickly located the staircase and, without hesitation, prepared to rush up. But after just a few steps, an inexplicable sense of unease crept over him. Kiki? Lin Xian turned around abruptly. Kiki was gone. Where is she? He sprinted back, rushing out through the entrance of the teaching building, only to find that the outside world was shrouded in utter darkness. The playground, the plaza, the corridor, even the motorcycles they had ridden, all of it had vanished. A chill ran down his spine. He quickly turned back toward the entrance, but the doorway was now engulfed in an ink-like blackness. Damn it, this trick again? Lin Xian immediately recalled the eerie 1542 dark radio. Back then, he had also suddenly disappeared from his original location, only to find himself trapped in a strange frequency space. He pressed down on his communicator. Crackle, Lin Xian, Lin Xian. Kiki's voice came through. Where are you? I'm right at the entrance of the teaching building. I can't see you. Just now, the wall in front of me seemed to shift. Lin Xian frowned at her words. It has to be the work of this test site. Hold on. He looked up at the ominous dark sky, his heart sinking. If this place was controlled by a mechanical system, then it wouldn't be a problem for him to crack it. Huff. Huff. For a moment, the only sounds he could hear were his own heartbeat and breathing. He shone his flashlight into the pitch-black doorway, its white beam cutting through the darkness, bringing with it a lonely, terrifying sense of isolation. Gripping his electric blade tightly, Lin Xian activated his collision volume perception system on his power armor to enhance his defenses. Collision volume perception system activated, the outside world remained in absolute darkness, an eerie chill creeping up his spine. He aimed his flashlight further into the distance but saw nothing beyond the endless void. Within that void, however, there seemed to be countless unknown entities slowly approaching the teaching building. Lin Xian reached out and pressed his hand against the ground, but beneath him was solid concrete. His mechanical heart was unable to extend its influence through it. His expression darkened. With no other choice, he retreated into the only building available, searching for clues. Surrounded by more buildings, his only lead was the light he had seen earlier upstairs. That had to be the control terminal for the system. As his flashlight swept across the deep corridors, the passageways appeared endless. The doors to the nearby classrooms were all open, desks overturned and scattered in disarray. Every scene looked identical, except for one thing. There were no bodies. No zombies. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Xian quickly ascended to the second floor, following the direction of the light he had seen earlier. Reaching the second floor hallway, he found that the illuminated room was the very first one beside the stairs. The dim light filtering through the window gave the illusion that the world had turned black and white. The door was slightly ajar. Lin Xian shone his flashlight inside and realized it was a storage room, not a classroom. The floor was strangely clean, entirely different from the chaos of the other rooms. His heart tightened as he cautiously stepped inside, sweeping his flashlight around. If there's light, there must be wiring. Knowing that this place was a massive test site, there had to be professional equipment controlling the experiments. His plan was simple: use his mechanical ability to analyze the system, then forcibly crack it. Walking to the wall, he activated his mechanical heart scan, searching for any mechanical structures. Just then, the light inside the room flickered. And then, it went out. The entire storage room was instantly swallowed by darkness, leaving only Lin Xian's single beam of light from his flashlight. The sudden change put him on high alert. Click. Click. A faint sound echoed in the darkness. It sounded like joints twisting unnaturally. Lin Xian immediately aimed his flashlight at the pile of mannequins in the center of the room. The white beam landed on them, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. But when he widened the beam and aimed toward the corner of the room, he froze. The door he had entered through was now shut. A bad feeling rose in his chest. He strode toward it and twisted the handle, locked. Playing this game, huh? Click. His mechanical heart activated, forcing the door open. The instant the door swung open, a white mannequin of a child stood right in the doorway. Lin Xian's eyes sharpened as he instinctively raised his electric blade. The white mannequin remained motionless. Aside from its unsettling appearance, it looked no different from the standard mannequins found in stores. Click. Click. That eerie joint cracking sound came again. Lin Xian spun around, flashlight in hand. And in that instant, a cold chill rushed down his spine. His scalp tingled. The mannequins that had originally been piled in the center of the storage room were now all standing right behind him. For a moment, even the air seemed to freeze. Lin Xian's flashlight shone over the motionless white mannequins, their eerie aura filling the room. His expression darkened as he instantly fired a wind cannon at the nearest one. Boom. The mannequin's plastic head exploded, revealing a metallic framework beneath its shattered face. But it didn't move. What the hell are these things? Zombies? Eerie entities? Lin Xian's gaze flicked between them. He knew something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint what. So, without hesitation, he unleashed a volley of wind cannons. Whoosh. 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 The mannequins were obliterated, torn into pieces. Clatter, the storage room echoed with the deafening crash of shattered mannequins. These silent figures, all frozen with unnerving smiles, were now nothing but wreckage. Just as Lin Xian finished them off, from the unlit corner, where his flashlight hadn't reached, a small mannequin suddenly twisted its limbs, crawling up the wall. Warning, moving object approaching. His power armor issued an alert just as a ghastly pale face emerged from the darkness. The mannequin's mouth suddenly opened wide, revealing a grotesque maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. Swish. Lin Xian's instincts kicked in. He reflexively thrust his black rifle forward, its muzzle slamming into the mannequin's chest, stopping it from biting his throat. The force pushed him back several steps. What the fuck? Gritting his teeth, he jammed the gun's butt against the ground to hold his stance. Then, his right hand crackled with electricity, bzzzt. A surge of electric current shot into the mannequin's open mouth. Sparks burst forth, the stench of burning plastic filling the air. The mannequin suddenly froze, then collapsed to the floor, motionless. Lin Xian exhaled sharply, regaining his composure. He quickly grabbed his flashlight and inspected the fallen mannequin's mouth. Inside, he found a complex mechanical structure. These things. They weren't ordinary mannequins. A robot? Lin Xian was full of question marks. He immediately placed his hand on it, activating a mechanical scan. As expected, it was a magnetically controlled passive robot. It had no power source of its own and was instead part of a networked mechanical puppet system. Using robots against me? Not bad. Click, click. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed from the hallway outside. The sound was intermittent, slowly approaching through the darkness. Ghost knocking on the door, huh? Without hesitation, Lin Xian constructed a high-power floodlight, instantly illuminating the eerie room as brightly as daylight. Then, he grabbed the doorframe, his power armor amplifying his strength. Bang! The entire door was ripped off its hinges. Raising both hands, he summoned a brilliant glow. Clank! 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 Chunks of tank-grade forged metal flew into the air, and in just a few breaths, a 40 centimeters thick steel door, resembling a bank vault, materialized, completely sealing off the room. And this door had no handle. No lock. To top it off, Lin Xian wired a high-voltage discharge device to it, running electricity through the metal surface. Alright. This door is officially open for ghost knocking trials. Feel free to test it out. Satisfied with his setup, Lin Xian turned his attention to the room's wiring. He began tracing the light's circuit path, planning to scan the building's electrical structure and locate its control mechanisms. Inside the research facility's monitoring hall. In the monitoring hall, the technician in charge of the F-Zone experimental subjects stared at the screen, hands frozen above the keyboard, eyes widening. Hey! His colleague nudged him urgently. Experiment Subject 072 is supposed to appear. Hurry up, don't waste time. There's a problem. What? It didn't knock on the door? The technician pointed at the screen in horror. A monstrous creature was furiously scratching at the door, but the suddenly materialized steel vault door didn't even budge. And, most importantly, there was no handle to grab onto. It can't even touch the door. What the hell? Why hasn't the crying classroom experiment started yet? Security Chief Feng Chun glanced at his watch, frowning. He pressed his earpiece and asked impatiently, "What's going on?" A researcher scrambled to respond, "Sir, the experimental eerie entity failed to enter the area." "What?" Feng Chun stormed over, glaring at the monitoring screen. Switch to the storage room's surveillance feed, now. A different technician hesitated, his face looking pale. Turning around, he stammered, "Yes, sir. We've lost control of the indoor surveillance." Feng Chan's expression darkened. "What did you just say?" "I said, we have lost all internal surveillance." The entire monitoring hall fell into an eerie silence. Switch to the hallway cameras, then. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Feng Chan barked, "Headquarters requires us to collect precise data on mechanical abilities. We need to monitor the target's condition at all times, nothing can go wrong." "Understood." Hallway cameras are operational, no life forms detected so far. Then the target must still be in the storage room. Back in the storage room to eliminate future risks, Lin Xian devoured all of the destroyed robotic mannequins, converting them into raw materials. Only shattered plastic fragments remained. Now, the room was spacious and clear. Standing on a makeshift ladder, Lin Xian activated Mechanical Heart, connecting to the wiring and scanning the building's mechanical framework. "Kiki, how's your situation?" Crackle. The communicator's signal suddenly weakened. "Lin Xian. I can't find you." "Where are you?" "I'm inside the teaching building, second floor." I don't see any teaching building." Kiki's voice trembled slightly, filled with unease. Then, silence. The signal was completely cut off. Lin Xian frowned. Not good. Given their relative positions, they shouldn't be too far apart. But something in this research facility was interfering. His gaze shifted toward the thumping noises coming from outside his steel vault door. Could it be that the eerie entities were generating dark energy to jam their communications? This research facility. They've brought in some serious monstrosities. Narrowing his eyes, Mechanical Heart finally locked on to something. He descended the ladder and moved to one of the walls. Placing his hand on the surface, he took control of the hidden power system behind it. Then, hiss, a rectangular door frame slowly emerged from the wall, then retracted, revealing a dark passageway beyond. Inside the monitoring hall. Target confirmed entering the passageway. Collect biometric data. Life signs normal, no injuries, heart rate stable. The monitoring hall erupted in activity. The research team finally spotted Lin Xian on their screens. Feng Chan exhaled, then pressed his earpiece. Close the passage. Release the frenzied zombie horde. Gather combat data. Understood. Releasing the frenzied zombie horde into the passageway. Inside the passageway, bright lights suddenly flooded the corridor. Lin Xian shielded his eyes, then looked ahead. A long, endless wide corridor stretched into the distance. Grah. Before he could move, a low, distorted shriek echoed from afar. Simultaneously, the floor began to tremble faintly. Lin Xian turned sharply. The door behind him, the one he had forced open, was now sealed shut again. No way back. His gaze shifted upward, directly at the hidden surveillance cameras. Inside the monitoring hall. Control the zombie density. Don't apply too much pressure at once, we need the target alive. Understood. Density set to level 1. Feng Chan monitored the screen. Suddenly, Lin Xian looked straight at the camera, as if he could see them watching. Feng Chan's expression froze. Does he know we're watching? Before anyone could answer, the screen went black. What happened? Feng Chan shouted. Checking now, power systems are stable. One technician was sweating as he frantically worked the console. Then, dakka dakka dakka. Gunfire erupted from the speakers, growing fiercer by the second. Target is engaging. Restore the lights. The screens flickered back on, and everyone stared in shock. The corridor was covered in blood and zombie remains. Standing amid the carnage, was Lin Xian. And beside him, a fully mounted Roarer K-23 electric Gatling gun on a push cart, steam still rising from its red-hot barrel. Where the hell did he pull that from? How is there even a cart? That thing's huge. Did he summon it from a pocket dimension? Feng Chan clenched his jaw. I don't care if he pulled it from his damn pants, watch his left hand or right hand, figure out how he did it. Release the frenzied zombie horde, at max level. Roar. From the far end of the corridor, countless mutated zombies burst forth, WRRRRR. The Gatling gun roared to life, Lin Xian charged forward, gun blazing, slicing through the horde like a storm of bullets and steel. Chapter 224, Death Game 1 Tap. Tap. The sound of Lin Xian's footsteps echoed through the dark corridor. He walked for a while, following the glow of the lights stretching ahead, but the passage seemed endless. Something was off, this wasn't what he expected. As he kept moving forward, water stains began to appear on the floor. The further he walked, the more water there was. The original marble floor had gradually transformed into white ceramic tiles. Splash. Splash. The sound of water swishing accompanied his steps. Lin Xian looked down at the white tiles beneath his feet and couldn't shake the eerie feeling that he had just stepped into a swimming pool. As he proceeded, the shallow puddles rose from mere centimeters to completely covering his feet. That's when the corridor walls ahead abruptly vanished. He had reached the end of the passage. Lin Xian frowned, raising his light to illuminate the area in front of him. What he saw made his expression darken. Before him was an enormous, enclosed swimming pool, easily over 1,000 square meters in size. White, pristine tiles covered the surrounding walls, making the space seem eerily sterile. Just a few meters ahead, the floor beneath the water abruptly disappeared, replaced by a stainless steel pool ladder. Beyond that ladder, the once clear water turned an unsettling shade of black. It was deep, impossibly deep. Under the glow of his light, a yellow swimming ring gently bobbed on the dark water's surface, drifting with the ripples. Lin Xian scanned the area. Other than where he stood, there was no visible way out, only towering, tiled walls enclosing the entire space. The cold water lapped at his ankles, carrying an inexplicable force, as if something hidden in the depths was trying to pull him in. What kind of nightmare is this? He had already investigated the passageway before entering. There were no complex mechanical structures. He had expected to find something, yet after walking for so long, he'd encountered nothing. Now, at the end of the hallway, all that awaited him was this massive, bottomless pool. It felt like an entrance straight to hell. Research facility, monitoring hall. Inside the monitoring room, the research personnel wore complicated expressions. A few turned to look at Security Chief Feng Chun, who sat with a heavy expression, eyes locked on the surveillance screens. Chief Feng, the target has entered the black pool. Feng Chun's gaze sharpened. Release biological specimen Black Abyss number 1. Begin water injection. Flood the passageway. What? The researchers were stunned. This. Won't that. Follow orders. Today, we must obtain valuable data from the target. Understood. The researchers, though tense, began executing the brutal command. Back in the pool area, Lin Xian positioned a metal support frame at the passage's edge, extending his light to illuminate a larger section of the water. Moving carefully to the silver pool ladder, he leaned forward to peer beneath the surface. Whoosh! A massive, shadowy figure flickered beneath the water, moving like a coiled serpent. Its form was pitch black, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. The sudden disturbance sent a wave rushing toward Lin Xian's submerged feet, as if trying to pull him in. FK. Lin Xian instinctively stumbled backward, the chaotic splashing of his footsteps echoing unsettlingly in the eerie silence. Something was in there. His expression turned grim as he scanned his surroundings. Seconds passed like hours. He needed to find a way out. Looking up, he finally noticed something. About dozens of meters above the pool, a small diving platform protruded from the high wall, with a dark door behind it. Then, as his light flickered across the water's surface, he noticed something else, a pathway submerged beneath the pool. Or rather, pillars, narrow, white-tiled columns barely wide enough for a single foot to step on. They were spaced roughly a meter apart, stretching all the way to the far side of the pool, where a set of wall-mounted ladders jutted out from the tiled wall. If he wanted to escape, he'd have to step from pillar to pillar, balancing over the pitch-black abyss, reach the wall, and climb up. Without his light, he would be blindly leaping across an invisible abyss, with God knows what lurking below. And those pillars? They extended deep into the black water. There was no telling what was swimming around them. Who the hell designed this nightmare? Lin Xian's gut twisted. Even he felt a chill creeping up his spine. A pitch-dark, enclosed space. A massive, bottomless pool. Rippling black water. Unknown creatures lurking beneath. Anyone's sanity would be shaken. Then, suddenly, the water that had been at his ankles was now up to his calves. It was rising. Research facility, monitoring hall. The surveillance screens displayed every angle, the pool's surface, the ladders, the pillars, and the diving platform above. The black water is now rising at level 3 speed. The target has approximately 3 minutes to reach the wall before we activate level 5 flooding. Live signs update, target's heart rate at 105, approaching 110. Feng Chun smirked, watching the monitor with interest. He has to be scared now. At 3 minutes, the water level would make it impossible to stand. He'd be forced to swim. The corridor itself was like a massive pipeline, extending over the center of the abyssal pool. Feng Chun's gaze locked onto the corridor exit. He expected to see Lin Xian frantically leaping from pillar to pillar, desperately trying to escape. But Lin Xian wasn't there. Feng Chun's expression darkened. What's going on? Why isn't he moving? The water is rising. No idea. We don't have cameras inside the corridor. Did he retreat? No. His vitals are still within the test area. Feng Chun clenched his jaw. There's only 2 minutes left. If he doesn't move now, he'll never make it. Then, one researcher hesitantly suggested, maybe he's just waiting for the water to rise and float him up? Impossible. Feng Shan snapped. You can't survive in black water for a single minute. Black Abyss number 1 will devour him instantly. Chief. 1 minute left. The corridor will be completely flooded. Feng Shan's fists tightened. His gaze burned into the screen, watching as the black water swallowed the passage. But still, Lin Xian didn't appear. Report, target's body temperature is dropping. Heart rate is now at 80. What the hell is he doing? Feng Shan growled. Then, a researcher suddenly shouted, he's out. Where? Everyone, including Feng Shan, turned to stare at the corridor exit. But, Lin Xian wasn't there. No one's there? He's above the corridor. Feng Shan's head snapped toward the secondary monitor. And then, his pupils shrank. A circular hole had appeared at the top of the passage. From that hole, an elevator platform was rising. And standing on it, Lin Xian. Calm. Expressionless. Stepping smoothly onto the diving platform as if nothing happened. Feng Shan sat in stunned silence. The escape they had anticipated never happened. Instead, this elevator, where the hell did it come from? Chief. His mechanical ability doesn't match any of our previous research. Feng Shan's face twitched. That wasn't just mechanical assembly. Lin Xian had just created an entire functioning elevator from thin air. Prepare survival room number 3. Feng Shan ordered, grimly. If Lin Xian could control machines like this, they needed to see more. Unlocking the final door, Lin Xian turned his head and saw the 2 massive liquid chambers. The transparent green fluid inside was slowly draining, as if counting down to something. Realizing the urgency, he immediately activated Mechanical Heart and scanned the door in front of him. As the scan progressed, his frown deepened. It was indeed a door, but a highly intricate mechanical lock system. The structure was bafflingly complex, featuring 12 interlinked mechanical locks, each connected to 12 separate internal switches. The design wasn't made for functionality, it was built purely to confuse anyone trying to open it. With that, Lin Xian was finally certain. This entire setup was designed to test his mechanical ability. And the 2 creatures? They were just here to liven things up for him. You want me to pick these locks? His chest tightened slightly, but his mind remained calm. Mechanical Heart began to hum. Woo, woo, the sirens blared. The green liquid in the experimental chambers continued draining. As it reached the halfway mark, the first containment pod sea star-like creature began stirring, its countless black needle-like spines scraping against the glass with a grating screech. Countdown, 3 minutes remaining. In the brightly lit observation room, several researchers stared intently at the surveillance feed, all eyes locked onto Lin Xian. Report the test progress. Escape door progress, 0%. What? He hasn't even unlocked one? Wait a little longer. Countdown, 1 minute remaining. Escape door progress, 0%. Huh? Did he give up? Quick, notify Miss Hua. Hua Ziling's arrival. Hua Ziling, clad in a black coat, stood before a gleaming silver door. Behind it was the room where Lin Xian was trapped. A subordinate's voice crackled through her earpiece. Miss Hua, 1 minute remaining. Escape door progress still at 0%. Should we activate the emergency protocol? She remained silent, her gaze fixed on the silver door. Countdown, 10 seconds. Escape door progress 0%. It's impossible to open now. Security Chief Feng Shan said, his face turning pale. Screech. Inside the glass chambers, the green liquid had fully drained. The massive sea star creature flexed its needle-covered body, emitting a strange shrill cry. The white humanoid monster slowly lifted its head. Hua Ziling's expression flickered with doubt. Then, the countdown reached its final seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The instant zero hit, boom. The silver door disintegrated into ash. A storm of fine gray dust scattered through the air. Hua Ziling instinctively lifted her hand, catching a speck of ash in her palm, only for it to disintegrate further into nothing. She blinked in astonishment. Then, as the dust cleared, a lean silhouette emerged from the doorway. A voice rang out, calm, but unmistakably sharp. We meet again. A blade pressed against Hua Ziling's throat. The razor-thin electric edge sliced off a few strands of her dark hair, sending them drifting to the ground. Click. 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 In a split second, dozens of armed personnel raised their rifles, locking their aim onto Lin Xian. The automated turrets in the room zeroed in, red targeting lasers painting deadly dots across his forehead. Yet Lin Xian's expression remained ice-cold. If I don't see my teammates in 1 minute, you die. Hua Ziling gazed at him. Not with fear, but with a strange mix of admiration and excitement in her eyes. She raised her hand, signaling her men to lower their weapons. Then, she gestured to an assistant, who pressed a command on a mobile terminal. A door slammed open behind Lin Xian. Boom. A shockwave erupted. Several researchers were sent flying, crashing to the floor with groans of pain. From the open doorway, Kiki stepped out. Her expression, tense with worry, finally relaxed at the sight of Lin Xian. Lin Xian, who was yelling, barely spared a glance at the groaning researchers. Her face remained indifferent. I extended an invitation to you. Naturally, your teammates are also our guests. Guests? Lin Xian let out a cold laugh. This is how you treat your guests? Who was yelling shrugged. Well, technically, you did illegally trespass into our Clearwater Town test facility. But, I'll admit, we also conducted experiments on you without consent. For that, I apologize. She then raised an eyebrow. However, our usual partners don't enter through such unconventional means. She smirked slightly. Nor do they plant tracking devices on my vehicle. Lin Xian's face twitched slightly before he sighed, lowering his electric blade. You have a point. But you also never told me where you wanted to meet. So, I used my own methods. Who is yelling smiled faintly, not seeming offended in the slightest. Instead, she asked, Lin Xian, may I ask, how did you unlock that final password door? Lin Xian scoffed inwardly. Password door? Unlock? What password? Why the hell would he bother with unlocking it when he could simply devour it whole? To him, that intricate mechanical structure was nothing more than raw materials, easily consumed and repurposed like scrap metal. It was easier than breaking down a train. He had no interest in answering her question. Instead, he got straight to the point. All right. I broke into your facility. You ran all these tests on me. Now tell me, what do you want from me? Hua's yelling smile didn't waver. I told you, we want to work with you. Lin Xian's voice turned sharp. And if I refuse? Hua's yelling pointed toward a corridor. If you don't want to cooperate, you are free to leave. We have no intention of restricting your freedom. Then, she made a pleased gesture. Or, if you have time, I could introduce you to our foundation. Lin Xian and Kiki exchanged glances. Since they were already here, they might as well listen. So, they followed Hua's yelling deeper into the research facility. Journey into the underground. Lin Xian underestimated the scale of this facility. Beyond the surface-level test grounds, the true research center was buried deep underground. Kiki leaned closer and whispered, did they do anything to you? Lin Xian shook his head. What did surprise him, however, was the nature of their research. Somehow, eerie entities were involved. Why isn't this place visible from the outside? Lin Xian asked. Hua's yelling explained, our facility is hidden beneath a sky dome, a structure with an external reflective surface. Optical projection tech displays an illusion of the surrounding environment, making us invisible. Kiki's mouth dropped open. Wait, so from the outside, this entire place doesn't even exist? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. This facility. It wasn't built recently, was it? Was it here before Apocalypse Day? Hua's yelling's voice was calm. This facility was originally a classified international bioweapons research base, developed long before the Great Cataclysm. She turned to Lin Xian. If you're willing to stay longer, we can provide any resources or support you need. Because soon, you'll have to cross the abyss. A faint sound rang out, and the partition glass in the room instantly turned transparent. Everyone was startled, their faces filled with confusion and fear as they looked around at their companions. The shackles on their hands clinked, prompting a woman to let out a sharp scream. Ah! Let me go! A man shouted loudly. Kia minutes! Kia minutes! Just as the others were still trying to figure out why they were here, a man in his 30s suddenly recognized someone familiar. He craned his neck and shouted toward the third room on his right. Huh? Honey. A young, beautiful woman immediately responded, her voice filled with urgency. These two were husband and wife. Damn it, where is this place? In room 2, a middle-aged man dressed in relatively refined clothing roared hysterically. The eerie situation left everyone unsettled. Click, a large overhead light suddenly turned on, and the strange noise instantly silenced everyone in the room. Looking forward, they saw that beyond the glass wall was a massive chamber. There was no floor, only a bottomless abyss below. At that moment, in the empty void, a giant red head flickered in and out of existence as it slowly descended. The head wore a peculiar black hat, resembling some kind of holographic projection. Simultaneously, a deep, monstrous voice echoed through the room, "Hello. It is my honor to inform you all that you have been selected as special test subjects for Facility Number 2 tonight. I'm sure you've already noticed your current predicament. Pleased to meet you all. Allow me to introduce myself, I am the Hatter. Your host for this game." The scene before them was truly bizarre. A massive red head loomed in the air, sending chills down everyone's spine. The middle-aged man in room 2 had a hot temper. Realizing the situation, he immediately slammed the table in anger. No. I don't want to participate. Let me out. I quit. I quit. BZZT. A high-energy electrical surge suddenly crackled, followed by a piercing scream. Ah! The shackles on the middle-aged man's wrists emitted a powerful electric current, causing his entire body to convulse violently. His muscles tensed as he let out a pained howl. Boom. In room 6, beside the young man, a bald, overweight man suddenly roared. His hands turned gray, transforming into the texture of granite as he yanked hard, attempting to break free from the shackles. Lin's Yan and Kiki's expressions sharpened. This man was an ability user. Just as everyone thought he would easily snap the delicate-looking shackles, he encountered the same fate as the middle-aged man. Like a coiling serpent, the shackles tightened violently, shattering his stone-like skin inch by inch. Splurt. Blood gushed as his flesh burst open, and a gut-wrenching scream echoed through the room. Ah! Meanwhile, the massive red head simply watched the spectacle unfold with a twisted smile. Everyone was utterly horrified. As they glanced down at the shackles on their own wrists, an overwhelming sense of dread began to spread. Don't struggle. These things are rigged with traps. The voice came from room 4, where a frail young man dressed in tattered outdoor gear spoke. His chapped lips suggested severe dehydration. Seemingly satisfied with the newfound silence, the redhead continued speaking. If you're ready, the game can begin. The moment those words fell, chaos erupted. Game. What kind of game? What do you want from us? Where the hell is this? Some kind of lab? Are you a human or a ghost? Lin Xian noticed that the young man in room 7 remained silent, his sharp gaze carefully observing both the environment and the people around him. He seemed much calmer than the others. At the same time, Lin Xian began examining the occupants of the 8 rooms. Room 1 held the bespectacled man who had tried to talk to the woman in room 3. He looked to be in his 30s, with a scholarly demeanor. Room 2 contained the middle-aged man, whose well-groomed appearance was oddly out of place in an apocalyptic setting. He looked neither desperate nor worn down. Room 3 housed a woman, likely the bespectacled man's wife. Her face was filled with fear, her body trembling as she anxiously scanned the surroundings. Room 4 belonged to the frail young man who had warned them earlier. His ragged appearance suggested he had been struggling to survive. Room 5 held a blonde woman with an air of composure and an extraordinary aura. Room 6 contained a bald, overweight ability user who had just attempted to break free. He looked to be in his 40s and was now in agonizing pain. In room 7 was the calm young man Lin Xian had taken note of. And in room 8, to his right, was a young girl with disheveled hair and a dirt-streaked body. She had kept her head down the entire time, only raising it now upon hearing the commotion. Lin Xian was momentarily stunned. Beneath the grime, her features were exceptionally delicate. Though covered in dust, her beauty remained striking. At that moment, Lin Xian turned to Hua Ziling, realizing that this research facility had gathered a group of people for some kind of twisted experimental game. What exactly are you showing us? Lin Xian asked directly. No need to be nervous. Hua Ziling replied coolly. This is just one of our research projects. You're merely here as observers. Lin Xian and Kiki exchanged glances, both sensing something deeply unsettling about this situation, inside the experimental hull below. I can tell that you all share the same question. The projection of the red head abruptly vanished, and at the far end of the abyssal chamber, a single light flickered on, illuminating a massive glass display case. Inside, a mountain of supplies was piled high: food, water, weapons, and even daily necessities. Everyone's pupils shrank in shock. Their minds momentarily went blank. The resources here are enough to sustain one person for 10 years. This will be the reward for the game's winner. The redhead reappeared. Then, what happens to those who don't win? Someone asked in a panic. The others snapped out of their daze, their eyes locking onto the floating head with palpable tension. The crimson apparition seemed almost alive, its gaze piercing through them. According to the rules, eliminated players will be executed. A deathly silence fell over the room. What kind of sick joke was this? No. 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 I don't want to play this game. Let me out. Let me out. The young man in room 4 panicked and screamed in terror. BZZT. A bone-chilling electric shock surged through him. His entire body convulsed violently, his limbs spasming in an unnatural posture. Within seconds, a burnt stench filled the air as white smoke curled from his body. Ugh! Ugh! The electricity ceased. The young man, who had been full of life just moments ago, now slumped limply in his chair, foam at his lips. His terrified eyes locked onto the redhead, his breath ragged, too scared to utter another word. Everyone was petrified. Any sign of resistance was met with punishment. Well, looks like you're all smart people.
That only makes this even more exciting. The redhead grinned, its voice dripping with eerie amusement. Now, I announce that the first round of the game is Jump. Its words struck the hearts of every person in the room like a hammer. Then, the redhead vanished. Rumble. The massive chamber's floor began rising. It was made of square black metal panels, shifting up and down with mechanical precision. As soon as everyone saw the gaps forming, they understood, this was just like an old-school video game. Miss a step, and you fall to your death. That doesn't sound too hard, does it? The woman in room 3, emboldened by her husband speaking up, also chimed in, what could be more important than our lives? As long as we work together, we can all be free soon. Wait, can we discuss this among the 8 of us? The woman in room 5, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. Her tone was cold and firm, exuding a calmness that set her apart from the others. I mean, before the game begins. Of course. The redhead responded. Each round, you will have 30 minutes to discuss. Once the game begins, the rooms will be sealed and soundproofed. If no one enters the game within 30 minutes, all players will be declared as having failed. The redhead's voice echoed powerfully, reverberating in everyone's minds. A countdown timer appeared on the screen, ticking down rapidly, 27, 36, 27, 35. Oh my god. The woman in room 3 clapped her hands over her mouth and screamed, trembling as she stared at the timer. I think we shouldn't waste any time. The middle-aged man in room 2 said grimly, his gaze sweeping across the rooms to his right. Who's willing to step forward? Wait. The bespectacled man in room 1 forced himself to remain composed. This game clearly requires our cooperation, so. Is anyone here an ability user? Or do you have any special skills? Maybe we can find another way to solve this. His words were carefully phrased, but everyone understood what he meant. He wanted the ability users to reveal themselves. But after he spoke, silence followed. Seeing no response, he decided to take the lead. I'm Hondong. Before the Polar Night, I was a math teacher. I don't have any abilities. Following her husband's lead, the woman in room 3 quickly added, I'm Kiaminitz, a saleswoman. I don't have any abilities either. Hondong and I are married. I don't think self-introductions are necessary. The woman in room 5 interrupted, instantly drawing all eyes to her. Her face was cold and serious as she spoke directly. This game seems simple on the surface, but in reality, it presents 2 problems, the sacrifice and the betrayer. The sacrifice has to risk being betrayed, while for everyone else, there's no real risk. On the contrary, the betrayer holds the power. If they kill someone, they can guarantee their own survival and even receive a mountain of supplies. The moment she finished speaking, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. It seemed like unity was the key to survival, but in an apocalypse, trust was far from easy to come by. Everyone here understood the darker side of human nature. Seconds ticked by, stretching into minutes. The young man in room 4 grew visibly anxious, unable to sit still. Finally, he blurted out, then let's just introduce ourselves. I'm Fang Xionian, a student. I don't have any abilities, but my body has undergone some evolution. I'm quite agile. You're all ability users, aren't you? Playing innocent, huh? The bald, overweight man in room 6 scoffed, his eyes flashing coldly. The name's Wang Anjian. I have an ability. Xiaobo, enhancement type ability. The well-dressed middle-aged man in room 2 said in an indifferent tone. The young man in room 7 spoke nervously, I'm Chen Jia. I was just a machine gunner in a convoy. No abilities. The girl in room 8 hesitated, then raised her head fearfully. I'm Wang Duo. I used to be a student. Now, I'm a prostitute in a major convoy. The room fell silent. A flicker of disdain crossed Wang Anjian's eyes. He smirked and said mockingly, not bad, you do have some looks. If you were in my convoy, I'd keep you around for fun, too. Wang Duo instinctively shrank back, trembling slightly. But she kept her head down, showing no anger, just silent fear. It was obvious her life after the apocalypse had been nothing short of cruel. With the introductions done, everyone turned their attention to the last person, the blonde woman in room 5. Her expression flickered slightly before she finally spoke in a low voice, Dan Meng. Wing-type ability user. Everyone's faces changed. Their gazes toward her grew complex. No wonder she had refused to introduce herself earlier. She could fly. That meant this jumping game would be effortless for her. Feeling the weight of everyone's stares, Dan Meng's expression darkened. She lowered her eyes and muttered, don't look at me. I'm not going to participate. But I promise, I won't be a betrayer. But you can fly. Even if you fall, you, Kiaminitz protested anxiously. Humphrey. Xiaobo from room 2 let out a cold laugh.
You think this facility didn't account for ability users? His words silenced the room again. The self-introductions had taken nearly 10 minutes, yet no real progress had been made. Alright, we've all introduced ourselves. Who's going to participate? Xiaobo's voice carried a sense of authority, cutting straight to the point. Silence fell once more. The timer ticked down, 16 minutes remaining. Then, Fang Xionian from room 4 hesitantly spoke up. I have an idea. Everyone turned their eyes toward him. We can all raise a number with our fingers at the same time. Whoever's number doesn't get repeated will enter the game. But we must all agree, no betrayal. That way, we can all survive together. His suggestion made sense. It was the fairest, though also the most helpless, solution. The 8 players exchanged glances, seemingly reaching an agreement. Alright, if no one objects, let's do it. Fang Xionian clenched his fists and glanced at both sides. On the count of 3, everyone show their numbers. The air grew heavy. 3, 2, 1. Everyone revealed their numbers simultaneously and looked around. Only one person had shown a 1, Dan Meng. All eyes turned to her. Dan Meng's face turned deathly pale, her raised hand trembling involuntarily. Her lips twitched, and she suddenly shouted, "No, I don't want to do it. No one can force me." Wang Anjian from room 6 let out a sneer. TCH. Useless. Guess we'll all just sit here and wait to die. The group fell into silence again, staring at the countdown as it continued ticking away. 3 minutes remaining. Just as despair began to set in, a tiny voice suddenly spoke. I'll do it. Up in the observation rooms, Lin Xian's brow furrowed as he instinctively turned toward room 8. The voice had come from Wang Duo. Kiki's grip tightened on Lin Xian's hand. Below, Wang Anjian's expression turned strange. He suddenly let out a chuckle. Alright, I support you. I'll make sure you get the right directions. His tone was sickly sweet, nobody believed he was sincere. To him, a woman who had fallen to such a fate in the apocalypse was beneath notice. He even seemed amused that she was volunteering to step into danger. Really? Are you sure? Qiao minutes quickly latched onto the moment. I support you. So do I. Han Dong shouted. Me too. Fang Xionian chimed in. I'll support you. Dan Meng added, visibly relieved. Xiaobo raised his hand. If anyone betrays her, I'll kill them in the next round. His words sounded tough, but no one took them seriously. Chen Jia, in room 7, stared in shock at the frail girl beside him. His lips were dry as he nodded repeatedly, I support you. The others grew visibly eager, not out of concern for Wang Duo, but because her sacrifice meant they had a chance to survive. Wang Duo sat quietly, her expression unreadable. There was no fear, only an eerie sense of relief. 0, the countdown ended. The massive redhead reappeared, its eerie grin stretching wide. Excellent. Looks like we have our first challenger for tonight. The others exhaled in half relief. The redhead let out a low chuckle. Now, let the game begin. Click. At this time, the partitions of all the rooms became dark again, and at the same time, the surrounding sounds were completely isolated. A small screen with 3 buttons floated on the metal table in front of the 8 people. They are, front, left, right. One indicator light is gray. This means that if the indicator light is on, you need to give Wang Duo instructions in the corresponding room. Follow the movement trajectory of the floor. There is only 5 seconds. If you give the correct instructions, Wang Duo survives. If you give the wrong instructions, Wang Duo dies. Chapter 225, Death Game. Lin Xian and Kiki's expressions were grave as they looked downward. Below them was a pitch-black void, where the room that Wang Duo was in could no longer be seen. To isolate both the room and the sound was to expose human nature to the extreme. This meant that if Wang Duo had died, no one would know who the murderer was. The remaining 7 rooms, each person carried their own thoughts. At this moment, the dark side of human nature was endlessly invoked. Lin Xian's expression darkened, the human heart is unpredictable, and this was the most tormenting moment. Soon, everyone saw Wang Duo appear at the far left of the enormous room. Her figure was frail, and the youthful radiance she should have had was replaced by a ghostly, fragile form. Just standing there, she looked lifeless. Challenger number 8, if you're ready, tell me. The voice of the red-headed figure rang out. At this moment, Wang Duo had been blindfolded with a black eye mask. Even from afar, everyone could see her slender body trembling slightly. Regardless of the time, when facing death, humans will always experience innate fear. Her hands were tightly clenched into fists. After a long pause, she gently nodded. I announce, the game begins. The loud voice of the red-headed figure made the temperature in the space drop by a degree. Drip. The first light illuminated the room, and it was number 7, the room directly in front of Lin Xian. The young man named Chen Jia, seeing the indicator light in front of him, immediately felt his fingers tremble with nervousness. He decisively looked at the situation around Wang Duo and then nervously pressed the direction key on the screen. Inside Wang Duo's room, she heard the instructions and quickly crouched down, preparing to jump. Then, she leaped with all her might. Clap. She landed on a solid surface. It was her first jump, and she was still somewhat unaccustomed to it. Wang Duo swayed her arm slightly before stabilizing herself. She kept mentally counting numbers, listening intently to the instructions coming through her earpiece. Left. Hearing the command, her left foot rotated 90 degrees on its heel, followed by her right foot, to avoid any misalignment of her position. Forward. Wang Duo took a step forward. Right. She took another step to the right. The 7 people in the separate rooms were now staring intensely at Wang Duo. Every time she jumped, it seemed to tighten the hearts of the onlookers. Clank clank clank. The massive room's mechanical floor continuously opened and closed, rising and falling, changing its shape. And the 7 individuals in the separate rooms were like directors, controlling Wang Duo's every move. Upstairs, Kiki gripped Lin Xian's hand tighter and tighter, her eyes fixed directly on the girl leaping below. Lin Xian glanced at Kiki and gave her a meaningful look. Kiki, understanding the look from Lin Xian, nodded in response. Down below, the jumping game was progressing smoothly, and Wang Duo surprisingly made it to the far right side. At this moment, everyone could see that only the last step remained. There, she only needed to jump forward to complete the challenge. At this point, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Suddenly, Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as he noticed something unusual. Originally, Wang Duo was supposed to jump forward, but instead, her right foot spun, and she turned toward the right side. Lin Xian's heart sank as he sensed something was wrong. Just as Wang Duo was about to complete the challenge, she turned toward the direction where the others were. Having followed the correct instructions the entire way, Wang Duo's once pale face was now faintly flushed. Beyond her fear of death, the countless jumps had exhausted her physical strength. She gently exhaled, tightly pressed her lips together, and, as before, bent her knees, leaped forward with all her might. Whoosh! In an instant, Kiki shot forward, releasing a surge of invisible psychic power. But strangely, her psychic force didn't manage to grab hold of Wang Duo. The crowd watched in disbelief as her fragile form disappeared into the abyss. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. He immediately stood up. Ah! Kiki's face turned pale, unable to believe that her psychic power had failed. I forgot to tell you, this is just a projection, not a real scene. Hueco, sitting calmly, glanced at the two of them with an indifferent expression. Lin Xian's expression grew cold. Although it was the apocalypse, he still could not accept such methods of using living humans as experiments. Looking at Hueco, Lin Xian spoke in a cold voice, is this the so-called experimental project you mentioned? Hueco's gaze subtly shifted. After a moment of silence, she responded, there's no need for you to rush. This footage is not over yet. What you've seen may not be the truth. You've killed someone, and it's not over? What exactly are you trying to do? Kiki's voice was filled with fury as she clenched her fists tightly. Hueco remained silent and made a hand gesture toward the glass window, signaling the two to keep watching. Click. In the game room, all the walls turned transparent once again. Damn it. Who did this? Wang Anjian, in room number 6, immediately cursed furiously. My god, she really fell. She actually fell. Kiao minutes from room number 3 was clearly horrified. This game really kills people? Who did it? Dan Meng from room number 5 was the most agitated. Her eyes narrowed as she thought deeply, and suddenly, she realized that room number 2 was still dark. It's number 2. Everyone turned their gaze toward it. At that moment, the glass door to room number 2 swiftly became transparent, and inside, Xiaobo was nowhere to be seen. Damn it, that bastard. Damn, this son of a bitch was acting all righteous just now. I spit on him. Wang Anjian ground his teeth in fury. The murderer had appeared. At that moment, some were panicking, some were regretting, some were fearful, and some were cursing. Choosing the correct answer meant relinquishing control of survival, while as a traitor, one could survive and escape. At this moment, human nature's primal instincts were fully triggered. Congratulations, everyone. At that moment, the red-headed figure appeared again. Although a young life had been lost, its first words were congratulations. The first round of the game failed. To make the game more exciting, the reward for the next round will double to 2 million in supplies. Clank. The display case's lights turned on again, and the pile of supplies inside had doubled in size. So many supplies, just by using a train, it would at least fill 2 freight carriages. At this moment, seeing the mountain of supplies, everyone fell silent. Their gazes shifted quietly. Not only could they survive, but they could also gain supplies. This seemed to be telling everyone that only selfishness would allow one to survive the longest. The remaining 6 people now stood in an eerie silence. Their gazes met and crossed, but no one was willing to speak. The second round of the game, just like the previous one, will have 30 minutes of free discussion time for everyone. No one said a word, silently waiting. The red-headed figure's strange voice seemed a little excited. Now, let me introduce the second round of the game, called the Sword of Trust. Clang. The floor in the enormous room rose again, and 2 Iron Maidens facing the crowd appeared in the center of the room. Unlike traditional Iron Maidens, these 2 humanoid metal torture devices didn't have steel spikes inside. They resembled bulky suits of armor, with black holes instead of sharp spikes on the outside, and the head area exposed, somewhat similar to a bucket-shaped design. The difference was that the lower part was humanoid, separating the limbs and torso. A masked black-robed figure stood nearby, his posture slightly hunched, revealing a pair of eyes that glinted with sharpness. Whether human or ghost, no one could tell. His presence sent a chill down the spine, immediately making everyone tense. Everyone's eyes shifted to the right corner of the room, where they were horrified to find the area where Wang Duo had fallen earlier still had an undried puddle of blood. But the body was gone. What the hell is this? Seeing the torture-like apparatus, everyone's faces turned ashen. Let me introduce this fun game. The red-headed figure's voice rasped. This game is very simple. It requires 2 challengers to participate and enter the specially designed armor. Each of these armors has 7 identical holes, numbered 1 to 7, placed in specific spots, the 2 shoulders for numbers 1 and 2, the abdomen for number 3, the waist for number 4, the chest for number 5, and the 2 legs for numbers 6 and 7. So, the 2 sets of armor have a total of 14 holes. This black-robed figure has 9 sharp swords. The 2 challengers will take turns selecting the number of holes in their opponent's armor, and the swords will be thrust through. However, out of the 14 holes, 9 are impervious to the swords. So, if luck is on their side, both challengers can win without shedding a drop of blood. The red-headed figure excitedly continued, this round differs from the last. Only 2 people can participate. If both survive, they will clear the game and receive supplies and freedom. If both die, the mission fails, and the remaining players will receive supplies and freedom. There's one more rule. If only one person dies, the mission still fails. The survivor won't receive any prizes, but they will be free to leave. 2 people to participate? Dan Meng from room number 5 was clearly terrified. She exclaimed, wait. Does this mean the other 4 people are irrelevant to the game? That's right. The red-headed figure replied slowly. Those who don't voluntarily step up will lose the right to choose and must wait for the outcome of the game. At these words, everyone's faces turned pale. This game was almost identical in nature to the previous round. Personal survival was entirely in the hands of others. Even for the 2 participants, life or death was in the hands of the other. Who would be willing to let someone else stab them in the back? Wang Anjian's gaze turned cold. I'm not participating in this kind of game, letting someone stab me. Among them, Fang Xionian's face was trembling, and he attempted to comfort himself, saying, if the 9 swords are all aimed at the shoulders and thighs, they shouldn't be fatal. Plus, with some holes that can't be pierced, if both of them discuss beforehand. But he couldn't continue. Discuss beforehand? Wang Duo's death is still vivid in memory. Who would be willing to trust anyone else? Who knew that his words were overheard by Qiaominets, who thought in confusion for a moment, then suddenly turned around and looked at Han Dong. At that moment, Han Dong happened to be staring directly at her. The 2 instantly understood each other. If there was anyone among the 6 who could still trust each other, it was the 2 of them. Qiaominets trembled all over. She wanted to speak but couldn't muster the courage. She was afraid of being stabbed by the sword. But when she thought about the 2 million in supplies and the chance for freedom, she was filled with desire. This could be the best opportunity for her and her husband to escape. Even someone as cautious as she knew that this game was only suited for her and Han Dong. Han Dong saw through her thoughts, his face turned pale as he thought for a moment, and quickly gritted his teeth, giving a confirming look. If they missed this, they might regret it forever. Lin Xian looked at the couple on the far left, and he guessed what was going on. This game seemed to be tailor-made for this couple. If they didn't participate, the others wouldn't. Who would give a sword to a stranger? Ridiculous. As time passed, everyone fell silent. Clearly, there was no need for any discussion about this game. Watching the 30-minute countdown slowly approach its end, Han Dong, drenched in cold sweat, gritted his teeth and raised his hand. I'll participate. I'll participate too. Seeing Han Dong raise his hand, Qiaominets eagerly raised hers as well, seemingly afraid that someone else might take the opportunity. Very good, we now have our participants for the second round of the game tonight. The red-headed figure slowly turned to face the two and smiled eerily. Good luck. The remaining 4 people had dark faces and remained silent, staring at the couple. The atmosphere was thick with tension. They had no other choice but to wait for the result. Clang. The glass doors of rooms 1 and 3 slowly opened, and the shackles on Handong and Kiao Minutes automatically unlocked. The two of them staggered out nervously. Unlike the first round, the remaining rooms were not isolated by soundproofing or visual barriers. What's this? This time, we can communicate freely. Wang Anjian said solemnly, looking around. Dan Meng trembled and looked anxiously at the front rooms. If we want to survive. It seems like we can only pray they all die. Once she said this, Feng Xionian and Chen Jia had complicated expressions. They're a couple. If they both choose their hands or legs, they shouldn't die, right? Feng Xionian said nervously. Hearing this, the bald, chubby Wang Anjian muttered, if they don't die even after being stabbed a few times, I'll admire them. His eyes were burning as he stared at the front rooms. Whether it's the legs or hands, even one stab would cause serious injury. It's not that simple. He was right. Humans have major arteries in their legs, and if they bleed excessively, in the post-apocalyptic world, without medical help, and if they were ordinary people rather than special ability users, death was very likely. Soon, the lights in the large room ahead flickered on. Handong and Kiao Minutes had been locked in humanoid armor. They looked at each other, both filled with fear. Honey, we'll win. Husband, I'm scared. Kiao Minutes' voice trembled, the shadow of fear completely consuming her. Honey, I love you. Trust me, I'll protect you. Perhaps to encourage each other, Handong, who didn't know where his courage came from, gritted his teeth, his lips turning pale. The red-headed figure turned sideways to look at them. Now, the game begins. Who will choose first? Her. Let her choose first. Handong swallowed hard. Letting her choose first meant he would take the first stab, but how could he bear to let his wife be stabbed? Kiao Minutes nodded tremulously, grateful to Handong. Okay. Okay, husband. The hunched black-clad sword-bearer slowly approached. Choose. Which number? The dry voice was like sand being scraped from a parched throat, making it eerie to hear. Kiao Minutes' face turned pale, her eyes filled with struggle and hesitation. Such a bloody choice was something she had never experienced. It was a huge test for her. Handong, seeing this, gritted his teeth and hurriedly said, stab me. It's okay, we've always had good luck. Remember, honey, do you remember that time we were trapped in the collapsed tunnel, but we found a hole to escape through? And the times we encountered zombies? Didn't we survive? No matter how big the challenge, we can't be beaten as long as we work together. Kiao Minutes was encouraged by his words, and she regained some of her composure. She nervously looked at Handong's armor and shakily said, 6. I choose. Number 6. Number 6 was Handong's right leg, the lowest position among all the numbered holes. As soon as this decision was made, the others clearly heard it. This was the safest spot. At this moment, everyone's hearts tightened. The black-clad sword-bearer walked to Handong's spot and drew his sword from the rack of 9 swords. Handong felt an unprecedented fear and anxiety. His heartbeat was pounding in his ears, and his face turned pale as cold sweat poured down. The sword-bearer raised the sword, the cold light gleaming as he aimed at the hole marked number 6. Then, with a swift motion, the sword was thrust in. In an instant, Handong felt his heartbeat stop, his back teeth almost crushing. But then, there was a crisp clang. It was the sound of metal meeting metal, and in Handong's heart, it felt like the sound of heavenly music. Because this sound meant the hole was fake, and the sword couldn't pierce it. It's fake. It's fake. Handong sighed in relief, and in just those few seconds, his back was completely soaked with sweat. Kiao Minutes looked at the scene in delight and, after a moment, excitedly said, Great. Great. Husband, you're fine? Handong felt like he had just survived a catastrophe. At that moment, the black-clad sword-bearer still stood in front of him, his voice cold as he said, Now it's your turn to choose. Which part of her will you choose? Handong was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled darkly, looking up at the black-clad sword-bearer with determination. How could I stab my wife? This time, I choose my number 7. At this moment, Kiao Minutes hurriedly explained, I know. But I'm just a woman. If a sword stabs my leg, I might die too, right? You're a man, surely you can hold on longer than I can. Upon hearing this, Handong's eyes widened in terror, and a chill rose in his heart. Looking at Kiao Minutes' tear-streaked face, he suddenly felt that the woman he loved seemed strangely unfamiliar. He stared at her in disbelief, not realizing that the black-clad swordsman had ignored their argument and was walking toward them, picking up a gleaming sword. Wait! Wait! Handong snapped back to his senses and cried out in alarm. But the black-clad swordsman paid him no mind and thrust the sword forward. Position 2. Clang! The sharp sound of the sword striking the air shook Handong to his core. His mind went blank for several seconds as he watched the sword fail to penetrate, a complex look in his eyes. It was as if some part of his resolve had suddenly become uncertain. Great! Hubby, this is great! Kiao Minutes cheered, her face lighting up with joy. You're all right. This is wonderful. Panting. Panting. The black-clad swordsman stood in front of Handong, who had just regained his composure from the hellish fear. His head lowered, sweat already soaking his forehead, and his glasses fogged up. He gasped for air, his face as dark as a storm cloud. It's your choice now? The swordsman asked. Silence. After a long pause, Handong slowly spoke, not raising his head, his bangs hiding his eyes. I choose. Her position 6. Wait. Kiao Minutes shouted in shock. She cried out, Handong, weren't you going to protect me? Seeing the black-clad swordsman slowly walk toward her, Kiao Minutes' fear reached its peak, and she desperately shouted. Meanwhile, Handong slowly raised his head. Through the foggy glasses, his terrified eyes met hers as he trembled, saying, Haven't I already protected you? Stop. Stop. No. Kiao Minutes screamed in agony as the swordsman's blade pierced through her. Whoosh. The sword pierced her 6th position, the one on her leg. Ah. Kiao Minutes let out a piercing scream as excruciating pain skyrocketed her terror to the utmost. I choose his position 3. Without waiting for the black-clad swordsman's inquiry, Kiao Minutes cried out, gritting her teeth through the pain. Upon hearing her words, everyone's expression darkened. She didn't even choose the remaining position 1 on her shoulder but directly chose position 3 on her abdomen. Had she lost her sanity in this pain? The scene unfolded in a way no one expected. The two people who had trusted each other moments ago now seemed like strangers. Lin Xian scanned the room, and the expressions of the others had turned grim. This game was even more twisted than the first round, breaking trust completely through people's primal survival instincts. In the room, Handong's eyes were filled with terror. He watched the black-clad swordsman walk toward him, raise his hand, and thrust the sword. Handong closed his eyes, seemingly awaiting death. Clang. Handong's luck was good, the position turned out to be fake. At that moment, Handong no longer hesitated, decisively shouting, I choose. Her position 7. Position 7, still her leg. Ah. No. Don't. Handong, you bastard. The swordsman walked toward her again, the blade thrusting forward. Whoosh. Kiao Minutes' 7th position was indeed real. Ah. With a heart-wrenching scream, Kiao Minutes' legs were pierced. The pain almost knocked her unconscious. Her body trembled violently, spasming in agony as she wailed, Handong, you bastard. However, Handong, instead of showing sorrow, shouted excitedly, Great, wife. Kiao Minutes turned in terror, looking at him in disbelief. What? What did you say? You think this is great because I've been pierced? Am I blind to have chosen you? Are you a demon? Handong's face turned pale as he shook his head, his eyes full of hopeful explanation. No. Wife, listen to me. 9 swords, 14 holes. 6 swords are done, 3 are fake, 3 are real. 1 sword in my leg, 2 in yours. This means there are 8 positions left with 6 fake holes, but only 3 swords remaining. Handong was a math teacher, and he managed to stay rational in such a situation, which was quite rare. Hearing Handong's words, Kiao Minutes' mind slowly started to regain clarity. Her gaze shifted thoughtfully, and she nodded slightly, muttering, Right, there are 3 swords left. We need to stay calm, calm down. Handong urged. Calm down? Kiao Minutes glared at him, eyes filled with both resentment and hurt as she screamed, You've only taken 1 sword, I've been pierced in both legs, I'm dying, do you know that? But I never chose your upper body. Handong tried to explain. I don't care. Kiao Minutes' eyes were bloodshot. Since there are 3 swords left, I think all of them should be for you, that's fair. Handong's face turned white as his lips trembled in disbelief. You're crazy. I've only got 1 shoulder left, and you've already been pierced twice in your upper body. The remaining ones are the chest and waist. And you haven't even been touched on your shoulder, how is that fair? If one of my chest or waist holes is real, I'm dead. You can divide those 3 swords between our shoulders, maybe they're all fake holes. Then we both survive. Handong shouted, trying to make her understand his reasoning. How could that be possible? Kiao Minutes shrieked, 2 swords in my shoulders, are you insane? I'm not insane. This game needs both of us to survive to win. I'm just stating the truth. If I die, it's over for both of us. Handong responded. Survive. Survive. Handong's words echoed in her mind, the cold sword that pierced her legs, and the overwhelming pain filling her with terror. It felt as though death was closing in on her step by step. Then, suddenly, a demonic thought surged in her heart. Seeing that she was silent, Handong felt something was wrong. Blood continued to pour from Kiaominitsu's armor, filling the air with the scent of death, making everyone around feel both fear and madness. After a long silence, Kiaominitsu slowly raised her head, her hollow eyes staring at the redhead. Still 3 swords left. So, I still have 2 chances, right? The room fell into stunned silence. The 4 other people in the room all turned pale as they began to realize something ominous. Hey! Kiaominitsu suddenly shouted at the redhead. I want to know, if someone dies, can the remaining holes still be used to insert swords? Handong's pupils shrank as he looked at Kiaominitsu in disbelief, panicking as he shouted, Hey, Kiaominitsu, wife! What are you trying to do? Kiaominitsu didn't respond but continued to stare at the redhead with bloodshot eyes. Suddenly, the redhead laughed eerily, its voice dripping with sinister satisfaction, as though it had smelled something it liked. The rules don't say it's not allowed. It said, its voice low. So, the living can insert swords into the dead. As soon as these words were spoken, Handong's face went ashen. He immediately shouted in horror, Wife! Don't do this. You've forgotten our promise, haven't we agreed to survive together? We need both to survive to win. Handong continued. What are you doing? The tension in the room reached a boiling point, and the 4 watching the game all looked grim. The rules that seemed so simple at first were now becoming nightmarish. One death means the other can leave. This game aimed to destroy trust between the closest people. The simplest way to do this is to deceive and then kill the person you trust the most. Chapter 226, Collapse. Handong glanced at Kiaominitsu, who had her head lowered, her messy long hair hiding her once delicate and beautiful face. In that instant, he seemed to find some kind of release. His pupils weakly dilated as he watched the black-suited sword-wielder slowly approach. There was no anger, no sadness, only boundless despair. The black-suited sword-wielder drew 2 swords, one aimed at his waist, position number 4, and the other aimed at his chest, position number 5. Then, with a sudden thrust, the swords were plunged through. The few onlookers at the side were now extremely tense, their hearts pounding as they watched the deadly spectacle unfold. As the 2 were fighting among themselves, the others were constantly on edge, knowing their own survival depended on the death of both of the challengers. Wang Anjian's face looked ashen, and the usually chatty man fell silent. Ding, PCH. Position number 5 was a fake, but position number 4, completely pierced. Handong struggled violently, his eyes wide open as blood poured from his nose and mouth, his agony unbearable. Wonderful. Seeing Handong's suffering, Kiaominitsu's eyes turned bloodshot as she wildly shouted. If Handong died, it meant she would be saved. The last sword would not strike her. He's dead. He's dead. I won. I can leave. Kiaominitsu cheered through her tears, her joy at winning and surviving spreading through her. For a moment, she felt completely liberated. But at that moment, her armor didn't open. The red-headed figure slowly turned toward her, wearing a twisted smile. Oh, don't be in such a rush, Miss Kiao. I think your celebration is premature. Now is the time to test the love you've long cherished, isn't it? The hatmaker spoke meaningfully. What? Kiaominitsu's mind began to piece things together, her body shaking as she turned her head, and discovered, Handong was still alive. The challenger has not died yet, so the game continues. The red-headed figure's voice echoed like a death knell in Kiaominitsu's ears. It's your turn to choose. Came the cold voice of the black-suited sword-wielder standing before Handong. Kiaominitsu's pupils widened, a chill running through her body. It suddenly dawned on her that even if the heart was pierced, one wouldn't immediately die, and Handong was only pierced in the waist. As long as he still had breath in him, he could still make a choice, couldn't he? If the 2 of them had cooperated from the start, even if Handong had died, he might have sacrificed himself, taking all the remaining swords to protect Kiaominitsu. Chen Jia, who had remained silent in the compartment, spoke with a grave expression. Dan Ming and Wang Anjia turned their heads toward him. The atmosphere among the remaining group was grim. Chen Jia's words were somewhat naive, but if the hatmaker had revealed that the swords could be driven into a dead body, then most people's first instinct would be to kill the other, not sacrifice themselves. But now, it seemed everyone was no longer concerned with that, they only cared about whether these 2 could die together. Lin Xian glanced at Handong and Kiaominitsu, a deep sigh escaping his lips. From the first time Han Dong took the sword for her, perhaps the man who truly loved her could indeed go this far for her. But now, it's too late. In the room, Kiaminitz, having realized this, suddenly screamed like a mad woman at Han Dong. Husband. Husband, I was wrong, I'm sorry, it hurts so much. Forgive me, we can still win. You choose my shoulder, we'll live, and we can get endless supplies. I'm sorry, I'm so dumb, that's why I couldn't figure it out. Please, I love you, you are the man I love the most in my life, please, let's stop killing each other. Thud, thud. Blood kept pouring out of Han Dong's mouth and nose as he hung his head low, his glasses fogging up. He radiated an aura of utter despair. I choose woman, position number 5. His hoarse voice sounded like it came from a broken wind machine. Blood and foam dripped from his mouth, cold, indifferent, detached. Kiaominutz's pupils slowly widened, a wave of icy fear rushing to her head. Her eyes filled with blood vessels as she let out a desperate scream. No. PCH. The cold blade thrust through Kiaominutz's chest. Position number 5 was real. In the final moments of her life, Kiaominutz's eyes were filled with terror. In that instant, unwillingness, resentment, regret, and pain intertwined, until her pupils slowly faded. The game is over. The red-headed figure slowly turned, its face expressionless. But at that moment, everyone in the room could have sworn they saw a sinister smile curl at its lips. The entire room fell silent. Crash, the glass wall before them suddenly turned black, and the lights in the room flickered back on. Huaziling slowly stood up, her gaze turning toward Lin Xian and Kiki. Well, what do you think? Isn't his experiment interesting? She asked, her tone calm. Lin Xian, holding the agitated Kiki in his arms, stared at Huaziling and replied, nonsensical. What are you trying to say? Huaziling took a deep breath, speaking in a detached tone. From a scientific perspective, we designed this experiment to test the theory of Dark Knight evolution. When a person is on the brink of death, their psychic power reaches a breaking point. At this stage, the human body begins to merge with dark energy, undergoing a form of genetic evolution. The only problem is, this state doesn't last long, and it's difficult to observe under normal conditions, which is why we've tested many methods. For example, we directly subjected the test subjects to the pressure of death. But forced emotions can be too one-dimensional and lead to numbness, so we use this death game instead. The results have proven quite effective. Huaziling looked at Lin Xian. The remaining 4 participants are likely to experience significant physical evolution, and once they leave, their survival abilities should be much stronger. From this perspective, it's also helping them, don't you think? Lin Xian's brow furrowed as he looked at Huaziling with cold eyes. So this is your way of helping humanity evolve? Strictly speaking, we follow the principle of survival of the fittest. Huaziling replied, walking to the glass wall and speaking calmly. Those who survive floods learn how to build levees, understand water patterns, and the laws of disaster. Those who survive earthquakes know how to solidify buildings and observe anomalies in animals. And humans, after surviving countless plagues and viruses, develop antibodies to resist them. That's how humanity survives. Once we overcome, civilization will rise again. If we can't, it's just the extinction of a backward civilization. Huaziling turned to Lin Xian. Don't you think that the dark tides of this world are just another form of plague for us? So, your idea of neutrality is just to let nature take its course? Lin Xian responded. No. Huaziling answered directly, the rescuers, the separatists, the adventurers. As you saw in the first game, everyone agreed, and everyone could have survived, but some had their own interpretation of survival, and because of this, the differing ideas of survival. The concept of ideology has led to a confrontation of beliefs. Hey. Do you find it amusing? We are at the brink of humanity's survival, yet society is still so fragmented. For an advanced civilization, isn't our current civilization one of backwardness and ignorance? Do you know why? Greed, selfishness? Lin Xian responded, it's just this cycle, isn't it? Huaziling shook her head. Human nature is inherent. This isn't the essence of the problem. What I want to tell you is that our human society is driven by reason but constrained by emotion. This is an advantage at the early stages of civilization development, but it is also the flaw that limits it. A truly advanced civilization would not need emotions. Take the second game for example. Do you think love, which has been praised for centuries, or ultimate emotions, has any benefit for the survival of civilization? So, our goal is to maintain the progress of the dark tide. Under this natural selection, everything will reach its conclusion. All survival ideologies will be tested. The unreasonable frameworks and positions within this civilization will be naturally eliminated, and we will decide for ourselves who survives and who perishes. Buzz. At that moment, The glass wall suddenly began to glow. Lin Xian looked over and saw a large research institute outside. The place was enormous, with thousands of researchers, various war equipment for ability users, blood essence research instruments, and large-scale genetic research equipment, a sight that was both shocking and awe-inspiring. Only those who survive will be the better successors of humanity's genes. Dark energy drives human evolution, causing mutations and abilities. These individuals are among the best. Hua Zieling looked at Lin Xian. Mr. Lin, during the critical moment when the elevator was about to fail, you stepped forward and used your mechanical abilities to find a new way out. This is why our foundation isn't just after your mechanical abilities. We believe that someone like you, with supreme willpower and high-level abilities, is the only one fit to be a builder of this new world. You will lead this new civilization to glorious evolution. This is the goal of our foundation. Sorry. Lin Xian responded directly. I'm not interested in building a new world. I'm just an ordinary person, and I don't understand the grand ideals of civilization. You have such complete equipment here. What I'm interested in right now is... Do you have fresh bread? It's been so long since I had any. I've forgotten what it tastes like. Kiki looked up in surprise, seemingly having just recovered from the previous game. She stared at Lin Xian and whispered, bread? Hua Zieling's face slightly changed at the mention of bread. After a brief silence, she smiled faintly and didn't speak, instead stepping aside to clear the way. Lin Xian grabbed Kiki's hand and walked toward the door. Halfway, he stopped, took out the business card Hua Zieling had given him, and casually threw it on the floor before walking out. Click click. At the door, 2 armed personnel blocked their way. Let them go. She didn't stop them and spoke directly. The armed personnel immediately moved aside. Furthermore, Hua Zieling instructed the research staff to escort them out. Hua Zieling looked at the retreating figures of Lin Xian and Kiki. Her eyes glanced down at the business card at her feet. Her expression was neither happy nor sad, but filled with meaning as she said softly, "We will meet again." Buzz, Lin Xian and Kiki rode out of the research institute on a motorcycle. Turning back, they saw the large research institute quickly becoming blurry, thanks to the reflective panels. The sun was slanting, the trees were tall, and the grass was green. Outside, it wasn't quite dark yet. If you didn't look closely, no one would guess such a massive research institute stood among the trees. Lin Xian was riding a motorcycle with Kiki on the back. He noticed Kiki's pale face and immediately said, "Don't take it to heart. Although they say they are neutral, in essence, their position is the same as that of the Descendants faction." Lin Xian. Kiki hugged his waist, pressing her body against his back and feeling his warmth. She whispered, "If I block a sword for you in the future, will you be sad for me?" "No." Lin Xian replied firmly. "Ah." Kiki widened her eyes. Lin Xian revved the engine. "I'll make you an armor that's invulnerable to knives and swords. No sword will pierce it." TCH Kiki couldn't help but roll her eyes, though most of the darkness in her expression faded. She laughed. "All right, let's go back and see what Sasha and the others found today." Lin Xian nodded, glancing at the sky as the motorbike raced ahead. He spoke coldly, "I don't know what they found, but I now know for sure what someone found here." "Who? Who else?" "The merchant who bought so many guns from us." The motorbike zoomed down the road toward Hengshan Pass Station. Hengshan Pass train station, Infinite Line. Chen Sixuan, holding the itinerary, was with Miaolu in compartment 7, checking the supplies. For safety, every box of food was opened and carefully inspected to ensure there was no damage, leakage, or spoilage. They organized everything according to category. Meat cans and fruit cans should be placed separately. Dry foods like biscuits should also be kept away from liquid foods to avoid moisture. Zhao Yuan, Tao Tao, put the food and glass jars in the middle cabinets and add some padding. Otherwise, if the train is attacked, these jars might get shattered. Chen Sixuan was meticulous, and Miaolu worked diligently alongside her. "Miaolu, any news on the lines?" Chen Sixuan asked. Miaolu checked her terminal and communicator and said, "Not yet. It's still early. They'll probably wait until the last moment to return." Chen Sixuan glanced out of the window at the setting sun and took a deep breath. "I hope they get good results today." Of course, Miaolu grinned. It's broad daylight, so there won't be any strange creatures around. If they only encounter zombies, it shouldn't threaten their safety. But Hengshan Pass has been visited by so many people. It'll probably be difficult to find anything useful. Chen Sixuan nodded. This was the first time the Infinite Line had split into teams for a large exploration. Normally, Lin Xian would lead the way himself. But now, with more people, especially on a normal urban exploration mission, there wasn't much pressure. It was just the right opportunity to give everyone a breather after running for their lives. Chapter 227, Mark. From now on, It's best to use the restroom and shower in the daytime. Chen Sixuan said. We'll all have to get used to the idea that there's no real distinction between day and night. Nighttime is more dangerous. Based on past experience, it's actually safer to rest during the day. But during the day, we need to travel and find supplies. Miaolu nodded. You're right. Maybe we'll rotate shifts, just make sure not to do anything like this at night. We need to be able to respond quickly if there's an emergency. Thud thud thud. At this moment, a female team member hurriedly ran from the front carriage. She was one of the people Chen Sixuan had specifically arranged to monitor the front car. Chen Sis, you need to come see this. I don't know when, but a container suddenly appeared on the platform. A container? Chen Sixuan and Miaolu's expressions both changed at the same time. They immediately put down the work they were doing and went to the front car. As they walked, they saw a large black container on the platform in the distance. The sentry system should have detected this. Chen Sixuan frowned. It's probably too far to detect, but with such a big object, how could there be no sound at all? The group continued to observe the container. Unlike a regular shipping container, this one appeared to be a module from a laboratory or similar facility. It had an electric control door and the Phoenix Society's emblem on it. Phoenix Society? Chen Sixuan naturally recognized the emblem of the Phoenix Society. After all, they had seen the symbol on Bei Shuangwai's scientific officer during the Ascendant Elevator incident. Did the sentry system not detect who put it there? Miaolu asked as she checked her mobile terminal. The front car's observation system and radar didn't pick anything up. It's strange. I thought maybe it was an issue with the sentry system's observation angle. Miaolu replied. Chen Sixuan kept her eyes on the black container. Her sixth sense as a woman told her that something was off. At this point, other survivor teams at the station also noticed the suddenly appeared container. A few of them glanced over, and even some of the people on the night charm train turned their attention toward it. Chen Sixuan immediately grabbed her communicator, but all three channels were unable to establish a connection. The team was due to return soon, and she wanted to notify Lin Xian as soon as possible. Should we go down and check? Miaolu asked. No. Activate the defense system and have everyone pick up their weapons and remain on alert. Chen Sixuan decisively said. We need to be cautious at all times. If they're not from our group, we absolutely do not open the doors. That's something Lin Xian taught me on the first day we boarded the train. Bang. At that moment, the black container suddenly made a metallic sound. Then, the walls of the container collapsed in all directions, and Chen Sixuan and the others froze in shock. They were horrified to see that inside the container, there was a woman. The woman was disheveled, her hands and feet shackled with special mechanical restraints. Her mouth had a device to prevent her from speaking. She was wearing nothing but a thin red evening gown, with her legs bare and no shoes. Her hair was messy, and her body was filthy. Despite her condition, she was immediately recognized by the group. Ah! Isn't that? Miaolu exclaimed as she recognized the woman. Aileen Clark. Isn't she that Hollywood star? Because the woman was once quite famous, known for her devilishly attractive body and beautiful face, which was now streaked with tears. She looked terrified, struggling to get free as she stared at the train. The sight caused an immediate stir among the other survivor teams, who had also been on high alert. The leader of the night charm train, Cao Hong, was watching from behind his group of female subordinates and had turned to look out the window. Holy crap, Aileen Clark. What is she doing here? Is it a trap? Let's just wait and see. Cao Hong wasn't a fool, and at that moment, everyone's attention had turned to the Infinite Line train. Chen Sis, it's definitely a trap. Miaolu said, her instincts telling her that something was wrong. Chen Sixuan raised her hand, signaling for everyone to stay calm. She studied the woman locked in the restraints and said thoughtfully, no matter who it is, we'll wait for the other teams to return before making any decisions. Chen Sixuan was very clear that the people left behind on the train were not particularly strong in combat and didn't have any abilities. Apart from Miaolu, who was good with her hands, they were mostly unarmed. The reason Lin Xian had asked them to stay with the train was that the Infinite Line itself was their strongest defense and offense. As long as they didn't make foolish decisions, they would be able to handle any threats that came their way. Alright, let's wait and see what happens with that person. At this moment, the woman, Aileen Clark, suddenly had her restraints on her face and feet unlocked with a loud thud. The restraints fell to the ground. Aileen Clark, now free, hurriedly opened her mouth and saw the train not far away. When she saw people inside, she panicked and yelled, "Help me. Please, help me." She can speak. Looks like she's not a fake person. After the Raintown incident, Chen Sixuan had learned to be more cautious. She picked up a broadcast device and, looking at Aileen Clark, said softly, "Who are you? Why are you here?" I'm Aileen Clark. You must have heard of me. Aileen said, her gaze frantic as she quickly added, if you can contact the Phoenix Society or the Federation, my family will offer you a generous reward. Why are you here? Who locked you up? Chen Sixuan asked again. I don't know. Aileen shook her head and glanced at the container beside her. When I woke up, I was locked in this container. Well, sorry, I can't help you. Chen Sixuan replied coldly, directly refusing. Aileen Clark's sudden appearance was far too suspicious, and she didn't even know how she got here. Chen Sixuan couldn't help but be suspicious of her. Hearing this, Aileen panicked. She tried to stand up, but after being locked for so long, she couldn't manage it. She crawled toward the train, begging, please, I really don't know who locked me up. I'm not a bad person. She's coming closer. Miaolu watched this, her expression now wary. At this moment, Ding Junyi, who was working in the third carriage, suddenly noticed that the black chrysanthemum near her was slowly emitting a red aura. Realizing what was happening, she immediately stood up and rushed toward the front of the train. When she saw that Chen Sixuan and the others were in the cockpit, she asked urgently, did they return? No, what's wrong? Chen Sixuan replied. The dark mark is increasing. Someone marked is approaching us. Ding Junyi said loudly. What? Hearing this, Chen Sixuan and Miaolu's expressions immediately changed, and instinctively they looked outside. Ding Junyi had already noticed the woman crawling toward them. Don't let that woman get any closer. She has the dark mark on her. Ding Junyi reacted immediately. Upon hearing this, Chen Sixuan quickly shouted, close the windows. Whoosh. In an instant, the atmosphere inside the infinite line became tense, and everyone went on high alert. Buzz. At this moment, the sound of a motorcycle engine could be heard, and Chen Sixuan looked toward the entrance of the station. Sure enough, she saw Lin Xian and Kiki arriving. Her face changed, and she immediately pressed the communicator and urgently said to Lin Xian, be careful. There's a woman outside our train with a dark mark on her. Hearing this, Lin Xian immediately hit the brakes, and he and Kiki both turned their heads to look. Sure enough, they saw a woman crawling on the ground toward the infinite line. Drive, reverse. Don't let her touch the car. Lin Xian ordered. At this moment, Lin Xian was utterly stunned. He hadn't expected the second time he noticed the characteristics of the dark mark to appear in such a way. Why was there a woman with a dark mark here? Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Chen Sixuan immediately started the infinity train, heading toward the front of the platform in an attempt to avoid the woman. Meanwhile, Lin Xian drove his motorcycle, taking a detour under the tracks, heading toward the infinity train. The woman named Erin Clark panicked when she saw the train starting. Confused, she quickly turned around, looking at the other survivors' groups on the platform. In her panic, she trembled as she got up from the ground and staggered toward the green train, repeatedly pleading, save me, please, save me. Meanwhile, the infinity train had moved some distance away, and once they were far enough from the woman, it stopped again. Lin Xian drove his motorcycle onto the train and went to the cockpit. He used a loudspeaker to call out to the survivors on the platform. Everyone, stay away from that woman. She's marked by an anomalous entity. If we enter the night, it will cause a huge problem. Upon hearing this, the other survivor teams on the platform immediately changed their expressions. Marked? What's that? Is this real? I'd rather believe it than not. Maybe we should just pull out. She's alone. How could she bring any anomaly here? Could it be a trick? On the night charm train, the people instantly started arguing upon hearing these words. No way. That's Erin Clark. She doesn't seem like a bad person. Boss, do you think the infinity train has something up their sleeves? Yeah, they haven't even left. Cao Han carefully observed the approaching woman through the window and asked suspiciously, wait a minute, wasn't that box marked with the Phoenix Association symbol? Why would the Phoenix Association do something like this? I think it's a trick. Maybe they want us to leave so they can stay in the station. A clever subordinate spoke up. Hearing this, Cao Hong's eyes lit up. That makes sense. The herd mentality. He looked toward the distant black train, his eyes cold. Damn, they really have a plan. So what's up with this woman? Who knows? She looks so gentle and doesn't have any weapons. What threat could she be? Save me. Erin Clark staggered toward the night charm train, unsteady on her feet, and fell to the ground with a thud. She looked up, her face filled with desperation, and looked at Cao Hong. Please, help me. My family will give you lots of supplies. Seeing this, several of the female team members on the night charm train immediately showed sympathy, starting to whisper among themselves. Maybe we should help her first. Yeah, she looks so pitiful. The people on the infinity train have no conscience. They don't want to help, but they also stop others from doing so. No wonder there are so few people on their train. Such a big train, and yet so few people. They're really cold-hearted. On the Infinity Train, Lin Xian noticed that many people from the other teams were unmoved. He furrowed his brow and increased the volume of his announcement. Don't engage with that woman. She'll attract a massive number of anomalous entities. Can you hear me? No one responded. At that moment, strange glances were cast toward the Infinity Train, especially from the female team members on the Night Charm train, who started shouting angrily. Hypocrite. You won't even save one woman. What kind of man are you? You've got so many weapons. Are you afraid of anomalous entities? Exactly. Don't you see how pitiful she is? You're so cold-hearted. She's Aaron Clark, you know. Are you trying to trick us into leaving so you can stay safe with your team here? You're so scheming. Oh, these gossiping hens. Kiki immediately got fired up when she heard this. Rolling up her sleeves, she was ready to fly out and confront them, but Lin Xian grabbed her foot and dragged her back. Ouch. Stop messing around. Lin Xian said, his expression darkening. Lin Xian, what do you think? Chen Sixuan asked anxiously. Lin Xian looked at Ding Junyi. Director Ding, why would a person have such a strong dark mark? Ding Junyi adjusted her glasses. It's unclear at the moment, and we don't know how this mark can be transferred. But I strongly advise against interacting with that woman or letting her onto the train. The intensity of the mark on her is even stronger than what we encountered in Aizen. I'm worried there will be a massive disaster here tonight. How terrifying. Lin, do you think someone is using the dark mark to poison us? Miao Lu immediately reacted, the first to think of poisoning. Poisoning? Lin Xian frowned upon hearing this. Miao Lu's words sent a chill down his spine. He hadn't considered that the dark mark could be used in this way. If this were true, it meant that someone behind this already understood the theory behind the dark mark and could even use it for poisoning. Not only did they know, but they were able to use this characteristic to mark someone as bait and poison them. It sounded absolutely insane. What kind of organization would do such a thing? Professor Chen. Lin Xian said, looking at Chen Sixuan, can we use guns to deal with that woman from a distance? Ding Junyi raised an eyebrow. You want to use that method to remove the dark mark? Lin Xian responded, isn't it possible? Ding Junyi shook her head. I can't be certain. Normally, if the prey dies, the hunter stops. But if the mark is just an odor or energy, as long as the body remains, we might not be able to avoid it. Lin Xian's brow furrowed. If that were the case, there was no way to shake it off. He glanced at the time. It was almost nightfall. Is it really the Phoenix Association? Chen Sixuan's expression turned grim. They had initially thought they were the first to discover this characteristic and had planned to report it to the Phoenix Association. Now, however, things had taken a drastic turn. Lin Xian shook his head. It doesn't matter which organization it is. What matters now is that we need to evacuate. He then turned to Kiki. Quick, use the drone to check if Shasha and Shuken have returned. Looking at his watch, Lin Xian noted that it was 18:05, and nightfall was just over 40 minutes away. Shasha and the others should have returned by now. What about the people at the station? Miao Lu asked. We can't convince them. I've shouted until my throat is hoarse, but it's no use. Since we can't convince them, I don't care anymore. Right now, I'm only focused on the people in our team. You can't help those who refuse to listen. They're at the east and north lines. Should we send someone to check on them? Chen Sixuan suggested. If we evacuate now, they won't be able to find us. I'm worried they won't make it back in time. If we don't warn them, and they interact with that woman, it'll be even worse. Lin Xian nodded. You're right. Let's wait for 5 more minutes. If they haven't returned by then, I'll go with Kiki to check on them. When it comes to mobility, right now, Kiki's flight ability combined with his powered armor would be the fastest and most efficient. Chapter 228, Tide of Monster Hunter. Inside the station, the murmurs and discussions gradually quieted down as many people turned their attention to Aaron Clark. There was no denying it, this woman was strikingly beautiful. Even in her current disheveled state, she exuded a charm that evoked both admiration and sympathy. Cao Hong felt his throat go dry as he watched her approach with a pleading expression. A woman like this was a rare sight in the apocalypse. His convoy had always been willing to take in beautiful women, but he wasn't an idiot. On his train, women weren't just decorative vases. If they were, his convoy wouldn't have survived this long. However, having too many women on board had its drawbacks, too much chatter, too many distractions, and too much interference with his decision-making. It was a headache. But now, looking at Aaron Clark, he suddenly felt like having one more wouldn't hurt. Even if she was just a pretty vase, she was the most beautiful vase he had ever seen. Miss Clark, I'm sorry. Cao Hong said seriously, as much as I'd love to help you, I have to consider the safety of my people. I need to confirm that you're not carrying any weapons. Hearing this, Aaron Clark's face lit up with hope. She quickly explained, "No. I don't have any weapons on me." Cao Hong shook his head. "But you're wearing so many layers, I can't be sure." The moment he said this, several female members of the convoy rolled their eyes. Aaron Clark was wearing nothing but a thin red evening gown. How was that many layers? If he wanted her to strip, he could have just said so instead of beating around the bush. Meanwhile, some of the male members of the convoy immediately caught on, their eyes gleaming with excitement. After all, she wasn't just any woman, she was a Hollywood superstar. Many here recognized her, and no one would mind getting a good look at her famous figure. Aaron Clark understood instantly, but instead of embarrassment, she simply reached for the straps of her dress. With a soft rustle, the silky red gown slipped off her shoulders and pooled around her feet, revealing her flawless, curvaceous body clad only in a black lingerie set. The men aboard the Night Phantom were utterly mesmerized, their eyes locked onto her. Even some of the women couldn't help but steal a glance. "You see? I really don't have any weapons," Aaron Clark said, raising her hands and spinning around in place. When she noticed that Cao Hong still seemed hesitant, she reached for the clasp of her bra, ready to take it off completely. At that moment, the air in the station seemed to freeze. The men held their breath, their eyes glued to her. Cao Hong, though just as captivated, quickly cleared his throat and interrupted her movements. "All right, I believe you. You can come aboard." No way was he letting the others enjoy this view. A beauty like this was best appreciated in private. And now, seeing how bold and uninhibited Aaron Clark was, his eagerness only grew stronger. Without hesitation, he welcomed her onto the train. Meanwhile, outside the station, the once golden evening sky over Hengshan Pass City was now shrouded in thick, dark clouds. The air grew heavy, and a sense of oppression spread through the streets. On the Infinite Train, Lin Xian and his team watched as strong winds howled outside, signaling an incoming storm. "It's getting dark soon," someone said anxiously. "Why aren't they back yet? Did something happen?" The city streets echoed with the rustling of fallen leaves, swirling in the eerie wind. As if sensing an ominous presence, the roaming zombies suddenly became restless, their guttural growls growing louder and more frenzied. Boom! A silver lightning bolt tore across the sky, illuminating the city for a brief moment. Thunder rumbled, and soon, heavy raindrops began to pour. Within moments, the storm turned into a torrential downpour. Just as Lin Xian was about to check the time, the low roar of engines cut through the rain. Everyone turned to look. Two armored off-road vehicles were racing down the street, cutting through the zombie-infested roads. "It's Shuken and Daelu." Lin Xian immediately grabbed his communicator. "Shuken, Daelu, do you copy?" "Captain Lin. We just ran into some mirror entities. No idea where they came from." Shuken's voice sounded tense. Lin Xian frowned. "Any casualties?" "No, just a minor injury. Lu Chang got scraped up a bit." "All right." Lin Xian exhaled in relief. "Enter from the East Station entrance. Use the tracks to get back here, avoid the survivor camps." Inside the off-road vehicle, Shuken and Daelu exchanged confused glances before nodding. "Understood, we'll take that route." Shuken replied immediately. Though unsure of Lin Xian's reasoning, she trusted his orders without question. "You encountered eerie entities?" Kiki asked over the radio. "On the streets or inside buildings?" "Both, which is why it's weird." Shuken responded. Lin Xian's expression darkened. "This doesn't feel like a coincidence." Chen Sixuan looked worried. "What about Shasha's team? Could they be in trouble too?" "Most likely," Lin Xian said grimly. "Otherwise, they wouldn't be this late." Checking his watch, he saw that there were less than 10 minutes until nightfall. "Everyone, get ready for battle," he ordered, prompting his team to arm themselves. Vroom. The two off-road vehicles burst onto the station platform, their reinforced tires screeching against the wet tracks. The Infinite Train crew was already waiting. Carriage 11's blast-proof doors slid open, allowing the vehicles to drive straight inside. Shuken, Daelu, and Lu Chang jumped out, their bodies reeking of blood and gunpowder. Lu Chang's arm was bleeding. Lin Xian approached him. "How bad is it?" "No big deal. Still got my arm," Lu Chang said with a grin. Chen Sixuan and Miaolu rushed over with medical kits, quickly tending to their wounds. "What exactly happened?" Lin Xian asked Shuken. Shuken took a deep breath. "It started fine, we were looting some commercial centers. But then, in an underground mall, we ran into a swarm of eerie entities. We didn't engage, we just got the hell out of there. But when we resurfaced, they were everywhere, crawling all over the streets too. It took us forever to fight our way back to the vehicles." Lin Xian. Kiki's urgent voice came through the radio. "Shasha's still not back. I'm going to look for her." Just then, Shasha's voice crackled through the communicator. "Brother Lin. Do you hear me? I hear you. Where are you? We're cutting through the main road, there are so many zombies. Bang. 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 Gunfire rang out in the background. Lin Xian looked at Kiki. Go. Get ready to assist them. Main road, Shasha's convoy and armored vehicle weaved through the street, dozens of zombies in pursuit. From the pitch-black alleys, grotesque centipede-like creatures skittered out. Shadowy figures lurked in abandoned buildings, while monstrous hands emerged from sewer grates. Bam. 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 Gunfire erupted from Shasha's team, mowing down zombies. But the horde kept coming, piling onto the hood of the armored vehicle. Shasha floored the gas pedal. The engine roared as she plowed through the undead. Foul creatures, be cleansed by my flames. Lu Xingqian rolled down the window, conjuring a massive fireball. Whoosh! The explosion engulfed a dozen zombies, reducing them to ash. I'll clear the way. Lu Xingqian climbed halfway out the window, raising both hands. Divine, fire wall. Fu-um. Blazing walls erupted on both sides of the vehicle. Zombies hurled themselves into the flames, turning to charred husks as the fires intensified. But suddenly, a monstrous, crawling humanoid leapt from an alley, blocking their path. Before Lu Xingqian could strike, bzzzt. A deafening roar of machine gun fire tore through the air. The creature disintegrated before it could even be seen clearly. It's our artillery. Shasha cheered. Brother Lin must be here to save us. At this point, we've all gotten used to sleeping while surrounded by zombies. Honestly, if they weren't howling and scratching outside, I'd probably have trouble falling asleep. Oh really? Erin Clark's tense expression finally eased upon hearing that. She gracefully stepped forward and slid into the bathtub. The rushing hot water helped relax her nerves. She watched as Cao Hong eagerly started stripping off his clothes, but she said nothing. Instead, she put on a seductive expression. In the apocalypse, she had long mastered the art of using her advantages to secure her survival. If she ever returned to her family, she wouldn't hesitate to have this fat bastard killed. But for now, he was her lifeline. A little service, so what? Cao Hong, now completely naked, looked at the stunning beauty in the bathtub and sighed, those idiots on the infinite train. They have no appreciation for such fine art. But then again, that guy does have plenty of beauties around him. Hey, this kind of blessing, only I, Cao, deserve to enjoy. Beep beep, beep beep. Just as he lifted a foot into the bathtub, the alarm in the room suddenly went off. It's getting dark. Cao Hong's expression remained calm. He looked at her and said, Miss Erin, welcome aboard the Night Phantom. Enjoy your first wonderful night here. Thank you. Erin Clark gave a sultry smile. Boom. A deafening clap of thunder exploded above Hengshan Pass, causing the entire train's windows to tremble. Just as Cao Hong was about to slide into the water and savor his rare apocalypse beauty bath, the entire train suddenly dropped downward, and even the ceiling caved in. Bang bang bang. The violent impact made his little brother shrink back in fright. He immediately grabbed the nearby walkie-talkie and shouted, "What the hell is going on?" Crackle. Silence on the other end. Cao Hong frowned and glanced at Erin Clark, then prepared to shout again. But just then, shrieks, screams, agonizing wails. A cacophony of horrifying sounds suddenly erupted from Hengshan Pass Station. Ah! Ratatatata. Run. Help. Crackle. A sobbing voice came through the walkie-talkie, "Boss. Monsters are here." Boom boom boom. Cao Hong froze in shock, while Erin Clark clutched her chest and scrambled out of the bathtub, her face full of panic. Scree-ee-ee-ee. A sharp, grating sound echoed from above the train, as if some massive claw was dragging itself across the roof. Cao Hong's face darkened. He turned toward the window, and there it was. A monstrous, red-skinned head with a horrifying face slowly lowered itself outside the window. Its glowing, crimson eyes burned like two airy lanterns, staring into the carriage. Ah! Erin Clark screamed in terror. Cao Hong swallowed hard. His sweat-drenched, naked body trembled as he slowly reached for the handgun on the table. At this moment, he finally realized, the warning from the infinite train was real. But it was too late. Crash. A massive, razor-sharp claw tore through the side of the carriage like an aluminum can, sending sparks flying. Erin Clark, standing in the bathtub, was instantly sliced into 3 pieces, so fast that she didn't even have time to make a sound. In a blink, the water turned crimson. Fuck. Cao Hong trembled, cursing under his breath. At least let me touch her one last time before I die. Boom. Darkness consumed Hengshan Pass Station as a swarm of grotesque creatures poured in. A massive, black centipede thicker than a station pillar slithered onto the train. Gigantic, leech-like abominations dropped from the station's ceiling, landing amidst a cluster of survivors. And that terrifying 3-meter-tall red humanoid monster, its mouth running vertically down its face, stared ahead with those lantern-like eyes. It lifted a blackened, razor-clawed hand. Several people were already skewered on its talons, Cao Hong included. Their bodies sagged, lifeless. Then, with a single motion, the creature stuffed the human skewers into its gaping maw. The sickening crunch of bones and flesh echoed through the night. Rat-a-ta-ta. Bang bang bang. The once secure train station erupted into chaos. Screams. Gunfire. Survivors didn't even have time to flee before the creatures overwhelmed them. Boom. 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 The station's metal roof began to collapse. Rain poured down, washing thick, red blood into the city's drainage system. The wailing and explosions could be heard from several streets away. Meanwhile, at Hangshan Pass Sports Arena, Hulushu raised his binoculars toward the train station. Behind him, Sun Chang held an umbrella over his head. Boom. A silver bolt of lightning split the sky. Through his binoculars, Hulushu saw it, a nightmarish sea of writhing tentacles and grotesque creatures swarming the train station. Like a tide of horrors. HSSS. Hulushu sucked in a sharp breath and frowned. That's strange. Why are so many eerie entities appearing all at once at Hangshan Pass Station? And some of them are B rank. Sun Chang added. No way. Those people have been there for more than a night already. Why now, of all times? Hulushu muttered. Could it be because of the Infinite Convoy's predator effect? That's possible. If so, they're screwed. Hulushu clicked his tongue. Send 2 teams over at dawn to check it out. There might be good loot left behind. Sun Chang hesitated. With the Infinite Train's firepower and their ability users, they might actually escape. Whatever. Hulushu tossed the binoculars into her arms and turned toward the stairs. I just care about scavenging. Whether they live or die isn't my problem. On the orbital rail, thud thud thud, the ground trembled violently. Boom. A massive, jet-black heavy train, stretching hundreds of meters long, tore across the tracks at breakneck speed. At the rear, a 1,130 close-in weapon system spewed a torrent of hellfire, blasting a monstrous spider off the side of the Gemini 11R nuclear electric locomotive. Silver-plated electric blades extended from the train's sides, crackling with high-voltage arcs, slicing through the horde of black-winged beetles that swarmed the carriage. Each black-winged beetle was the size of a wash basin, resembling a giant cockroach. Their molten breath scorched metal, and their razor jaws sent sparks flying as they bit into the armored train. Like a locust plague, they clung to the train, refusing to let go. And wrapping itself around carriages 3 to 6, a massive black centipede shrieked in a piercing tone, sending the infinite train screeching on its rails, its iron wheels flaring sparks. Fire, bro. Burn those bugs to a crisp. Big ol' whoa. Get out there and cut that centipede in half. Kiki, cover him and lock that thing down. Take out those bastards on the nuclear locomotive, Shukin. Rat-a-ta-ta. Bang bang bang. A fierce battle raged aboard the infinite train. At the helm, Chen Sixuan gunned the engine southward, aiming for the Parma grasslands, but Lin Xian had a deeper plan. He strongly suspected that this lure marked with the dark mark was the Foundation's doing. Was this the third humanity test? No one had believed his dark mark theory before. But now, he was determined to prove it. And to do that, he needed to find Phoenix, fast. Crack. The black centipede-like creature was suddenly yanked by an immense force, its legs scraping against the carriage, sending sparks flying. It was forcibly dragged off, its tail slipping from the train's surface. But its front end still clung on, struggling and climbing frantically. At that moment, Lin Xian had already climbed onto the train roof, sprinting at full speed. He raised his hand, and the black rifle's magnetic propulsion engine roared to life. The weapon shot forward, piercing straight through the centipede's head. Lin Xian lunged, pressing the barrel of the gun against the creature's massive mandibles. With his left hand, he rapidly crafted a hydraulic clamp, forcing it small wide open. Then, a third mechanical arm extended from his back, clutching the half-meter-long warhead of a Guardian 86 anti-air missile, now rigged with an additional metal bomb he had personally modified. Without hesitation, he shoved the explosive straight into the centipede's gaping mouth. Lin Xian withdrew his rifle and instantly performed a backward roll. At the same moment, Kiki shot out from car number 5, grabbing the centipede's head and yanking it violently off the train. Screech. The centipede's countless hooked legs scraped against the train's armor, producing sharp, metallic clicks as they tore away chunks of metal. But ultimately, Kiki pried it off. Watch out! Lin Xian flung out a mechanical iron chain, grabbing Kiki midair and pulling her back. At the same time, he raised an ice shield in front of himself. On the other side, Lu Xingchen witnessed the scene and quickly dove back into car number 5 through the hatch. Beep. 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 Boom. The Guardian 86 warhead, packed with 30 kilograms of explosives, detonated within the centipede's mouth. A fiery explosion ignited midair, instantly vaporizing the surrounding rain. Monster limbs and shattered flesh blasted outward, pelting the train's exterior like armor-piercing rounds. This warhead had been salvaged from a slightly damaged missile, and Lin's Yan had held onto it for the perfect moment. Now, it had finally proven its worth. Bzzzzzzzzzzz. Just as they dealt with the centipede, a massive swarm of black-winged beetles darkened the sky, surging toward Lin's Yan and Kiki. Kiki hated these cockroach-like creatures. The sight of them made her shut her eyes tightly, grit her teeth, and channel all her energy into her hands. Boom. A powerful, invisible shockwave rippled outward in a circular blast. The rain within a few hundred meters seemed to vanish for an instant, and every black-winged beetle, whether clinging to the infinite train or swarming through the air, was violently flung away. Woof! The infinite train roared forward, ignoring the debris on the tracks as it raced along the elevated railway. Before long, it had broken through Hengshan Pass and was speeding toward Shijiu Lake's Clearwater town. Get inside. Everyone was utterly exhausted. After a brutal battle, they had finally escaped with their lives. As soon as they re-entered the train, the thick stench of gunpowder filled their noses. The barrels of every weapon were glowing red-hot from constant firing. Lin Xian, Kiki, Huge, Luo Yi, Shasha, Lu Chang, and Miao Lu were all drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Just as I suspected. Kiki muttered, flopping onto the sofa in Lin Xian's car number 1, using her hands to fan herself. That woman was a marked bait. So damn terrifying. In the cockpit, Chen Sixuan was monitoring the road ahead. Seeing that the danger had subsided after leaving the city, she gradually eased off the throttle. Lin Xian, are we heading to that town? Clearwater Town didn't have a station. Lin Xian eyed the distant silhouette of the town and made a quick decision. The lab is just outside that town. Find an open area to stop. There might be eerie entities inside, we shouldn't rush in. Got it. After confirming there were no immediate threats near the train, everyone finally exhaled in relief. That monster horde was terrifying. Shu Ken said as she walked over. I can't believe just carrying that mark attracted so many eerie entities. Lin Xian nodded. It proves they really do use this method to track humans. If it weren't for the darkness, they wouldn't have been able to find us. Oh my god. That station. All those people. Shasha shuddered in fear. We barely made it out alive. Those people. They're all. Who cares about them? Kiki's face darkened with frustration. We warned them 100 times, but they wouldn't listen. They even accused us of trying to harm them. Well, look at them now, didn't even get a chance to regret it. Lin Xian's expression turned grim. Using a former celebrity as bait. If we hadn't had Hell's Black Chrysanthemum, we'd be dead. Beauty aside, having a widely recognized public figure as a lure guaranteed trust. That alone made it a deadly trap. Check the train. Lin Xian ordered. He needed to return to the research facility immediately to determine if this situation was connected to the Foundation. On it. Shuken and the others sprang into action. Lin Xian. Suddenly, Chen Sixuan shouted from the cockpit. Lin Xian and Kiki rushed inside. Look at that. As the infinite train sped along the lakeside toward Clearwater Town, a massive rift appeared in the northeastern sky. Flames surged through the opening, it looked as if some kind of dimensional tear had split the heavens apart. Lin Xian and Kiki's expressions changed instantly. Lin Xian. That's the research facility's sky dome. Kiki gasped. What the hell? Lin Xian's face was filled with disbelief. It's only been a few hours. What happened? Should we stop? Chen Sixuan asked. No, go straight there. We need to see what's going on. Lin Xian activated mechanical heart and pushed the train to higher speeds. As they neared the sky dome, the raging flames became clearer. Many of the trees in the surrounding forest had collapsed, and the roadsides were filled with deep tire tracks. Bzzzzzzzzzzz. The lakeside grass embankments trembled with a low, eerie hum. The water turned violently, as if a massive volume was draining underground. Seeing this, Lin Xian halted the train, his brows furrowing. Something serious went down here. Should we go in? Lin Xian turned to Kiki. Let's go. That research facility has a lot of valuable equipment. Even if we can't find who is healing, getting our hands on a fully automated medical pod would be a huge win. He had seen the device before when Who is Healing guided them through the facility. If they could install it on the train, they wouldn't even need a doctor, most injuries could be treated automatically. Chapter 229, Research Institute in the Lake Under the Dark Night. The vast Shijiu Lake lay eerily still under the starlight, with a gentle breeze rippling across its surface. The infinite train, which had just broken through the eerie tide erupting from Hengshan Pass, was now quietly parked by the tracks along the lakeside. The night wind carried a chill, and the temperature over the Yunjiang plains began to drop. Wisps of white mist started rising from the connections between the train carriages. Inside the train, the dim lights flickered as people moved back and forth along the carriage corridors. In car number 5 and the defensive carriages behind it, many people were loading bullets, while in car number 12, the PX-05 engineering robots were busy laying out the ammunition belts for the 1130 weapon station. Shukin and Luoyi led their teams, inspecting the condition of each carriage. In car number 3, the Hell's Black Chrysanthemum, which had absorbed the black smoke released by the black centipede-like creature, emitted a faint glow. In the center of its flower core, tiny specks of crimson had begun to appear. The dark mark is starting to take form. Ding Junyi carefully observed the changes in the Hell's Black Chrysanthemum and spoke to Lin Xian behind her. Judging by the reaction of the station survivors, most people neither accept nor understand the fact that humans can be marked. It's not that they don't accept the mark, they don't accept me. Lin Xian spoke in a calm tone. Trust between people has always been fragile in the apocalypse. That's why I want to use the Phoenix to spread this information. Ding Junyi responded coldly. Right now, there's no way to effectively quantify the threat level of the dark mark, nor is there a clear method to visualize it. Simply put, while we can use the red glow of the disaster flora to gauge the intensity of upcoming attacks, even if others are aware of this, it'll still be difficult for them to prepare in advance. Lin Xian nodded. Learning to assess the threat of dark entities and raising a gun to fight back is what's most important. Once people realize that endless escape leads to inevitable failure, the spark of resistance will ignite. You could call it burning bridges if you want to sound heroic, or you could just say even a cornered rabbit will bite. Ding Junyi looked at Lin Xian and added, interestingly, this might just give us more options in our eastward escape. You mean, whether to kill or run? Exactly. Lin Xian neither confirmed nor denied her words. I worry that if the dark mark had a quantifiable threat level, even if we escape the pursuit of powerful eerie entities this time, the next encounter won't necessarily be any easier. Unfortunately, judging from the marked bait back at the station, this does seem to be the case. Seeing Lin Xian's somewhat pessimistic expression, Ding Junyi spoke up. Science shouldn't be rigid, yet your thinking is even more rigid than a textbook. Back when we got marked in the climbing passage, all we encountered in Jiazu City was a massive eerie entity siege. That suggests the dark mark has varying strengths and is also influenced by whether powerful predators are lurking in the area. Lin Xian's eyes brightened. Huh, you're right. Ding Junyi adjusted her glasses. Did you come to me just for this? Lin Xian cleared his throat. Not just that. Aside from checking on the dark mark we've been stained with, I also plan to investigate that research facility. Do you need me to come with you? Ding Junyi asked directly. Lin Xian nodded. I'll send in a robot first for reconnaissance. If the danger level isn't too high, if it's not too dangerous, don't bother calling me. Ding Junyi said matter-of-factly. You know me, I prefer. Yeah, I get it. Lin Xian immediately understood. Without further delay, he turned and headed back to car number 1, preparing to have Kiki control the PX-05 robot and coordinate with drones to scout the interior of the Special Item Investigation Department Foundation Laboratory. Woo! 2 drones took off from the train roof. At the same time, the diligent PX-05 robot launched from the entrance of car number 11, swiftly flying toward the damaged sky dome of the test site under Kiki's control. Huh? That's odd. In the information center of car number 2, Kiki frowned as she controlled the robot while staring at the surveillance screen. Where is everyone? We won't know until we enter the underground research facility. Lin Xian replied. It really does look like there was a large-scale evacuation. Chen Sixuan muttered, puzzled as she studied the screen. No way. Kiki's face was full of doubt. You're telling me they cleared out an entire research facility just because we showed up? Smack. Lin Xian flicked her on the forehead. Focus. Kiki glared at him before quickly turning her attention back to the robot's controls. From a high altitude, the drones revealed that the entire King Shui town test site was eerily silent. Meanwhile, the PX-05 robot cautiously entered through the passageway Lin Xian had used earlier. The once busy laboratories, research rooms, and corridors were now completely deserted. Seeing this, Lin Xian's expression grew more serious. This is strange. Could it be that this idiot was actually right? A facility capable of capturing large eerie entities for research and experimentation had suddenly become a ghost town. That was beyond strange. But to say they evacuated just because of him? Even Lin Xian wouldn't believe that. Still, looking at the scene before him, his mind began to churn. Looks like we'll have to go in and check for ourselves. Could it be an ambush? Shasha suddenly asked. If it was, they would have struck already. Besides, we came here looking for them, so it doesn't really matter. Lin Xian's eyes turned cold as he began organizing the team. Luo Yi, Huoj, Shukin, Zhao Niu, and Director Ding, you're coming with me. The rest of you, stay and guard the train. At that moment, Lu Xingchen shot Lin Xian a meaningful glance. Lin Xian walked over and saw Lu Xingchen looking somewhat conflicted. He leaned in and whispered, Brother Lin, would you mind assigning me to guard the train tonight? Lin Xian frowned slightly. You don't want to go? Lu Xingchen's gaze flickered toward Kiki's screen, his voice lowering. To be honest, I have a bit of a thing about enclosed underground spaces. Lin Xian thought for a moment before nodding. Alright, you guard the train. Much appreciated, Brother Lin. Lu Xingchen replied. Lin Xian didn't say much. He knew Lu Xingchen wasn't the type to fear death. If he chose not to go, he must have his reasons. Lin Xian didn't press for details and instead led Luo Yi, Shukin, Kiki, and Ding Junyi off the train. The main reason for bringing Ding Junyi along was that Lin Xian wanted to see exactly what this research facility had been studying. He also hoped to find some useful scientific equipment to load onto the train. Hiss, the cockpit door slid open. Lin Xian and his team stepped down onto the ground, ready to investigate the Foundation's research facility. As soon as they disembarked, a damp and chilling night breeze from the lake swept over them. Ding Junyi followed behind the group, hands casually tucked into her pockets. Despite the nighttime setting and the impending exploration of a dangerous facility, she remained unfazed. Her expression was as indifferent as if she were simply heading to a scientific seminar. Lin Xian, somewhat uneasy, subtly signaled Shu Ken to keep an eye on their scientist companion. Even though a small, unassuming green sprout on Ding Junyi's head hinted that she might have developed an ability, Lin Xian still classified her as a zero combat power individual. The five of them piled into a vehicle. Since there was no platform, Kiki used her ability to lift the off-road vehicle off the train, placing it directly onto the ground. Lin Xian then took the wheel, driving toward the collapsed forest in the distance. Along the way, Lin Xian noticed traces of vehicles, even aircraft, having once been parked in the area. Scattered around were numerous empty equipment crates, discarded documents, and other debris. It looks like they evacuated in a hurry. Shukin observed, her keen eyes picking up on the details. It's messy, but there aren't any signs of a fight or bodies, so I don't think they were attacked by eerie entities. Sitting by the window, Ding Junyi glanced at the disarray outside. Abandoning a research facility of this size must have required some serious conviction. Maybe they sensed an impending crisis, like, say, some colossal lake monster in these waters, ready to devour the entire research center at night. Lin Xian's hands almost slipped off the steering wheel. Hey, Sister Ding, can you not scare us like that? Kiki shot her a wide-eyed look. If that's the case, aren't we all doomed? Not necessarily. Ding Junyi replied matter-of-factly. With your combined abilities, at least one or two of you should survive. Lin Xian. They drove through the facility's broken curtain walls and parked inside what looked like an underground parking area. The research center still had power, with several corridors remaining lit. Stepping out of the vehicle, the five of them immediately felt the oppressive silence in the air. Whoosh, a strong gust of wind rushed out from the underground corridors, carrying a damp chill. Ding Junyi, still following at a leisurely pace, remarked, probably water intrusion from the lake below, pushing air out. We should be cautious of flooding as we go deeper. Yeah. Lin Xian knew this facility was built on the lake's edge, and beneath it lay the Blackwater testing grounds, which were undoubtedly connected to Shijiu Lake. If water was seeping in, it meant the underground structures had been compromised. Called it. Kiki had stopped by a digital information panel, which still displayed an evacuation notice. System alert, basement levels 11 and 12 have been completely submerged. Looks like flooding was indeed the reason for their retreat. The team continued their exploration, finding the entire facility completely deserted. Since the power system was still operational, Kiki immediately pulled out her mobile terminal and began interfacing with the facility's systems. The internal system has been wiped, only the basic operating system remains to keep the facility running. Kiki's eyes scanned the screen, her frown deepening. Wait a second, Qingshui Town testing grounds. She suddenly looked alarmed, hurrying over to Lin Xian with her terminal in hand. Lin Xian, check this out. The containment doors for multiple experiment chambers have failed. The isolation mechanisms between the test site and the main facility have also malfunctioned. Lin Xian's brow furrowed. So you're saying the creatures they were keeping here might have all escaped? Absolutely. Kiki shrank back slightly, glancing warily at the facility's vast research zones. Which means, whatever we encountered in the Qingshui Town testing grounds might already be inside this place. Bang. A sudden rush of underground air slammed a research lab door shut with a loud thud, the sound echoing eerily through the empty facility. BZZZT, The corridor lights flickered as the voltage fluctuated, casting long, jittery shadows on the walls. The eerie atmosphere grew even more unsettling. Feeling the cold tension in the air, Luo Yi tightened his grip on the Roar K-23 electric Gatling gun, his eyes scanning their surroundings with heightened vigilance. "Captain Lin," Shukin asked, "what exactly did you encounter here before?" "Something that wasn't quite eerie entities and wasn't quite zombies either." Lin Xian's voice was grim. "I think it was something the Foundation created. There were definitely eerie entities among them, though. I saw a massive one inside a large containment pool." Ding Junyi frowned slightly. "So they're already at the level of developing mutants?" "That's just my guess. I can't be certain," Lin Xian replied. By now, they had reached the underground elevator. It was still operational. Lin Xian turned to Kiki. "If I remember right, we saw that massive ability research hall on level 9, right?" Kiki nodded, scrolling through her mobile terminal. "Yeah. And if you're looking for a medical pod, it should be." Before she could finish, Ding Junyi glanced at the screen and immediately said, "Level 7, the clinical experimentation floor. Regardless of whether it was for human trials or something else, they should have full-spectrum surgical medical pods there. These pods are highly efficient for treating bone and external injuries. They can even use SIRTA pulse sequencing to repair cells through DNA sequencing scans. Most common diseases take less than 5 minutes to cure. The only issue is the insane cost and the fact that they require SIRTA rare earth to function, which is highly radioactive." Shu Ken gave her a long look before commenting, "That's the kind of thing only rich people hear about on TV. I heard it can even cure leukemia in 30 minutes, for the low price of 3 million credits." "Correct." Ding Junyi nodded. "Our train's Gemini 11R nuclear power system can support this device's operation. If we install one, we won't even need medical personnel anymore. But this kind of equipment is extremely delicate, it breaks easily and requires careful transport." Lin Xian felt a headache coming on. He hadn't expected medical pods to be this complicated, let alone the added issue of radiation hazards. "Well, let's check it out first. These are problems for later." Like Ding Junyi said, a piece of equipment this expensive might have already been taken. Ding, Lin Xian pressed the elevator button. As the doors slid open, everyone's expressions suddenly darkened. A thick, nauseating stench of blood hit them instantly. Inside the elevator, piles of mangled body parts were stacked atop one another. Blood had splattered across the walls, dyeing the entire cabin a grotesque crimson red. The corpses were still fresh, they hadn't been dead for long. Were these the research personnel from below? Kiki took several steps back, her face twisting in disgust. She recognized the Foundation uniforms among the bodies. What the hell did they run into down there? Lin Xian scanned the scene coldly before remarking, "Looks like their own test subjects turned on their handlers." Chapter 230, Biochemical Research Layer. "Can you access the surveillance system here and see what's happening below?" "I'll try." Kiki quickly operated on her mobile terminal, and soon, the online surveillance system for the building appeared on the screen. Levels 11 and 12 are already offline. Kiki continuously switched between public area camera feeds. "There's definitely flooding down below." "What about the other floors?" Lin Xian asked. "Not a single person." Kiki shook her head. "To be precise, not a single living person. And I don't see any monsters either." Lin Xian frowned. "That's strange. How did these people die? Maybe they came from the lower floors where the cameras can't reach." Shu Ken crouched to inspect the edge of the elevator and noticed water stains. She immediately stood up and said, "There are two possibilities. Either they died before the flooding started, and since the elevator is well sealed, no water got in. Or something killed them inside the elevator. Check level 7. If it looks safe, we'll head there first." Lin Xian focused on their objective, finding the necessary equipment. Other supplies were secondary. "Got it." Kiki immediately switched to the 7th floor's feed and began searching. This research facility is massive, divided into different sectors. The classified research and core areas have separate surveillance systems controlled internally. I can only access the public areas. But as she spoke, her eyes suddenly lit up. "Oh, there's one. A comprehensive life support surgical pod inside a research lab. Whoa, there's so much equipment here." They didn't take any of it when they left. Lin Xian stepped forward to take a look, his expression instantly shifting. As expected. In an emergency evacuation, the priority is core research data, high-value assets, mid-value assets, and then general assets. Ding Junyi explained. A comprehensive life support surgical pod is expensive, but for an organization of this scale, it's at best a mid-tier asset. Leaving it behind isn't surprising. "What about the researchers?" Shu Ken asked, puzzled. Ding Junyi adjusted her glasses and said coolly, Except for a few top-tier supervisors who qualify as high-value assets, the rest are considered mid-tier or lower. In fact, some biological research specimens rank higher in the evacuation order than the researchers themselves. Alright, let's not dwell on this. Lin Xian pulled out his black rifle and addressed the group. Before the water rises any further, let's get to the 7th floor and see if we can secure that medical pod. After that, we'll check for other supplies. He pressed the elevator button, and the 5 of them descended underground. When the elevator doors opened on the 7th floor, a sharp, overwhelming scent of disinfectant filled the air, far stronger than any hospital. Lin Xian frowned as he and the others cautiously stepped out, scanning their surroundings. The space was massive, divided into multiple sectors. Gene research area, tissue regeneration engineering, cell cultivation, molecular genetics, biochemistry. This place is even bigger than the biological research facility in underground city number 9. Lin Xian muttered. Whoosh! A gust of air rushed through the corridors, followed by a faint tremor in the ground. Loose research documents scattered everywhere, fluttering into the air. Ding Junyi reached out, caught one, and adjusted her glasses as she read it. This research facility's work on dark entities is far more advanced than the Federation's. The data here is immense, but something about it confuses me. Lin Xian walked over and grabbed her arm, pulling her forward. The water is rising below. We can analyze later. First, we find that comprehensive life support surgical pod. Got it. They moved quickly through the facility. Along the way, they passed various sealed research labs, some even reinforced with lead-lined radiation-proof doors, making the atmosphere even more unsettling. As they ventured deeper, their expressions darkened. Now, they were encountering large-scale biochemical research chambers. Behind reinforced transparent observation windows, grotesque human body parts, human eries, zombies, and unidentifiable biological specimens were suspended in preservation tanks. The pristine, sterile labs starkly contrasted with the grotesque experiments they contained, creating a disturbing visual clash. It looks like those conjoined aberrations we encountered in Clearwater Town were created here. Lin Xian remarked grimly. Ding Junyi, however, appeared intrigued. She carefully examined the specimens, her expression growing more serious. When I worked for the Federation, dark entity research was still in its infancy. The kind of human mutation engineering and limb fusion experiments I'm seeing here were considered impossible. They turned into another biological research sector, stopping in front of a heavily secured lab. Through the reinforced glass, they could see a large, white medical pod in the center, resembling some kind of cryostasis chamber. It was much bigger than Lin Xian had expected. Just at a glance, he estimated it weighed over a ton. This is it. A wave of excitement flashed across Lin Xian's face. He hadn't expected things to go this smoothly. Ever since Hueco brought him to an underground research facility, he had suspected the Foundation might possess such technology. He had planned to scan a blueprint for it and manufacture one himself on the train. But after witnessing the Death Game incident, he realized this Foundation was an insane organization. There was no chance he'd get close to such equipment, until now. Hiss, Kiki swiftly bypassed the lab's security using her terminal, and the door locks disengaged. Lin Xian rushed inside and immediately activated his mechanical heart to begin scanning the medical pod. Only by scanning it could he fully understand its systems. If the device was in good condition, he could dismantle and transport it back to the train. With Danzō and Kiki, moving it wouldn't be a problem. This would save him the trouble of building one from scratch. I need about 30 minutes. Lin Xian said, looking at the others. Search the surrounding areas, but be careful, there might be eerie entities lurking around. Got it. Kiki clapped her hands. Hey, there's a lot of valuable stuff here. If we can't take it all, you could devour it, right? Lin Xian nodded. That's the plan, if we don't run into trouble. With lake water flooding in, we need to grab whatever we can without compromising safety. Then we should check the other floors too. Kiki frowned at her terminal. Look, level 5 has an armory, and level 9, where we were before, seems to be the core research hub. With such a huge facility, there's bound to be more useful stuff. Lin Xian knew Kiki had been fixated on getting a mecha. He turned to Shuken and Danzō, saying, alright, the 3 of you head to level 9. Ding Junyi stays here. We won't split up too much. If this comprehensive life support surgical pod checks out, we take it and leave, no distractions. You're being overly cautious. Kiki smirked. I checked the feeds, there's no sign of any monsters. If there are any, they're probably in the flooded lower levels. Lin Xian shot her a glare. Just go. Less talking, more caution. He had a clear strategy now, secure priority targets first, then consider secondary objectives. Exploring unknown areas too greedily often led to disaster. The comprehensive life support surgical pod was something he had wanted for a long time. Until now, they had relied on bandages for every injury. Luckily, aside from Kiki's incident, no one in their team had suffered life-threatening wounds. But it remained a major concern. Injuries, combined with dark invasion risks, severely impacted a convoy's mobility and treatment capacity. If they secured this medical pod, it would significantly ease the burden on Chen Liaoshi and Miaolu, no more rushing around with bandages. "Alright, you be careful too." Lin Xian nodded as the three prepared to leave but suddenly called out to Daluo. "Daluo." "Yeah? What's up, Zhang?" "Level 9 should have Huaziling's office. Check if she left any tea, bring some back for Huge." "Oh, got it." As they left, Lin Xian focused back on scanning. Scanning target. Progress, 15%. Ding Junyi, meanwhile, was completely absorbed in collecting research documents. Just then, Kiki's voice burst through the communicator, her tone urgent and excited. "Lin Xian. Hurry. Come to level 9, now. We found something incredible." Chapter 231, Mysterious Container. "I told you to get the medical pod back first, didn't I? Lin Xian, come quick. I found something really good." Kiki's voice was urgent. Lin Xian frowned upon hearing this. He immediately grabbed his black rifle and called out to Ding Junyi, "Let's go. We're heading down to the 9th floor." Ding Junyi hesitated, still holding a stack of documents, reluctant to part with them. But Lin Xian didn't give her a choice. He grabbed her arm and pulled her along. They walked through the hallway, making their way to the elevator. Lin Xian pressed the button, and once the doors opened, he stepped inside with Ding Junyi, descending to the 9th floor. This was the area Huaziling had previously taken him to, so Lin Xian still had a clear impression of its layout. This floor was vastly different from the others. It was incredibly spacious, with a ceiling height nearly 3 times that of the floors above. The ceiling was covered with a reflective material resembling a sky dome, displaying a real-time projection of blue skies and white clouds. Even the fake windows along the hallway displayed images of towering skyscrapers and lush green jungles, seemingly designed to ease stress for the Foundation researchers who worked underground for long periods, preventing them from feeling too oppressed. Lin Xian led Ding Junyi through several large office areas, following a straight corridor. Before long, they spotted Daluo waiting at the entrance to a room. "Brother Xian. What's the situation?" Lin Xian asked. He glanced at the nameplate on the door. It bore the name Huaziling. He immediately realized this must be her office. Daluo scratched his head. "I'm not sure. You should check it out yourself." Lin Xian didn't hesitate. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. The first thing that caught his eye was the vast, semicircular room. Through the enormous panoramic windows, he could see the research plaza he and Kiki had observed before. But now, it was completely empty. The glass containment chambers were shattered, exposing the interiors. The mech maintenance platforms were also deserted, leaving only a few seemingly unimportant research devices scattered around. "Captain Lin." A voice came from behind. Lin Xian turned around to see Kiki standing near a secret passage in the wall. Arms crossed, she looked both excited and curious. She pointed to a large, 2-meter-wide explosion-proof metal vault door beside her and said, "Guess how I found this?" Lin Xian walked over and examined it. "Is this Huaziling safe? But isn't it a bit too big? Whatever it is, there's definitely something important inside." Kiki turned toward a nearby decorative statue, activated her psychic ability, and caused the wall mechanism to close again. "See? Pretty cool, right? Open it." Lin Xian ordered, his eyes flashing. As Kiki reopened the hidden passage, Lin Xian stepped forward, placed his hand on the heavy vault door, and activated mechanical heart to scan its structure. Moments later, his brows furrowed. "This is complicated. There's a large space behind this door. Stay alert." Hearing this, Daluo and Shukin immediately took out their weapons, forming a defensive triangle around the entrance. Clang. With the sound of metal latches disengaging, the vault door slowly opened. But just as the gap widened, an electric current surged out, making their skin tingle. "Watch out." Whoosh. Kiki took over, using her psychic power to push the door open further. The group cautiously peered inside. Inside was a dark hallway. As they watched, soft lights flickered to life along the floor, illuminating a path that stretched into the distance. At the end of the corridor, a dim red glow emanated from the room. Without hesitation, Lin Xian stepped in, and Kiki followed closely behind. The moment they crossed the threshold, an eerie silence enveloped them. The floor was spotless, and even their footsteps made no sound, as if the hallway was made of advanced soundproofing material. Lin Xian and Kiki exchanged glances before focusing ahead. Within a few steps, they arrived at the crimson-lit room, and what they saw made them both freeze. "What the hell is this?" Kiki's voice was filled with shock. The hidden chamber was spacious. In the center stood a circular metal platform, surrounded by diamond-shaped pillars arranged in a precise pattern, all glowing faintly red. Suspended above the platform by a slender mechanical arm was a peculiar device. It resembled a small containment pod, about a meter tall. The cylindrical chamber at its core was filled with red liquid, though its contents remained obscured. It looks like a specialized containment unit, Lin Xian speculated. But I have no idea what's inside. Who cares? Let's take a closer look. Kiki wrinkled her nose and, without hesitation, reached out with her psychic ability to pull the device toward her. But just as she brought it closer, her face suddenly paled. Eyes widening, she lost control of her psychic grasp, and the device plummeted toward the ground. Lin Xian reacted instantly, lunging forward to catch it. Bang! A crushing force reverberated through his power suit. His spinal actuator auto-adjusted to counteract the weight, hydraulic systems groaning under the strain. Ugh! Kiki staggered backward, breathing heavily. That was weird. My ability just went completely unstable. Lin Xian wiped cold sweat from his forehead, just as shaken as she was. He recognized this sensation. It was exactly like what he had felt back at Rain Town's chemical plant when facing Ding King. If not for his power armor, he wouldn't have been able to hold on to the device at all. Careful, he warned, staring at the red liquid inside. This stuff might contain the same substance that came from the mutant parasite back then. Kiki instinctively backed away. So it's some kind of anti-ability suppressant? A weapon against ability users? Not exactly. Lin Xian studied the liquid, but no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't discern what was inside. He tried searching for an access panel or controls, but found nothing. Taking a deep breath, he activated mechanical scan to analyze the device. Scan complete. Acquired unknown device 03, blueprint. To his surprise, the scan worked immediately, but the results were vague. The device was identified as an automated containment vessel, requiring a password for access. A warning message appeared, enter matrix code, _. Lin Xian frowned. A password? Kiki asked. Can't your mechanical ability override it? Lin Xian dove deeper into the device's structure, attempting to bypass the lock. The moment he tried, alert, forceful access will cause the resuspension liquid to destabilize, destroying the contained object. Lin Xian was baffled. Resuspension liquid? What the hell is that? How would I know? Kiki muttered, stepping back further. As soon as she distanced herself by a few meters, she let out a relieved sigh. This whole place is full of creepy stuff. Lin Xian examined the security panel. The password required 11 digits, a frustratingly complex lock. With a sigh, he stood up. Though he felt slightly weak, it wasn't unbearable. The container's shielding seemed to prevent direct exposure to its contents. You can't crack it? Kiki asked. Lin Xian shook his head. The security system is too advanced. Forcing it open could be dangerous. So what now? Throw it away. Lin Xian replied casually. Throw it away? Kiki was stunned. Hey, if it was hidden this well, it has to be something important. Why toss it? Lin Xian shrugged. The entire research team evacuated but left this classified secret behind. If it was so important, why not take it? Besides, it suppresses abilities and might be risky to open. What else would we do with it? Ugh, fine. Do whatever you want. As Lin Xian turned to leave, his mechanical heart suddenly activated on its own. Mechanical heart, activating, mechanical heart, activating, mechanical heart, activating. A deafening engine roar echoed in his mind. Lin Xian. A deep mechanical voice rang in his ears. Lin Xian shuddered, every hair on his body standing on end. He spun around, the containment device was glowing red. Lin Xian's breath hitched. A cold sweat broke out on his back as he stared at the glowing red containment device. What the hell was that voice just now? His heartbeat pounded in his ears. He quickly turned to Kiki. Did you hear that? He asked, his voice slightly hoarse. Kiki gave him a strange look. Hear what? She glanced around, perplexed. I walked out and saw you just standing there like an idiot. I thought something happened to you. You didn't hear anything? A loud voice, like an engine roaring, and someone calling my name? Lin Xian's brows furrowed deeply. Kiki shook her head. Nope. You sure you're okay? You didn't suddenly develop schizophrenia, did you? Lin Xian remained silent, his gaze locked onto the red glowing containment device on the ground. Something was wrong. His mechanical heart had never activated on its own before, let alone in such an intense, uncontrollable manner. And that voice. It had called his name. It wasn't just a random hallucination. It was directed at him specifically. The implications made his scalp tingle. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed a lingering unease in his chest. His mechanical heart had finally calmed down, no longer pulsating wildly like before. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't ordinary. Making a snap decision, Lin Xian walked forward and constructed a reinforced metal container, thick, layered, and lined with shielding materials. He then carefully placed the red containment device inside and sealed it shut. The moment the box closed, that strange suppressive force weakened. Kiki raised an eyebrow. Changed your mind? Yeah. We're taking it back. Lin Xian said firmly. His tone carried an edge of uncertainty, but also determination. I want to figure out what this thing really is. Moments ago, he was dead set on abandoning it. But after hearing that voice, an odd intuition told him that this thing was important to him. Even if he didn't understand why. Kiki didn't argue. She just shrugged and said, whatever you say. At the entrance of the corridor, Shuken and Aluo watched as Lin Xian and Kiki emerged, carrying a massive, heavily reinforced iron box. Both of them instantly felt something the moment they got closer, an odd, subtle pressure that made them slightly uncomfortable. Aluo frowned. What the hell is that? It's making my arms feel weak. Kiki smirked and used her psychic ability to levitate the box. Here, big guy. You carry it. Aluo, thinking it'd be an easy lift, grabbed onto the box with both hands. Wham! The moment he touched it, his legs buckled. His muscles tensed, and he nearly collapsed on the spot. Shit. Why the hell is this thing so heavy? Aluo gritted his teeth, barely managing to keep himself upright. His arms trembled. Lin Xian glanced at him and calmly explained, it's not actually that heavy. Your strength is just being suppressed. Aluo. What the fuck kind of explanation is that? Still, with a grunt, he adjusted his footing and forced himself upright, locking his core strength in place. Alright, let's move. We still need to get that medical pod back. With that, the group left the hidden chamber, moving through the massive underground research facility. Even though most of the valuable equipment had been evacuated, there were still plenty of scattered supplies, tools, and instruments left behind. Lin Xian planned to salvage anything useful along the way. His mechanical devourability could break down a lot of these devices, converting them into raw materials or usable components. As they walked, Kiki suddenly turned to him and asked, Hey, you never did say, what exactly was in that thing? Lin Xian's fingers tightened slightly around his rifle grip. He didn't know. But whatever it was, it had called his name. Chapter 232, Dark Shadow Biggle Woe. Kiki, you two go together to the 7th floor and bring that comprehensive life support surgical pod back to the train first. Also, call a few more people on your way down. Lin Xian instructed. He glanced out the window at the vast research hall filled with numerous abandoned research devices and immediately said, before the water rises, let's loot this research facility thoroughly. I see plenty of employee rest areas and offices here. Even everyday supplies shouldn't be overlooked. Opportunities like this won't come often. Shuken nodded in agreement. You're right. Now that Abyss Zone number 5 and number 7 are spreading, no matter which route we take next, we're heading straight toward the abyss. The faster we move, the sooner night will fall. Just this afternoon, many survivors reported through the radio that the east, the northern route, and the Parma grasslands have already been hit by blizzards. Several extreme cold vortexes are approaching us, and Abyss Zone number 3 isn't far either. Ding Junyi was busy sifting through papers scattered across Hua Ziling's office, searching for useful information. Without looking up, she said, extreme cold vortexes are forming because the moisture from Shijiu Lake in the Yunjian Plains and the southeastern ocean is being swept into the tides of Abyss Zone number 8 and number 4. The resulting blizzards will be unprecedented. The Federation had already assessed this as a major natural disaster, and it seems their prediction was spot on. Lin Xian's face darkened at her words. Exactly. Hangshan Pass is already getting colder. Once we leave the station, we'll have to charge through the encirclement of Abyss Zone number 5 and number 7 in one go. There won't be many chances to scavenge or restock supplies on the way. If we have the opportunity now, we better take it. Kiki shrugged, her big eyes blinking in confusion. I could carry that thing out by myself. Why are you sending the big guy with me? Lin Xian gave her a speechless look. That thing is precious. If you run into trouble on the way, you need backup. Otherwise, I'll have to use you as a sandbag to smash zombies. Where am I supposed to find another one of these if you break it? Kiki stuck out her tongue, realizing that was something she would actually do. Alright, Brothers Xian, we're heading out first. Bigelow nodded, never questioning Lin Xian's orders. Be careful. Once I get back, I'll bring more people over and clear this place out. Kiki called out before heading toward the 7th floor with Bigelow. Lin Xian glanced at Director Ding, who was still busy searching through documents, then turned to Shuken and said, let's go. This floor is about to flood. We'll do a quick sweep, grab what we can, and work our way upwards. I bet there are still useful weapons in the armory on the 5th floor. Shuken nodded, pulling out her Remington M96 as the three of them moved toward the research hall at the end of the corridor. Before they even stepped onto the stairs, the roaring sound of rushing water echoed through the facility, and many of the lights flickered due to short circuits. By the time they descended, the lower corridors were already flooded, with water deep enough to cover their feet. The icy chill instantly seeped into their bones. Whoosh! A deep, muffled gust of wind howled through the passageways. The water has already reached this floor, Shuken observed. Lin Xian frowned and immediately abandoned the idea of searching further. Forget it. Let's head up to the 8th floor. Safety came first. While the research hall had plenty of devices he could devour, extracting them would take too much time, and the entire research facility was flooding. It wasn't worth the risk. Lin Xian had considered ordering a salvage operation, but in this situation, the priority was moving essential supplies, not feeding his mechanical devourability. Besides, he could always return later at night to the Dragon-class transport ship and devour its Night Star 2 nuclear turbine processor, which was a safer bet. Wait a second. Ding Junyi pointed at a floor layout map on the wall. The information archive room is just ahead. I think we should check it out. This research facility contains a lot of inexplicable things. If we can find valuable intel, it'll definitely be beneficial. Lin Xian looked at her, contemplating for a moment before nodding. All right, it's not far. Without hesitation, the three of them waded through the flooded corridor, heading toward the information archive room. Since the 9th floor ceilings were almost triple standard height, classified research divisions and data archives were isolated in separate sections. As soon as they rounded the corner, they found themselves in a vast corridor filled with shallow, rippling water. Splash, splash, splash. The eerie sound of their footsteps echoed down the hallway. Soon, they passed into another section of the 9th floor, climbed a set of stairs, and arrived at a previously sealed corridor. This section wasn't flooded. At the end of the corridor stood a yellow security door equipped with a keycard system and biometric scanners. This must be the information archive room. Lin Xian didn't have high hopes. The internal network had already been migrated, so top-secret data wouldn't have been left in paper form. However, since they were already here, he figured it was worth checking. He was already highly suspicious that this afternoon's marked decoy incident was orchestrated by the Foundation, which also happened to rival the Federation and Phoenix in many research fields. But what he couldn't figure out was why the Foundation would deliberately leave behind a Phoenix insignia. Shuken examined the layout. There's a stairwell here. We can't take it directly up to the 8th floor instead of backtracking. Lin Xian nodded and placed his hand on the door lock, activating mechanical heart. Within moments, the complex security mechanisms disengaged. Creak. As the door swung open, rows of overhead lights flickered to life, illuminating neatly arranged information cabinets. However, instead of documents, the cabinets had previously housed data servers, which were now completely missing. Only a single terminal server remained, still running the facility's basic infrastructure. Lin Xian sighed. As expected. Looks like they had plenty of time to evacuate. They weren't fleeing in panic. Shuken nodded. Nothing critical was left behind, and there are no signs of an attack. It was an organized retreat. I bet if there were any incidents, they only happened in the flooded lower levels. Or in their test sites. Lin Xian added. Meanwhile, Ding Junyi didn't say a word. Instead, she strode straight to the control terminal and began typing rapidly. Large organizations follow strict emergency protocols. Evacuation measures for fires, bio-threats, air raids, etc. Must provide saturation-level notifications across internal comms, email, area broadcasts, lights, and personnel transport links. So even though their main system was removed, the basic infrastructure still holds these logs. As she finished speaking, her fingers danced across the keyboard one last time. Beep. A red system log popped up on the screen. Just as she predicted, there was an evacuation order on record. Lin Xian's expression sharpened. Emergency evacuation, level 5, 16, 15, 16, 15? Lin Xian's pupils contracted. What's wrong, Lin? Shuken asked. Lin Xian's voice was icy cold. That was the exact time Kiki and I had just left this research facility. Ding Junyi looked puzzled. Did something happen while you were here? Lin Xian's expression darkened. I'll explain later. Let's move. Just as he turned away, creak. A faint metallic noise echoed from the server room. Lin Xian and Shuken instantly raised their weapons, eyes locking onto the same darkened passageway ahead. Shuken immediately stepped forward. Lin, I'll check it out. Lin Xian raised a hand to stop her, then made a quick hand signal. Stay behind Ding Junyi. He and Shu Ken instinctively shifted into a protective formation, keeping Ding Junyi between them. He drew his black rifle, then gestured midair. A split second later, an automatic rifle materialized in his grip, constructed in an instant through mechanical devour. Moving cautiously, he stepped into the narrow server aisle, his gaze locked onto the source of the sound. Creak. Another faint noise, even clearer this time. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, slowing his breathing as he approached the dimly lit power distribution room. As he reached the door, he carefully pushed it open. At first,